Welcome back as we are onto the Rift for the first game of the first semi-finals of Ice Winter League of Legends. TUD Apes are facing off against TUD Apes, two names that I'm sure will not get confusing as the evening goes on, Dutch.
Monkeys together strong, but if you have too many monkeys, they get territorial, and that is definitely what we're gonna see today.
I'm so angry that you've just word for word stolen my tweet that I put out about this game.
You didn't use territorial.
That's a fair point. Okay, but okay, you might have improved it slightly. That's fine. Looking at these comps, look, it's going to be both of these teams just not trying anything risky at the moment. You know, playoffs are here, and no one wants to be the team to throw in minute one of game one by a 5-man invade going horribly wrong. Top laners will collide at the top, but nothing will happen there. Both junglers at the moment sitting topside. We'll see Volibear recall, and he will be heading towards his blue buff. We were talking about this in a little bit in the loading screen. The Volibear builds have been weird, to say the least, in pre-season, Dutch.
Are very wacky at the moment. There's actually 3 view options you can take. So first off, there's Divine Sunderer, which kind of works with your E very well. You get the reset with the Sheen, so your auto attacks do a little bit more damage. And it gives you a little bit of tankiness, if I'm not mistaken. A little bit of health. There's also AP, which just makes it so your E does a lot of shielding and damage, which is absolutely hilarious to watch.
Yeah, and pretty fun combined with a Jhin who can follow up on that E from long range, right?
Very true. And then last but not least, it is Trinity Forge. This is like the normal standard build, which kind of provides the same idea as the Divine Sunderer does, but a little bit more damage instead. Yeah, we were talking a little bit about the jungler pathing as well. It's Volibear that has the options galore. You can basically choose whatever he wants to do. Parallel conversions in the mid lane, a little smash in the top lane, or that Jhin Swain in the bottom lane can sum it up nicely. Kayn, a bit more limited. Basically, has to look towards that top lane, especially if he wants that form quickly.
Yeah, I mean, there is in theory set up in the bot lane for him with the Alistar. But exactly, that's it. Is he wants red Kayn. Nobody goes blue Kayn, not in any kind of serious setting. And
besides
so,
my junglers.
Well, of course, yeah. Anyone's junglers in solo queue in their promos will go blue Kayn for no real reason. But you know, Kayn will get that blue form if he ganks the bot lane, because that is 2 ranged champions in the bot lane in the form of Swain and Jhin, who are being pushed in early in this game. This lane taking pressure, just the early power of the Alistar Lucian, keeping them on the back foot. Elsewhere on the map, a little bit of trading going on in the mid lane. Top laners are just having a noodle fight. That's the power of the Swain Kayn coming out. Mezzy going all the way back in. Will find a lot of damage onto Jhin. That's an exhaust forced out. Blank will nearly get Celestian lane low enough, and now gank in the top lane. Both junglers colliding. Just a nice flash out from Volibear, but the flash was forced. Vanishing Potato will keep his jungler alive for the moment. Vanishing Potato goes solo. Red buff might be enough. Not quite. Vanishing Potato has the pot ticking, and so will not die to the gank, but I think it looked a lot like TUDB came off the worst for the wear. It may not be over just yet. Volibear still hanging around, and finally both teams will be happy to back out, take what they've got on the top side. It was a flash for both of the TUDB players, and TUDA really spent nothing in that one.
So exactly what we were expecting to see from Prism. Going towards the top lane, it is easy setup. If you can get slows, if you can get the Rupture. However, they found Tokiwoki first, forced his flash out, and even were able to force out the flash from Vanishing Potato, so well played to them. On the other side, I actually would like to see Toki go more towards that bottom side. I understand why he's going top side. The movement was pushed in. Might have expected Prism to go there as well, but you need that Jhin or you need that Swain to be ahead to be the damage source of your team. That Echo will go in, try and kill Blank, potentially die if he doesn't have his ultimate or doesn't use it well. But that Jhin or that Swain needs to provide the damage that your team is really lacking if they ever get behind this game. So I'm actually interested to see in what Toki is going to do now. That top lane gank worked out fine. Another fight goes on.
Yeah, speaking of top lane ganks, this is Prism coming back in. It's Vanishing Potato again, though, gets a 2-man knock-up on the gank. He will drop here to the Kayn, see if he can get the return kill on the Moo. He's so far away, I don't think he's going to have the speed. He will just farm the wave out with Sion passive and keep the push going. C-Prom is getting engaged on by Dano in the mid lane, and discount Dano will find a little damage. That was a nice return gang from Prism, recognizing that the flash was blown and just, you know, snowballing that lane a little bit.
Yeah, right the exact timing, of course. Vanishing Potato wants to go for, wants to get that kill. Doesn't get it, unfortunately. He goes down. Not the end of the world. He TP's back to the lane. I'm curious what Mu is gonna decide to do after this. Will he save his TP to get a bit more pressure, or will he decide that he wants to get that minion wave in the top lane and get that gold under his belt now? As he decides to go top lane, instantly enough, Tokiwoki starting Drake goes down very low, wasting a lot of time, gets followed by 2 wards, and has to back off.
That's so sad. Takiwaki going for the cross-map play of taking Drake after the other jungler ganks top lane, and unfortunately, as you say, spotted out by wards, wasn't healthy enough to do it, and so that's just leashed the Drake for Prism, who will pick it up for TUDA, and that's disaster. Honestly, there's really no other way to describe what's just happened. I'd pause too after that.
So, what went wrong there? Basically what happened is that Tokiwoki walked over a scuttle. So he walked over scuttle vision. Bot lane had pressure for a while, but as soon as we saw Alistar go back ward, Blank was ready to push it back in, make sure they have priority, and Kayn was on the way. So I think what Tokiwoki did, like, the call is fine to get off it, but realistically, he should never have been on it, right? If that scuttle wasn't there, then yeah, you could make a case that, hey, they don't know, I could try and sneak this away, but it was a very dangerous call, and he actually wastes a lot of time. Luckily for him, he's still ahead in CS, a little bit down on XP, as we see Prism hitting that level 5 a little bit earlier than Tokiwoki. I think he's gonna hit level 5 after these wolf camps. Hasn't backed yet either, so he was down on levels as well, and that all basically makes it so there's a free Drake for the pickup for TUDA, and they respond to it very well. We saw immediately Messi walking over, Prism was on the way, and that makes it free secure for them.
Yeah, so I mean, it's only a Cloud Drake at the end of the day. It's not going to be the end of the world, and I don't think the opportunity cost was too high for Taki. His camps weren't all respawned just yet, so not the end of the world for Taki. Looking at the TUDB comp, you know, I mean, obviously now we're not going to have a Cloud Soul this game, so Mountain, Ocean, or Infernal, those are all good souls to have potentially. Is this a comp that's going to be well set up to contest those Drakes in the mid game, even if they are a little bit behind, or are they just going to have to continue to give up Drakes until they're forced to fight over a soul point now that they're looking like they're falling behind in the early game?
So, I wouldn't say so. If they're behind, they're in a lot of trouble, right? There's a lot more consistent damage on the side of TUD apes that could just cut through these tanks if they're not ahead, right? They need those items to be somewhat tanky to survive the damage that the Lucian can provide, the Akali can provide. And if you're behind, then the Jhin and the Swain aren't going to be doing too much damage in response. Now, say this Echo gets very far ahead, then you can look at, hey, if this Lucian is dead, we can win the fight afterwards. Their most DPS will be taken off the board by that point, but you still need to be careful. Yeah. I want them to slow this game down a little bit more than what is going on already. It's a 600 gold lead, which doesn't seem like much. It realistically isn't, but it is a kill, and it is a Drake, and you do not want to give too much over to the side of TUDA before it goes all to a place where you can't really contest anything on the map anymore.
Yeah, that's it. As you say, that is essentially first blood gold. Although interestingly, I'm looking at gold right now, Dutch source, and there's a 300 gold lead already for Blank in the bot lane. This Lucian Alistar lane just doing a good job of bullying the Swain Jhin. And you kind of said it, you know, one of them needs to be a damage threat, and I'm worried for Swain in particular. Swain has one form of CC, and other than that, if you're picking Swain support, you're kind of just hoping that he has enough gold to pick up a Liandry's and be a little bit threatening with damage, or be a pseudo tank with the drain in the front line. Right now, Zero Ganks mid isn't necessarily looking like this Swain is going to be that threatening pseudo frontliner come mid game.
Definitely isn't. Just doesn't have the gold yet. You need to snowball the lane, and that's also why it's so important for Tokiwoki to go towards that bot lane. Like that Alistar doesn't have an escape if he doesn't have flash. Just go on him every single time. Try and get that bot lane ahead. That Lucian could get away with that dash of his, but even then, like, I think the opportunity for them, or like the most logical play that you can make, is to focus on that bot side. The Echo unfortunately didn't take teleport, which, well, he probably wants to try and high pressure that mid lane with that ignite, but a teleport would have been really nice here as well, because that could have helped get that bot lane ahead, especially now that Vanishing Potato has had to use his one on his death. Makes it a lot more difficult to set up what needs to be set up, what needs to be done to keep this game close, to keep this going, and to keep it exciting for us to come.
Yeah, and hey, it's neutral parties with really no stake. I can't imagine anyone outside TUD really has a stake in this game right now, unless you're related to someone. You know, I mean, there's a lot of TUD pride here on the line. You know, bragging rights when you're on campus. But other than that, you know, as neutral parties, we're definitely just hoping for exciting games and an exciting series. It's going to be tough for TUDB to take it to TUDA. We're kind of talking a team full of diamonds against a team full of flats here right now, Dutch.
Hey man, maybe we'll see a diamond in the rough for
Yeah.
TUD Apex. Who knows, man? Between all those plats, I'm only gold, and people will say that I'm platinum level, but who knows, man? Maybe they are. I do definitely think that they have it in them to play around their win conditions if they can get them set up. They're not second place for nothing. They tied once and they lost once, which was against the first seed. So it's definitely nothing to sniff at. They've been playing well, and if they can keep it up, then maybe they can contest their rivals in TUD Apes themselves. However, I do believe that TUD Apes are basically the main favorites to win it all.
Oh, you're so close to saying alpha right there, aren't you?
No, I didn't.
The alpha monkey. I know you wanted to call them the alpha monkey though. Didn't quite get that far. We will manage to get back into play, having narrowly avoided Dutch making terrible zoology references. Got to be able to have a zoologist on the cast this evening. His Vanishing Potato will be chased down here by the Moo, abusing that lead a little bit as the silence comes through, cancels the Scion, decimating smash mid ping, and Scion will be chased down, killed off, and too far away to get any damage back on the Moo. The Moo now level 60, probably Cho'Gath just going to use that ult in lane to start stacking up that extra little bit of health. Or he might be saving it, trying to abuse it. No, it was used in lane, Dutch, and this Cho'Gath is going to be very, very tanky come the mid game.
So in the meantime, Discount Dano also died in the mid lane. So more trouble for TUD Apex, and a little bit of training bot lane.
That's a nice little bit of a trade, but not a lot of damage still coming out of the Swain and Scion. The Kayn will find Volibear in the jungle. Not a lot of damage traded back from the Moo. It has just run past there to get there. That was ships in the night for Potato and Moo as they just walk past each other under tower. Sure. Echo's coming up to join this top lane as well. Kayn has left. The Moo just recalled in the bush beside Krugs out from under 3 people converging on him. I mean, if that's not ballsy, I mean, I don't know what is.
So, quickly back to Echo dying in the mid lane. We were talking about, Echo could be the one to kind of change the tides and how this game could be going if he gets to assassinate Blank in those team fights. Now he's a kill behind, and well, he's even in CS, so that's not the end of the world, but he's a kill behind, and he didn't have TP. So at that point, it's going to be very, very difficult to stay up with this Akali, who's already a level ahead. A little bit of an item need, because the gold is 500 in the favor of Cprom.
The Cprom. The Cprom. Yeah, we're struggling. If you want your name to be pronounced properly on a broadcast, pick one that the commentators can read and pronounce easily first time around. But hey, we'll work on it. If they make it through to finals, I promise we will reach out and ask Cprom how to say their name.
Only dead know you were start
and
time.
I'm making that promise, but just in case I'm not here, then someone else has to do it. But we'll see. This game's still going. We have reached 8 minutes into the game, Dutch, and it is already feeling a little bit like it is slipping away from TUDB. This Cho'Gath sitting in the top lane looks like he will be tank enough to deal with all 5 members of the TUDB team. And meanwhile, the tanks on the other side still just struggling to get rolling a little bit as we are in a little bit of a low state. No, I tell a lie. There's people ganking mid lane. Alistair has arrived. Mezzy will get the knock up onto Discount Dano, but Discount Dano still has ultimate. The stun will come through and they will just execute Discount Dano before he can even pop the Chrono Break. The Moo will chase down Takiwaki in the jungle here. Takiwaki turning around. We'll get a bit of healing from Volibear passive. We'll get healing from the Smite as well. And the Moo may have bitten off more than he can chew. Ironic for it. Cho'Gath, no, he's managed to flash out. Prism is now in the middle. Prism trying to get the ultimate off. Will just about get it in time. Cprom has arrived. Prism not getting any healing from the unevolved ultimate. Cprom will now go 1v2. And in the bot lane, there's fighting as well. But we're back to top lane. Beside the red buff, Cprom in stealth will duck around that. A nice 2-man knockup means there's a re-engage available. Takiwaki is so low. There's no ult available for this Akali. And so the re-engage will not happen. Bot lane, everyone is disengaged without any deaths going down. And for a bit of manic action, oh, no, they're going back in. Messi is all the way back in. Zero Gang Smith flashes forward. The Swain healing comes through for the ultimate, but it's not going to be enough now. Celestion is very far forward. Without a flash, without anything, Messi will have the combo coming back up soon, but the Alistar chooses not to overforce this one. They'll take their one kill and get out, just pulverizes the ground for good measure. I was going to say that there was just one kill after all that fighting, and instead it was 2 in the end.
Yeah, let's make that a quick summary. Echo died in the mid lane. Red buff got stolen by Prism, and Zero Gang Smith decided that, hey, we're not getting ganks, let's try and make something happen ourselves. Didn't really work out in the end there as the heal came through.
Uh-oh.
Oh no.
Oh, this is the move. I assume, yeah, Vanished Potato will have the shield available at this point, but there's not a lot of health. No ultimate on the Juggernaut means this won't go down. Mezzi has ultimate under the tower, but it won't be enough to survive. So kill back for Celestion off Discount Dano roaming to the bot lane. And Jin getting a kill to get back into his lane. He's down 25 CS, so won't be up even with that kill, but will at least now be able to go back and maybe, you know, actually buy an item.
Finally, some attention towards the bot side of TUD Apex.
The move's getting a little bit greedy. He's pushing forward, trying to deny creeps from Vanishing Potato, and the gank from Takiwaki has put Moon in a dangerous position. Still no ultimate available. The ultimate from Cho'Gath can turn these situations sometimes, but it looks like now the Moon might just be able to run out. No, there's a chase and a stun from Volibear, but the knockup followed by the slow for the Moon.
No.
Will be fine, and Prism has arrived. The smite for the slow is too little, too late, as now it is Takiwaki on his heels, running away from this Kayn. Akali's running up river as well. Takiwaki is greedy and pushes too far down, trying to contest this Scuttle Crab. He will get caught out, but it looks like with Akali going back mid lane, Takiwaki is free to engage. Crab has already gone down, and so there's nothing to fight here. Little bit of a scrap, and both junglers will back off. As once again, we see a lot of action for really not much happening, Dutch.
Yeah, no doubts. Mu didn't have flash either way, so that wasn't gonna get forced out either. Tokiwoki, in the meantime, you know, after all that long fighting, is about 20 CS behind on this game.
That's potentially dangerous. We've seen how much damage this Kali has before in this game. He's going to try and kill off the Echo again. Echo forced to ult early, and now Discount Dano's in a really tough spot. It's a nice flash to get away a little bit, but it is not far enough away, and it is 2 quick kills going over to Blank off a good roam from the TUDA bot lane.
Yeah, we see a bit of a difference in pressure in that bot lane. Messi twice now in a row, basically walking towards mid, making sure that his mid lane is set up well enough to get an extra kill for himself, 103 on that one. And especially Blank as well, just walking over there to get, well, 2 kills for himself, which makes him super strong at the moment. He is the lone easy dupes that TD Apes have, so...
Dips.
Dupes,
Oh,
they're gonna be really happy with that.
This must be a Dutch term that I'm not familiar with, is it?
Yeah, it stands for the... give me a second, I need to think of Dutch
We'll come
words.
back to him in a little while. Infernal Drake went down to Kayn in the meantime. Good objective control. It will be an Ocean Soul. And both of these teams really like Ocean Soul, Dutch. There's big tanky boys on both sides. This is nice engage. The power of the Swain Jin, but it's definitely not enough power when it's not backed up by any gold at all. Flash forced out, even while Blank was exhausted, doing more than enough damage to kill off Zero Gang Smith.
Yeah, Celestion deciding to use his 4th shot on the Messi was almost full health. I think if he hit Blank, well, it would have done a little bit more, but I'm not sure if it's enough. It's Stocky with a re-engage.
He's here, nice re-engage, but hey, that Alistar still has ultimate. You do not want this fight, Takiwaki. There is an Echo arriving as well. The parallel convergence will stun up to the damage, though, just isn't there. And Akali from behind the tower will kill off the Volibear instantly. Long range, Lucian ult won't find a kill, will take the power shot for his troubles, forced to heal. Will survive, though, and now the dive is still going. This Kayn is so quick, just running at people. Echo's ultimate again, though. The Swain has respawned and is coming back down, so it looks like TUDA will have to settle for the 1 kill and the tower plate. They're getting a bit greedy, though, going for a second one. Messi will sidestep the deadly flourish, and so no more action here on the bot side, as, I mean, it's just the story of this game. Lots of action, and, you know, really only 1 kill or 1 plate going down, but it seems to be going to TUDA.
It's an 8k gold lead for TDA, and you were saying a lot of action. TD Apex don't need this action. They can just sit down, relax, chill, and make sure that they get into the later stages of the game, have their tanks ready to tank up, after Jin do damage from the backline, after the Echo try and one-shot Blank, but they decide that they want to fight early into this game, or basically get forced into
Ooh,
a
how often do you see a Lucian ganking a Sion? Not very often, and Sion is taking the long way out. He's run a long way through, and will run directly into Kayn. Hey, he landed the ultimate. That's got to count for something, but I don't think this is a fight that Vanishing Potato wants right now. Blank has managed to arrive as well, and it will be gifted over to Prizm as Mezzi arrived just in time to pick up an assist. And just to turn attention back towards top lane for a little while there, Dutch, the Cho'Gath is going for, it looks like, the Chemtech Turbo Tank. And I've definitely butchered that name, but we talked a little bit about how hard it was for Alistar as the primary and only engage here. So I kind of like this. It's the, you know, the old Righteous Glory style item where Cho'Gath will now be able to just run straight into an entire squad of people and slow them all as well. It's giving them a decent secondary form of primary engage.
Very smart item decisions coming through from the move. Good bit of adaptation. Gives them a lot more options, but yeah. I'm not really sure, you know, that's a 10k gold lead, 15 minutes. That is not something that should happen. We have been talking about it as another gank in the bot lane.
Oh, you feel for Discount Dano. It's just not going to go well. Will he even make it? He will make it in parallel convergence, but will die. That's the second time Discount Dano has died to a Mezzi gank before he's even been able to pop the Chrono Break.
That's sad. That's really, really sad. Well, what's left, right? Not a whole lot. Say that much.
I'd say probably about 3 minutes, Dutch.
I'll give it 5. You know,
Oh,
maybe someone, you know, still giving them hope. Think, you know, we don't have to have what yet.
No, well, this is it. Welcome to our ICE League of Legends semifinal speedrun. Any percent. Currently, TUDA are hosting the stream, and hey, look. They're trying to pad those stats a little bit, get there a little bit quicker. Vanishing Potato was trying to take down just one tower. I mean, plates are already gone. If he doesn't get the tower, he doesn't get anything, and he won't get the tower. I mean, it's still half health.
Oh, does he not?
Oh, look at the healing from the Sion. Wait a sec, this is getting... I mean, it was... Honestly, he got about a quarter more of that tower than I thought he deserved.
Okay. Well...
keep
going on ahead, I guess.
Sure, yeah. I mean, look, the fighting never ends. As Prizm is just 1v1ing this Volibear. Sunfire Cape is not going to be enough to save you at the moment. Or it might be a flash and an ultimate. I mean, sure, Alistar will just dive the tower and finish off the kill. Alistar with ultimate is almost tanky enough to tank up the tower and 2 members of TUDB, but will not be able to at the end of the day. Prizm's going to look for Celestion over the wall here. Celestion needs to be so careful. This Jin is not strong enough to walk anywhere near any of these bad members of TUDA right now, and all it will take right now is just one Cho'Gath Rupture landing. Discount Dano is on the back, parallel convergence, hits no one, and Cprom has so much damage, will be forced to ult out. Now the Moo is isolated behind a tower, is on top of Celestion, doesn't have ultimate available, will be coming up now as Prizm is now fighting Discount Dano in the jungle. They need to be aware that the Cho'Gath could turn around and nearly one-shot someone with ult with how far ahead he is, but if nobody's on over, won't counter. Celestion flashes forward and shutdowns going onto the member you'd want it to. Celestion now 3-0, has all 3 of TUDB's kills. I mean, Dutch, can this Jin actually look for a carry in the mid game? Surely not, right?
I wanted to talk about Jin either way, so I'm happy to finally get some time to talk about it. Look that he's not going lethality anymore. He's going crit damage, and that does mean that he will have a later power spike. Now, that shutdown, and I believe the kill on Alistar is going to help him a ton.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to cut you off, Dutch, because we've got a Drake. I'm expecting Mezzi to steal this over the wall, no doubt. Nope, won't even go for it. This is pretty big. It looks like we're gonna have a fight. There is a TP coming in. Cho'Gath on the flank, will have the speed, has finished his move speed on, will be able to slow him. Mezzi flashes forward. Swain's gonna die immediately. Cho'Gath is in the back line. Vanishing Potato's locking up 2 people himself. Blank is shut down. That's a lot of gold over onto Echo. Celestion's gonna die though. That Cho'Gath ult does so much damage. Cprom is on top of Echo, will kill him off. This fight has gone disastrously wrong for TUDB, even off as good a start as they could hope for. They have lost 4 members after only killing off Blank. Cprom hunting down Vanishing Potato, and you are going to see a magic trick as this Potato vanishes. Oh, what a prediction on the Sion Q. Not something you say very often. But at the end of the day, I can't see the Sion living to tell too much more of his tale. We'll get another Q down, we'll knock up only 2 of them. And the kill will go to the Moo, who is now 5-1-2 on this Cho'Gath. Picked up 3 kills over the course of that extended fight. This Moo will just tank up the Sion, pass up for a little while.
You think it would be mood to play the Alistar, no?
That'd be 2 on the nose.
Okay, fair enough. Yeah, a lot of animals in this game, I guess. Uh,
I don't think you can say that. That's too toxic. We're gonna be taken off Twitch. What the hell, man?
oh, you know what I mean. Yeah, well, we were talking about it, they cannot fight. It wasn't even a fact that, you know, they got it behind a little bit. They are very much behind. That's now an 11k gold lead. That's Discount. Nice dodge.
Oh, Discount Dano and Takiwaki looking to take on the Moo. The Moo is definitely overextended here. Does have the ult available, so you know if he gets oh, he goes for Discount Dano. I was gonna say if he got him low enough, he might be able to kill him off. Was about a couple hundred health left in it. Is now Celestion running for his life. Combo failed by Messi.
One of my worst.
Celestion will escape. And Dutch, I want to go back to that dragon fight because it really was the most interesting thing we've had happen in a while. And I want to give you a hot take.
Okay.
I think TUDB actually won out.
Sorry, what did you say?
I think TUDB actually came out ahead from that dragon fight. And I'll tell you why, Dutch, okay? I'm not just going to leave that there entirely. They managed to get the Ocean Drake, first of all. So now Soul is delayed for, you know, at least another 5 minutes, right? Which is a big deal for their side. Second of all, Discount Dano on this Echo, who was falling a long way behind, got 1,000 gold shutdown on Blank. And so all of a sudden, this Echo, you know, was able to finish his item, is now pretty far towards the Lich Bane. And there's a genuine chance that this Echo now will become an actual assassination threat based off that one fight.
Very true. Looking at the items, he won't be. Realistically.
For a little while, okay?
He only has one item. I think after we see that Lich Bane, at that point, we could really see like that one-shot potential. It helps a lot with the burst. There's potentially another fight going to kick off.
Bit of a fanatic push setup. Messi's running at them at full speed. 2-man knock-up. He will not have the follow-up just yet. The follow-up is now arriving. Prism will just kill off the Echo quickly. Doesn't look... Kernel Break will save Echo for a while. Cprom, though, in the backline is 1v2, 1v3 now. Will pay for it with his life. Shutdown goes over to the Volibear. As now the move is just tanking Tower, tanking Sion, tanking everything for days with that Turbo Chem tank. As the fight near the Baron Pit doesn't look like it has stopped just yet. It is lasting on. The re-engage looked like it was going to be there from Messi, but, you know, Spectator doesn't want to show it to us because nobody was actually damaging anyone.
It's probably because Apex were in the fight.
Oh. Yeah, I mean, you know, the Moo was tanking a tower, and it was actually doing more damage to them than the entire rest of the Apex team was managing to do to TEDA.
Oh no, look at finishing Potato's build.
Oh, he's going for the lethality afterwards. That's a flash forward. That flash bear slap. It's the unconventional one, but it will work out this time for the Volibear. They've managed to get another shutdown. They've managed to get another kill onto Discount Dano, who's killed off Messi as well. Now fighting continues on the bot side. Sion ult come through. Moo will die. Straight up 1v1 to Vanishing Potato. Serrated Dirk putting in so much work.
I was just trying to make a joke. I didn't expect that to be a caster curse immediately after. Sure, you guys got me. Very, very well played. Yes, Takiwaki dies, but you do get the shutdown. You actually get 2 kills from that play, so very well played. Good decision making from Apex. It does bring them in the game yet again a little bit closer. It makes it so that they still a teeny tiny bit of hope.
Oh, yeah, because that was going to be my question: is when am I allowed to take this decision making, taking the fact that, you know, they are picking up these big shutdowns across the map, and when am I allowed to have hope? I feel like it's not for a little while yet. Maybe they need to pick up another Drake. Maybe they need to do something good at this next fight, as that Drake will be spawning relatively soon. I forgot to turn on Drake. It's spawning in 22 seconds. I'm glad someone in chat managed to spam that. It will spawn now, in fact. Dutch, I'm losing my mind over here.
That's okay. You can have hope whenever there's a 5k gold lead.
Okay.
So it needs to be halved before you can really look at, hey, maybe this is going to be very interesting. And maybe they can continue getting these picks. We were talking about a little bit before. There's a huge option to get these picks. Let's see if they get another one.
Who is isolated in the blue pit all alone. Will land a knock-up onto Takiwaki, but used his blast cone to get over there. Does have the flash available. My game froze there for a second, so I'm a little bit behind. Cprom will find Discount Dano, who just died without even using the Echo Ultimate. Shades of Jensen, as the Ocean Dragon will go over. It is now sole point for TUDA in this game.
Yeah, and in my opinion, right now, you should just, like, rush towards Baron. Realistically, they can't really stop you. I don't think they can push this tower down, but Yeah, no, they cannot. So the better option here would be to just go to Baron, rush that down, and make sure you get. What? Okay. Sure.
Okay, sure.
Yeah.
Makes sense. Vanishing Potato now just tanky enough that the Moo struggling to actually do anything against them. And that Scion took 2 towers actually in the course of that Dragon play and will just ult to get out. So, you know, this gold, it's not
Still
getting
the
any
same.
bigger, right? But it's not getting any bigger, and we're getting later and later into the game. You know, percentage-wise, it's shrinking.
True. Well, I mean, I guess. Yeah, you're right. Okay,
Yeah,
so percentage of
technically.
it is shrinking. 10k is still a lot of gold. Like,
Yeah, it's still huge.
it's super difficult, right? And I have to guess that Apex right now are in the mindset that, you know, it's basically impossible. It's not their game to win, right? It is TUD Apes team to lose. Like, they have to be the one to make a mistake. And we've seen it before where Blank just kind of flashes into nothing and then he gets picked up for a kill afterwards. These are the kind of mistakes that you would love to see as an Apex fan. They're just not happening very often. Even the Moo using that blast cone there was fine because it stops them from doing Dragon and he has the flash to go out afterwards. Vanishing Potato is basically the one saving grace that keeps it so that the gold stays closer to the amount of towers that he's taking. So we should have another fight around Baron potentially. Finally some pings do come down. I actually do like this guy. I think that they can just start. They should win every single fight.
They should, and you know, speaking of, you know, their game to lose, it's quite hard for them to lose at Baron. This Cho'Gath can tank it for such a long time without really losing too much health, and Mezzi off screening at the side. This Jin's not going to quite get knocked into the pit, and so we'll be able to just flash away. Blastgun goes down though, and with Cprom and Mezzi zoning off the jungler, this should just be an easy Baron finish for TUD. A Jin ult will come out. There will be 2 members screening that from doing anything. Prize him over the wall now. They're going to look for Takiwaku, forced to ult away. Zero Ganks mid is now taking so much damage in the backline, healing up with the Swain ultimate as Celestion now turning into 3 members will just get blown up for his trouble. Zero Ganks mad dying to Cprom on that Akali in the background as now the Moo is on the hunt. He's chasing straight towards Disco. Now the Q will just about land. Max range rupture from the Cho'Gath gives a second kill over to Blank, and with 3 members dead, with a Baron on the blue team, and with a Scion pushing a bot side, that looks like it will be game to UDA in 26 minutes.
Yeah, when I was saying they can win the fight, I didn't think they could both get the Baron and win the fight afterwards, but it is happening in this semi-finals for sure. Vanishing Potato, as he has been for the rest of the game, still trying to push down a little bit more towers. He's calling out for a base race. I'm not sure if he's gonna win them. One teleports back into base. But this
Remember
next
the respawning as well does come through. They may be forced off this inhibitor for the moment. Mezzi turning on Celestion. Celestion will go down. Almost immediately does manage to get away from that one. Gale Force keeping him alive for the moment, as Mezzi now will be the first member to go down, and Blank is just killing Flame on Fountain. That is brutal. The Akali is rooted up in front of Jin, but no damage for this Jin. Just too far behind at this point of the game. Prizm will clean up one more kill. A second one will go down. Blank does get killed by Volibear in the background. This is sloppy from TUDA right now, as the Moo is just fighting Vanishing Potato one-on-one. Cho'Gath ult is there, and there he goes. Popped from 500 health. And the Fountain is low. Cprom just needs to hit it a few times. They just need to hit it, right? This is not in any doubt whatsoever. They're just looking for the kills. The Nexus will finally go down a little bit longer than it should have taken TUDA to say. But at the end of the day, a win's a win, and they are looking pretty clean heading into game 2.
Is your game doing weird things right now?
Possibly.
I can't click continue.
Oh yeah. It's
Okay.
fine, Dutch. It's okay.
Well, we're looking at this end screen. We're looking at this screen, but yeah, well played by TUD Apes, and hopefully Apex will have a response for the next game. We're gonna be going into a quick little break while we're waiting for the setup to happen.
Welcome back, everyone, to Game 2 of our semi-finals between TUD and TUD, a name that I think we've managed to do. We've done a pretty good job of keeping these two teams straight in Game 1, Dutch.
True. A and B. A for the good one and B for the bad one. No, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. There's a clear distinction, though, between what we saw in Game 1 and TUD Apes, kind of showing why they are considered the favorites for this tournament compared to TUD Apes Apex. Hopefully this draft is going well. I don't think the draft was really the issue. I think execution in the beginning was. I think I would have liked Tokiwoki a lot more to go bot. I think I would have liked TP more on Discount Dano and him to focus bot as well. Leave top lane for what it is, right? You are just looking at Cho'Gath and a
Cho'Gath versus Son. They're both going to be tanky at the end of the day.
Exactly.
So potentially, Tokiwoki really didn't show up in lanes as often as his opposite number in Prism did in game number 1. So Tokiwoki will look to hopefully snowball those lanes a little bit early on. They had a 2v2 top lane early. I think, fair play to Toki, did a good job of reading where Prism wanted to be in the early game and managed to show up. But, they just didn't have the 2v2 to take that fight, and they didn't win out. And I think really that's where it started to go wrong for TUDB in game 1.
For sure. I think after that, it's kind of hard to keep up with what the Kayn is doing, right? The Kayn just clears a lot faster. It's a little bit easier gank setup. Wait, did he? No, that's no, that's incorrect. Volibear has the easier gank setup, but he didn't gank, so it doesn't really matter.
So does it count? Yeah. If a Volibear ganks in the woods and nobody's around here, did the Volibear really gank? No, exactly. So more ganks. I'm going to throw out a bold prediction for you here as we're hopefully loading into this pick and ban soon. I'm going to predict a Kindred ban on, I'm going to say red side.
No way.
Yeah, no, there's just, for some reason, I have this idea in my head. The TUD Apes will ban away the Kindred, but they're starting out with a Z ban, just taking that one off the board against Discount Dano. Had an okay performance on the Echo in last game, got bullied a bit in lane, but, did find a couple of key shutdowns in mid-game fights. Wasn't able to do enough with them to pull TUD back into the game. Hey, look, it's a Kindred ban.
Wow, you're a genius. I don't know how to respond to this. I think didn't think he'd be this smart. Oh, Swayman coming through. That
Okay.
does mean that Kane is up, and I actually really do hope that they pick it up because it's versatile, it is strong. Yes, it has been nerfed. No, it isn't enough. They could pick away the Akali. We'll probably go towards mid. It won't be a flex pick this time around.
I mean, there's two ways of looking at this, right? Obviously, Zed banned away from Discount Dano does like those assassins. So, this is maybe just, hey, Discount Dano Akali is a comfort pick. But at the same time, it smells a little bit to me like, they're trying to pick it away. But I don't know that the Akali was really the issue the last game. I think that Kane was doing a lot more work than the Akali was for TED Apes in the early game.
Oh, no.
Oh, I forgot about this champion, and I really shouldn't have. I kind of just, I'm used to seeing it banned nowadays.
I need to see either Treasure or Nautilus with this one because you want, or actually, Alistar, also fine.
Ooh.
You need the knockups for her passive to work. Right now, I believe Silas is counted as a knockup, so that could work as well. Not as support, of course, but as a little bit more setup. Did get changed, doesn't have as much lives to anymore. Lease gain up again. Please pick it away. That champion is so ridiculously strong.
It's fallen down the pick order a little bit here, not being prioritized as much. The 3 armor nerf,
no.
the 10 damage nerf, doing work. I mean, I'm kind of worried that at this point, that Soraka's just we're just gonna have a Soraka death montage for this entire game. Dutch, they haven't picked Kane yet.
I want to talk about it.
Well, okay, so they haven't locked this in. It could still be Kane, right? I mean, I don't have to give up all hope just yet. This doesn't have to be a Varus lock-in. They can still swap it. There's still time to swap to Kane, guys. No, it's a Varus lock-in. Kane will fall through to the second round of drafts, potentially here. This is the Alistar. As you said, Samira has been changed this patch. Her auto and her passive no longer causes stunned enemies to be knocked up. They now just have to already be knocked up. And she extends the knock-up, which... Alistar obviously having that knock up, it's nice. It also means that if Alistar messes up her combo and she gets an auto off, maybe they don't get knocked as far away because she just knocks them up in the middle of it.
She's really quick, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. You save them from a failed combo. As this draft is just, it's getting a little bit weird, Dutch. Soraka Varus is not what I was expecting to see. Kane falling through the entire first round, not what I was expecting to see. Surely Kane gets banned now, right?
Kane definitely should be banned. We could also look at a Rek'Sai ban. Look at TUD Apes though, and tell me that if you get a tank in there, another tank, and then whatever jungler you want, could be a Rek'Sai, could be a Kane, that is like premier team fighting composition, like in the making. It's ridiculous. You have a very good ults for Silas as well. Samira does that AoE damage to a T. If you can get that Soraka out of the fight, you basically win every single time. It's already like setting up like a very, very good team fighting, and I'm curious now that the orange is gone, what they will use. Cho'Gath can work again. It works well. They have their Alistar again. Worked well last time. That last band didn't get through, but it is going to be the Morgana, so we know that those engages can't be stopped. And now finally the Kane.
Okay, so we will at least see a different jungler in this game. Hecarim's still up as well, just to go back to our strong junglers who provide a bit of a team fighting presence as well. But they're currently hovering Sejuani. Tanky, preseason tanks are good, and Sejuani has a lot of AoE CC. This would kind of just start to lock TUD Apes into that team fight comp. And if you're over on the other side, that Soraka is just feeling more and more vulnerable to all of the tools they have. And especially with the Zac lock in, that Soraka is going to be under fire from very early on in this game.
Yeah, I think that Zac, excuse me. I think that Zac works a little bit better. Poppy would be a very, very nice lock-in actually for literally everyone on their team. I think they could work very, very well. It stops the Zac, it stops the Alistar, it stops the Samira, it stops the Silas. So what more could you want if that does get locked in, if they play well around it? They decide to swap over. They decide to swap over, go for a Wukong, and that immediately gives it away to me as well that they are going to be looking for team fighting themselves as well. That Wukong, of course, with the Cyclone, there's a lot of wombo combo setup. If they can get, I'm guessing a top laner. I think they could still look in the Poppy. I think that Wukong should go into the jungle.
I agree, but also, there's a Silas on the other side. So the more wombo combo you're locking in for yourselves, the more wombo combo you're locking in for the other team as well. And I think I agree with you. I think Poppy was potentially a better pick there. That will be Twitch Jungle, right? Did they just lock in Twitch? I think they just locked in Twitch jungle.
I think Toki is going to play top, and I think Vanishing Potato is going to be playing Twitch jungle.
Ooh, a Kled.
But don't quote me on that. Yeah, the Moo actually really likes the Kled, and it gives them even more engaged than they had to begin with. From long range as well, especially, he can set that up with the charge and then just get followed up by the Alistar and the Zek. So I actually do kind of like it. It should work fine into the Wukong. I'm not entirely sure how the matchup is supposed to go, but I'm sure they both kind of just juke it out and hopefully none of them dies.
I know Kled at the moment does just build Sunfire Cape, and basically you build a lot of tank items on Kled at the moment because there's so much damage from Sunfire Cape anyway that you kind of don't need much more than that. So expect to see a very frontline heavy Kled, and I think that's absolutely fine. 3 tanks, a Samira and a Sylas for damage. To me, reads like TUD Apes have gotten everything they could have wanted in a draft, in a comp, in this, up against a very unusual looking draft from TUD Apex.
Yeah, I'm actually kind of curious where the Twitch is going to go. I do see basically 2 AD champions, right? And that, to me, screams that, they're going to be skating well into the mid and to the late game.
You say AD champions, but, I mean, it's Twitch.
Yeah,
pre-season.
Okay. AD carry,
champions. Right, yeah. I want to make it perfectly clear that, honestly, I think this is more likely to be the AP Twitch that we're seeing everywhere at the moment.
I agree.
But you're right. Still, yeah, absolutely. Yeah. The point remains. It's a scaling kind of comp. Late game, you have Soraka pumping out the heals onto 2 people trying to output lots of high DPS.
What I do question, though, is that there's basically, besides Cyclone and a little silence from Soraka, 0 peel on that team. So it's going to be...
die.
Yeah, realistically, right, if we get into a late game scenario where we're like 25-30 minutes into the game, I think is basically where we want to look at, and Soraka stays alive, then the chances of winning stay alive as well for Apex. It's going to be very difficult against Kled, Zek, Alistar, Sylas, Samira, though. And yes, I did just list their whole comp because that's how difficult it's going to be.
They're all diving onto that Soraka, and hey, it's going to be a fun 20 to 30 minutes for us to watch here in Game 2 as we will head to a quick break with TUD Apes up 1-0 over TUD Apes Apex, looking to book their spot in the grand final. We will see you all back here after that break. Welcome back to game 2 of our first semi-finals in Ice League of Legends Winter. And stop. Can you hear that? If you listen very closely. It's the sound of the clowns off in the distance, because we've entered a world where Twitch Ignite top lane has been locked in alongside a Wukong jungle with Ignite instead of Flash. And there's just another Ignite on the Akali for good measure. And we have a 5-man invade. The circus is starting early here in game 2. The Moo is going to just run away from this one. Totally fine. I mean, there's not even any hard CC on this team chasing him down. I'm not entirely sure what the plan was here. I guess just get to the bush early and get him. There's a Twitch on the flank, though. Takiwaki will be found out. Prizm will be there. Twitch will actually get this. There's a chance actually to get this kill. Prizm's going to drop into passive. Prizm's going to go down. And the team with no hard CC will find the 5-man invade. Will find First Blood. It'll go onto Akali. And, I mean, TUDB, that's about as good as a start as you could hope for in game 2.
Yeah, Akali with a free kill, and look at that. Look at the summoner spells, man. Everyone on Apex has Ignite.
Just there's so much Ignites. I'm looking forward to the Wukong ganking top lane, and they managed to double Ignite the Kled, and it's totally wasted.
Man, I actually am like genuinely shocked that they didn't use a single Ignite in that invade. But good on them for, you know, saving those for
Trigger discipline right there.
Oh,
Vanishing Potato's not even going to lane. He's behind CPROM. It's not going to do anything. They drop the Ignite, but I mean, I say not doing anything. CPROM is forced out of lane. Flash blown. Will have to blow TP to get back. And if this Akali in a free lane already with the early Ruby Crystal from a First Blood, it's even freer now with push, with Sylas having blown TP. If Discount Dano can get more damage down, can force CPROM out of lane one more time, Sylas is just going to be a non-factor in this game for about the first 20 minutes.
this is the best cheese
I love it,
I've
man.
ever seen, and it's probably because it's been in Twitch's pocket for ages, but it had some time to mature a little bit as Moo.
Oh no, is the Twitch about to be found out for the cheese that it is? Not just yet, but I think this is the part where it could all unravel for TUDBs. The fact that now you actually have a Twitch that has to lane up against Kled. And Kled with the dash, with the Q, just going to be able to do this over and over again. Dashes forward onto Vanishing Potato, who's taking so much damage. Has traded a lot back. The Moo will be dismounted here soon. Action in the mid lane as well. CPROM is already going low. I mean, if Moo gets one remount off in the top lane, he'll have enough health to be a real threat to Vanishing Potato right now.
Yeah, but he has to get the remount off, and it's not easy to get into that ranged position. Excuse me, that melee position against a ranged opponent. Vanishing Potato keeping his distance as much as possible. Well played on him as we see another gank in the top lane.
Takiwaki's here. Takiwaki has Ignite. Moo will dash backwards over the wall. Needs to get the flash back. Will just about might. Will he get the remount? Will fall and won't find the remount. He was mid animation and dies to Vanishing Potato. The Ignite from Takiwaki gave them just enough damage to finish that one off. It's now being engaged in the bot side. That's Blank under tower. Blank takes so much damage. Does Celestion have the chase? Will get creep blocked a little bit by Mezzy and the creeps. As now the Moo is just back in lane, gets the return kill, and the dismount means that he will not tower aggro. Takiwaki is behind. Takiwaki has no flash, has no ignite, has no easy way to get on top of the Moo, who is now waddling. Waddle for your life, little Kled. There's a big monkey coming, and it is the King Ape. It is Takiwaki who has arrived into this top lane. Will get a second kill onto the Moo, who without teleport now will take a long time to get back to a lane that should be slow pushing back towards him at least once he arrives.
Vanishing Potato was walking towards bot lane, and I'm not sure if he was trying to cheese or if he forgot what lane he was supposed to be in, but there we are. He got an assist on that kill. That's gonna be absolutely huge. He's already 1, 1, and 2, 100% kill participation on this red. On the ape as well. A lot of animals yet again in this game.
I told you, it's a circus, man. We're all in. And I love this look from TUDB. This is just, hey, we tried to play just, you know, front to back game 1. We had a bit more of a standard team comp, and this is just full. They're chimping out. The Apes are chimping out, and it's working so far. They are 3-1 up. Takiwaki is back in that top lane. They're just going to try and bully the Moo. Prizm is now looking for the first gank. His first gank of the game will not land onto Discount Dano, who uses Akali's E to get out of that one nicely. And so this time around, it's the reverse of game 1. It's Takiwaki who has ganks that are working, and Prizm struggling to find anything just yet, and Mezzy messes up the combo. That's a flash forward. That's I assume Hex flash forward, but you know, it still hurts to see. Not much blown, but a little bit painful.
I don't know if we're watching Insane League of Legends or the worst one we've seen up until now. It is it's definitely the most fun, like for sure. I am enjoying this a lot. I don't even know what to say. Like, what do we do? Like, we see just Vanishing Potato walk wherever he wants, goes towards mid lane, see it, and gank.
There is one more gank coming through from this Twitch. CPROM has sniffed this one out, though. That cheese a little too smelly this time, as Bled, having not seen the Twitch for a while, means that CPROM did back off. CPROM will see Vanishing Potato channeling a recall. Win will manage to delay it, so it's going to be a bit more free time for the Moo in top lane, just farming away. And if you give this Kled long enough to farm, Kled was just... That'll be a scary backline threat. Kled will potentially just kind of 1v5 all these squishies on the other side. CPROM now under a lot of threat, though. Takiwaki has showed up for his potential third successful gank. It's one more Ignite. They have so many of them, and CPROM will die to the last tick. This time around, it's Discount Dano who finds it with the last tick.
Yeah, good gank from Takiwaki. We've seen now that whenever he's on like a ganking duty, that it's working out very well for his team. Could be that he has a second.
Recall cancelled. Mezzi's going to get in range. Mezzi will find the knock-up onto one. It was a good flash from Zero ganks mid. Honestly, I don't think Blank was fully in follow-up range anyway. But that will be a flash blown from the Soraka anyway. And if Prism wants to lane where a gank is possible, I think this bot lane now looking like the one for him.
Man, I'm trying to analyze this game, right? But every time I'm like, oh wait, I need to analyze, I forgot. I get to that point where I'm like, oh, I have a point. Then they fight again.
Oh, I mean,
here, like...
yeah, it wasn't far off that in game one, but at least it was pretty clear what was happening in game one anyway. Vanishing Potato jukes out that, still takes a lot of damage. As you can see, just the Empowered Autos from Kled. They do a lot of damage. Oh, still fighting. There's an ult on this Akali. There's no ult on this Alistar, who has procced Aftershock, and without that anymore is less tanky. Will knock away Takiwaki. Doesn't want kill going to the monkey. But I'm not sure the kill going to Akali is better. That's a 3-0-0 Discount Dano, and this denial pick of the Akali looking like, you know, it's not a denial. This is just Discount Dano looking comfortable.
Yeah, and even Vanishing Potato just walking down the mid lane, making sure that turret isn't going to be pushed, making sure those minions are going to be picked up. And then afterwards, he's just happily going back to top, making sure that hopefully Move, you know, doesn't freeze the lane, which he should, and I'm pretty sure he's doing as well, so...
I think, looking at it on the minimap, I believe that is kind of just a big wave stacking into the Twitch. He's going to arrive back and pick up a lot of farm. It's kind of incredible how little time Vanishing Potato has spent in this lane, and how small this CS gap is, and especially will be once those minions are all picked up. Takiwaki all in. It's going to be monkey versus monkey as Cyclone comes out from both sides. CPROM, though, uses the Cyclone less effectively, and the Whirlwind takes him down. Celestion now will get taken down in the bot lane. Prism looking for the gank. They maybe left it a little too far. No, Blank will just about find that one. Looked for half a second, like maybe Celestion's heal was enough to get him away, as Takiwaki has arrived. No ultimate now on this Wukong, as Mezzi goes forward to try and knock him out, and will be absolutely fine just walking this one out. Discount Dano shows up for more support, and very little else on that one, as the lanes now start to reset. And it's still, you know, it's TUDB coming out with a big lead.
I just wanted to say that it's been monkey versus monkey for the whole series, but besides that, you know, great bit of play-by-play from you. Yeah, good response. Finally finding something in the bot lane. That stack knockup, of course, makes it very, very easy for Blank to follow up with a passive of his own, as we have another fight on top lane.
Oh, the move onto Vanishing Potato on this Kled. I said I was worried about it at the start, Dutch, that this Kled versus Twitch, if Twitch gets a little close, that's just, you know, a squishy, essentially AD carry, even if he is going AP.
Wait, is he gonna get another assist from Akali?
There's
There's no way, right?
Still have a chance to potentially remount here. Does have the W up, but nah, there's just too much damage from this 3-kill Akali. Now 4 will have that Riftmaker sooner rather than later, and Akali is going to be a force to be reckoned with. It will be looking to be traded for a Drake on the bottom side of the map. And we saw what happened in game 1 when TUDB were the one looking to make this cross-map play. This time around, it will be cleanly secured, as the Varus piercing arrow nearly stole that one away with Prism with the smite. Looking clean. And TUDA, their Drake control was good in game 1, but it's a lot easier to control Drakes when you're ahead.
Yeah.
Well, no, it's fine. It's fine. You don't need to do it. Yeah.
Yeah, so good Drake pickup. It was a bit of a freebie. They saw that Akali was top lane. They saw that Twitch was dead. So at that point, you can easily say, hey, let's just go Drake. I'm curious if there's going to be any response from the side of TUD Apex. I'm not sure if they can. Of course, that Rift Herald is up and available. They are very much so ahead. So if they get in like a team fight and this Akali stays alive for long enough, they'll be very, very well suited to win out on this fight. This Twitch also, you know, a surprisingly lot of gold. He's only 200 gold behind on this 2-kill Kled, with those assists that he's been picking up, that's like by far the best part for Apex and the most tilting part for the Ape himself.
This is the Moo engaging, but Takiwaki is here to back up the Rat once again. Monkey and Rat combining. It's a Chinese calendar in here as Takiwaki will manage to take down the Moo one more time. That's another assist over to Twitch. It's another kill over to Wukong. As this Kled was doing an okay job of, bullying Twitch when it's a 1v1. The problem is it never remains a 1v1 for long in this top lane.
Is it Matt or Ronki?
Matt, I mean, Matt's just a name, right? Can we just call it Matt?
Matt?
I'm not getting I'm not getting an answer from you, so I'm just assuming that you're like, yeah, no, Matt is fine.
Sure, I'll work with Matt.
Sure, yeah, Matt. Matt lane is working out nice. Yeah, no. Drugs are bad, okay?
Or Matt.
Sure. Well, we'll just stick with Matt for the moment. Okay. Look, the Matt is working out nicely. We're seeing, when Kled is left alone up against Twitch, Kled can chase down Twitch. Can bully him pretty hard because Twitch is not particularly mobile, and Kled eats that for breakfast. As Takiwaki will look for an engage, won't find much with that one, and will walk away. Took half CPROM's health and left, but Takiwaki, speaking of, doing a good job in top lane Vanishing Potatoes here. Are they going to kill CPROM? They are. I'm not allowed to finish point at all. CPROM forced to flash away as Vanishing Potato takes one terror shot and will head back to farm up in top lane again.
Rakali.
Rakali. That's
Rakali?
very.
Alright, enough with the names, I'm sorry. Yeah. I get a little bit zoned off from time to time. Good responses all around from Apex. Again, they are controlling the map as well as they can, especially with Vanishing Potato just walking towards whatever lane he pleases. Basically gets everything, they basically get something every single time he walks over, and if he can keep seeing that, if he can keep snowballing this map, that'd be fantastic. Like you were saying, he doesn't want to stay in the lane where this Kled is, because this Kled just runs him over if he ever hits that bear trap in a row. If that skill shot lands, it could very well mean death every single time for Vanishing Potato, but for now, he's playing well around it, he's trying to get away from this lane, he's trying to get his other lanes ahead, and it's working out very, very well for him. You see it at the 4-0 scoreline for this Akali, who's completely vibing all around in this game. I do want to see this Zac do a little bit more though. He's now level 8. This is Elastic Slingshot, now a range long enough, so it's very easy to try and gank any lane.
A lot of mobility in this mid lane though. Akali not going to be easy to pin down. Once you see that shadow coming, you just dash away. And so, especially with being spotted on a ward there, I'm not going to get anything done. We'll now look for a Rift Scuttler on top side with Kled pushed all the way up to tower. And I think, we're spending a lot of time talking about this Twitch because it is kind of the interesting pick in this game. It's a little bit weird and wild. And Vanishing Potato has done a great job of really only roaming when the wave is pushed out. He shows up the lane as AP Twitch, he is insane wave clear, gets the wave pushed, and then leaves again. And I think testament to that fact is, Kled only now has managed to get plates for the first time, despite the fact Twitch has been in almost every other lane as much as his own.
Yeah, he just Nash's Tooth now as well, which basically exceeds his damage like a lot.
Oh, this is dangerous though, Vanishing Potato. Do not face check bushes when Kled can be nearby. This is the damage coming out of the Kled at the moment. Even the Strat Gold is not enough. Kled providing 60% healing reduction if he lands his second part of his bear trap on a rope. And so Twitch will just die again to that one. With the Rift Herald taken down as well, Zac showing up in the top lane. Prizm hasn't had a lot of success ganking this game, but dropping Rift Herald up there should mean first tower going over to this Kled. And if you're TUDB right now, you've got to be scared of this Kled starting to take over the game. Kled will manage to rebound, he just dies. Takiwaki just pops him. Gore Drinker enough. Prizm is not going to take down, will manage to keep the passive intact for the moment. Meanwhile, in the bot lane, Mezzi will engage again. How many times have we seen this man going in onto two people on this Alistar this series? This time around won't lead to any kills. The flank is forced to flash away from Varus's ultimate. A good turnaround from the TUD bot lane on an aggressive play from Mezzi.
Yeah, I actually expected a little bit more from that from either side. Nice flash from Blanco. The blade roll as well, making so that he doesn't take too much damage. But I need to shut up again.
Oh yeah, it's going in again this time. CPROM, I said in game 1, it chips in the night. CPROM is past Disco Dano. Disco Dano though has more dashes available than the Sylas does, and so we'll catch up. We'll take down that kill. Akali has 5 kills. Can Akali with no ultimate face off against this Kled though? Kled's so strong at this point of the game. It's not a fair 1v1. It's never a fair 1v1. Disco Dano has Takiwaki, has the Rat. Prizm will jump forward, won't land on anyone. That was just to let everyone know that he was there. Dissuade the follow-up as the lane will be pushed in by TUDB, who come at the top on a fight that didn't have any kills. It did have 1 kill. CPROM did die, of course.
Yeah, it gives them a lot of Drake pressure that bot side jungle completely controlled by them. The river is fully warded by them as well, so that makes it so they get a dragon. Ocean dragon, not bad at all. There's no corrupted chains.
Yeah, won't get caught out. I was a little bit worried for Mezzi's sake that he would turn around, go for the combo on someone, and get caught out for it. We've seen how much he likes to pull the trigger.
Not always to great success, but hey man, every shot you don't take, you're not.
Hey, you know, it's pretty successful. Is Vanishing Potato showing up right as Mezzi pulls the trigger and goes in? I think we cursed him that time around. Mezzi will die for trying to go in on that one. Alistar ult means that he will survive for quite a while longer, but dies at the end of the day in a 4-man gank on bot lane while there's nothing really available anywhere else on the map. Is being how TUD have been playing out this game, just constant roams, constant pressure, and more people than you expect showing up.
Wait, what?
It's fine. You get protection for half a second. It's fine. Oh, that's a flash force. Celestion knowing the flank doesn't have the flash force out earlier, but Samira so good at surviving these. If he can get the ultimate off, just about does. The healing is there, and Blank is just 1v2ing the bot lane. It's heartbreaking. Samira is so strong. No healing reduction available. Varus has healing reduction, and still, with the reduced healing on this patch, Samira just able to 1v2. That's why this champion gets banned, Dutch Source.
I mean, that was just item difference in a nutshell. You do have to. You started Mana Munich. You cannot expect to go against the shield bow ADC without any CC besides that silence. When the shield bow has been completed, the boots have been completed. That was just straight up greedy. You flash in, you have no escape. You are in the short range that Samira has. You're gonna be damaged. You're gonna die. In my opinion, like everything that they could have done wrong there went wrong. Yeah, it is still Samira. Yeah, she used a lot. But it was also shield bow.
Oh, that's so Discantano. That's Lee Syndrome if I've ever seen it. Wrong champion, but at least they're both energies. There wasn't much reason to follow that E under a tower in the first place. Cprom potentially was just going to turn that one around. Be interesting to see. I bet Discantano calls that as a misclick after game. Now Cprom engaging onto Twitch as the Twitch ultimate, but that's not going to do much for him in this fight. Forced to flash away with Takiwaki arriving. As now Cprom will just push out this way and has Prism in his back pocket. If a fight starts, looking for Vanishing Potato, and if he can land a Q, lands the smite, slows Vanishing Potato down. This Twitch, Dutch, I'm worried that we're starting to see it fall off, as it's now just looking like it's kind of just prey for people in the backline. Takiwaki engages onto 3, absolutely fearless. Cprom looks like he might go down. The Ignite doing work as Takiwaki is still going. Will chase down Mezzi, has the ult available, but there's so much damage on this Wukong that if he can wait it out, wait for a little bit longer, will not be in range to re-engage onto the Alistar specifically, and so will be forced to back away. As this kind of just seems to be the game right now of people with absurd healing going 1v2, 1v3.
That's the meta, isn't it? It's like
Yeah.
It's kind of ridiculous. So,
Celestion. Yeah, we don't get a break here as Celestion is getting chased under tower. See how greedy Brank is. Not greedy enough to go for that one. Under tower was probably getting pretty close to having all of those style stacks. Potentially could have tried to dive, as now Takiwaki and Soraka have arrived here. So there will be no follow-up. And Dutch, we have a bit of a lull. Quick, whatever points you have to make, get them out now.
Eclipse top lane on Threat. There's no tank build, so he's got to spike a little bit earlier. Looking at the mid lane, it also works very, very well against that Twitch. Of course, if you get on him, he's gonna be dead. Second off, I want to quickly respond to you saying this Twitch is kind of falling off. Twitch doesn't fall off. He will just get stronger if he gets the items. The one issue is that he's not really sticking to a lane. As another fight against support.
Oh, yeah, Discantano, there isn't an Alistar ultimate available, so Mezzi is just going to be easy prey if Discantano keeps chasing this one. As well played by Mezzi to delay that a little bit, and Cprom has a chance to turn this one, but there's just too much damage from Discantano. This is what I meant, and I want to clarify. I don't think Twitch is going to fall off in damage. I think the problem is that the engage on the other team is just continuing to scale up. And they're just going to find it easier and easier to get onto this Twitch and blow him up. So Vanishing Potato, hey, these are the plays he needs to keep making if he wants to keep being relevant. And Cprom will just dash away easily. I'm just worried that this Twitch is, as soon as he reveals himself, going to get blown up.
True. We were talking about a little bit in draft, of course. There's no CC, not a lot of peel to keep like the engage off from TUD Dublin's, TUD Apes. So yeah, like nothing is realistically gonna stop them. And I'm kind of curious how that is going to work out later we get into this game, because it's only a 1k gold lead. Excuse me, it's 200 gold.
It's 200 gold. Vanishing Potato will go in on the Samira, and Blank forced to back away from this one. A lot of damage coming out of Vanishing Potato very quickly. There's a lot of members congregating around this bot side. We have a Cloud Drake spawning in 20 seconds. Both of these teams looking to maybe get a little bit towards that Cloud Soul. Of course, not the most impactful. Cloud is sitting topside at the moment. Has AP, is threatening that tower. If TUDB want to do something, they're going to need to do it relatively quickly and make that decision. It looks a lot like TUD Apes A will now just be backing off. They're fine. It's one Cloud Drake. You traded for top tower. More gold onto this Cloud, who is becoming a legitimate 1v9 threat almost.
Yeah, he will be. His scoreline doesn't look too nice, but the CS he's keeping up well. I was gonna actually mention it before our next, 5-second talk time with Dutch. Somebody needs to respond to the Cloud, and the only one that can respond to it right now is going to be that Akali. And Akali is also your Fed member who you want close to your fight, so it's a very hard decision to make, right? What are you gonna do?
Oh, see, Bren, you cannot push waves forward when there's two members nearby. It's just the double invisibility. Twitch runs up on you, Wukong appears out of a bush somewhere, and before you know it, you've just lost your entire health bar to these two.
Basically, that is exactly what you want to do, right? If you're gonna send that Akali up, make sure that your other duo. We haven't even talked about that Wukong.
Oh, the fight starts in the top lane. Moon, Dano, who's gonna win? They both have jungle support coming in. There's an ultimate on Zac, there's no ultimate on Wukong. Eyes on that in this fight. Moo has been dropped off of his Carl, and Prism won't even try to join that one. Takiwaka was still a while away. I mean, there was maybe a chance if Prism had just gone for that engage, but they're playing scared now. They're playing back, and they're letting this Akali, Wukong, and Twitch kind of do whatever they want with their laners.
So, I was kind of curious, like, what is going on that they keep winning these fights, but they just don't, they don't seem to get ahead in gold. Well, we can look at the bot lane CS, first of all, that's 40 CS difference for Blank. And of course, the turrets just flat out being pushed. That's a lot of gold going into the pocket of these skelets. We see that in the gold stats as well, where he's almost 1,000 gold ahead of this Twitch, who has a little bit more kill participation, like being part of 4 kills or more, but he's still behind in gold because he's behind in CS, because he's behind in those turrets. And that means that this game is gonna stay close. It's gonna keep being close, and at some point, the Samira is gonna have those 3 items where she's gonna be able to team fight, and she's gonna be able to do a lot more damage. She's gonna be able to stop the damage that they do with a single blade whirl. So I'm kind of curious, like, what do you do at that point? Try and heal through it? It's gonna be hard.
Yeah, especially, Samira, I believe applies on hit with her ultimate, of course, right? And so Samira will just be able to AoE apply Grievous Wounds if she picks up Grievous Wounds item. It's a little scary, right? The one thing I will say is that there's actually only one source of Grievous Wounds on the TUDA side at the moment, and it's on Zac, and it relies on people auto-attacking him or him CCing people. In fact, I don't even know if you get the CC passive.
Nope, you don't.
Yeah, so you need to get the entire Thornmail before he can do that. Once he has that, he will be able to apply 60% Grievous Wounds to champions just by immobilizing them, which is, Zac's entire job anyway. So that will be useful for TUDA, will allow them to team fight up against the Soraka a bit more effectively. But, still going to be a little while. Cloud comes in the mid lane. He's behind Akali, but will not find anything else as Akali just runs around the Cloud ult, and nothing more will come of that for the moment. Takiwaki is sitting off to the side. They have no Twitch here. Twitch is in the bottom lane at the moment. TUDA look like they're the team that don't want this. They're going to use the opportunity to get Baron Vision, I should say. Discount will try and steal this Scuttler away. Will not manage to find it as a fight is starting to break out. Discount flashes into the backline. Is straight on top of Blank, but won't find the damage just yet. Blank is healing so much. Immortal Shield, but keeping this AD carry alive. The ultimate does enough to keep him up as well, and that was so greedy from Discount diving into 4 people. Feeling strong enough with those 7 kills. They will trade 1 back onto Prism. They will trade 2 back. Mezzi goes down to Takiwaki as well. And so even though it looked good from the start for TUD Apes, with Discount going very aggressive, at the end of the day, the gold and just the threat from these members diving in all together is enough to carry TUDB to 2-1 kills. They'll get another tower off it, and they're just winning out on these fights, Dutch.
Just calm down a little. Take your time. Like, you don't have your Twitch, which, set up all of these plays beforehand. Wait for him to join.
So greedy, Dutch. They're going for this tower. Can they go for this? Samira has ult, because Samira always has ult. Cled could potentially look for an engage here. And that tower lives on about 5 HP, and they'll lose a tower in the bot lane to
Teleport?
minions. That's teleport. Silas is looking for the flank here. Kali not back with the team just yet. Move flashes forward. Vanishing Potato will not go down. A good flash will get him out of range of the follow-up bear trap on a rope. Celestion now under pressure from Silas. Virus ult stolen and used to get that kill. The root lands as well onto the Soraka. Soraka under pressure. Good flash will get her away from the Silas moment, but nice follow from Seafrom, who is now coming into this game, coming alive. Flank will be followed by Discount Dano. The damage this time is there. Discount Dano one-shots the carry as now Discount Dano is going all the way in, getting so many kills, will run into his match in the form of 3 tanks though, and Akali without ultimate is not able to get all of them. There are pings onto Baron from TUDA, who out of nowhere have won a fight over a bit of an overstay from TUDB. They will not go towards this Baron, realizing that with a support, tank, jungler, and top lane, they won't be able to get it. They will settle for a mid lane tower, and out of absolutely nowhere in this game, gold has been close the entire way through. TUDB have been in control. TUDA now has gold. Vanishing Potato, don't die to me. Come on.
A huge 100 gold lead goes over to the side of TUD Apes. Yeah, well played by them. Super greedy. You were saying before it even happened, right? You can't push that. You cannot push that. We saw the Silas backing. You know that he has teleport. The wards were littered all throughout the jungle. I was expecting it before it even started that he's just gonna compete one of these wards and start out a fight. And his ultimate still available. Varus cannot escape that, and Akali was kind of in between, like, where do I go? What do I do? Wukong didn't have ultimate. Like, even before this fight, I said, chill out. You don't have to force these things.
Yeah, Seafrom does go back in onto Vanishing Potato, and there's enough damage with follow-ups on Celestion to take that one off. But you can see Vanishing Potato now under threat when he does try to engage on someone solo. Seafrom nearly able to turn that one around. This Silas, who was so far out of the game, picked up a lot of gold in that last fight.
Yeah, I think, like, it's 2 ults, so, like, right now, those are probably one of the more impactful ults that they have. Just Kodana needs to be careful.
Kodana does need to be careful, but this is a 9-kill Akali, so maybe it is the other team who needs to be careful, as the move will clear out a ward in mid lane and get a little bit isolated doing so. Talkie-Walkie will force out the ultimate, and that is a big engage tool loss for TUDA. This Kled will not be as efficient getting into the back of the match. I don't know if you can take this one, Potato. Kled's just going to turn around. Zach follows in as well, and this is Vanishing Potato now looking to force opportunities where maybe none exist.
You already had it. Like, you did what you have to do. You got the ult. Why are you there? Like, what's the point? Like, you know everyone is in the topside jungle. He's backing towards topside. Wonder why he's standing there. Not so sure. Try and kill. It makes no sense, man. It's actually really frustrating. Like, they're setting this up, playing it more slowly, and then Vanishing Potato just decides to gonna try to see if I can one-shot.
Are you seeing the same spectator bug as I am with the Alistar hovering above the ground? Because this Alistar is hovering above the ground for me. As if nobody else is seeing it, I just sound like a crazy person right now. But I'm
crazy.
It's fine. As look, there's some Baron vision going down. We'll bring it back on track. This game has been insane so far, Dutch. This Twitch, you know, put in a lot of work early game, but now it is Vanishing Potato. Still strong, but potentially trying to overforce things a couple of times now, and it's backfired really for the first time just there, and that delayed a lot of the momentum his team had that they could have spent that time setting up for Baron. Instead, with a member dead, they kind of have to back off a little bit.
Yeah, well, yeah, that's exactly right. They don't have their Twitch. They don't have any pressure that sometime 2 people can just show up because of invisibility. So they play it a little bit slower. There's a lot of vision actually done for them, so they're not too fussed about what's going on with Baron. They know exactly what is going on. This Twitch just needs to play around his team, and he shouldn't expect his team to play around him, especially not with the damage he's doing right now. It just isn't enough. So stick with your team, team fight with them. I know you're AP Twitch. If you get those AoE
Potato wants to clear this wave. There's a Kled nearby. The move's just going to engage. Misses the bear trap on a rope, but won't matter as he just ults in. And the Soraka ult just not enough against this Kled to do anything. Soraka will walk down, but she can't 1v1 the Kled, even if he is not with his lovely partner Scarl. There's room now for an engage for the rest of the team potentially though, with Kled not there. But there's a lot of members of TUDA still here. Takiwaki will go in onto Blank. How much damage does this Wukong have? And the answer is so much. One shots this Samira. You love to see it as a discount. Dano now one shots Messi for good measure. Kled has arrived, but is still dismounted. This is so dangerous. The Moot TP'd in before he got the remount. He will die before even getting it off. And so this is disaster for TUDA, who've lost 3 members in the blink of an eye. 4th one goes down. 5th one is in passive and will die. After getting back out of passive, this should be Baron for TUDB. No, they're going to run it straight down mid lane. Dutch, do they have time to finish this?
40 seconds on this silence. They potentially could. This is going to be an inhibitor either way. So they're going to get that, potentially go Baron afterwards. Maybe when those super minions push in. So I like the call. I think it's a very good call. Oh, wait, they're gonna
oh, how greedy are they feeling? They're going to go for the finish. There's 26 seconds left on a lot of members. The bot lane will be up first. Blank, we've seen him go 1v2 already once this game. Can he go 2v4 with Messi in support? There's an Alistar ultimate available. They have a lot of tankiness. That's a good bit of CC onto Disco Dano. They might get this second tower at least. There's an Akali all the way in onto Samira. Samira will live for the moment. Samira does live through the Akali damage. They're attacking the Nexus. There's 3 members still alive. Takiwaki's going. Members are coming up. They're going to have enough damage. They're going to finish off the Nexus. And TUDB, with seconds left on the respawns, take game 2 with some unconventional picks and some unconventional play.
Okay, Apex, I see you. I see you. What a game. I mean, ups and downs all around, but instant composition, well put off in the end, and dare I say, well-deserved victory.
Yeah, I'm kind of just still reeling from the fact that that game just kind of ended. You know, we were talking a lot about how Twitch was having problems in the sideline with Kled. We saw that continue to happen, and then Kled went a little bit too deep, got dismounted, a fight broke out in the mid lane, and it was the Moo teleporting in, not mounted, not able to get anything done while members were dying around him. And just a great team fight in the middle, playing around their strengths, TUDB, and taking a game 2 win kind of out of nowhere. No one understood, or no one really, I think, expected even TUDB to pick up a single game this evening.
I don't think they did, but they did it off in a ridiculous fashion. And but to be honest, I expected Twitch just to be bent, and I hoped there's something else. You know, I hope they have something else to surprise us with to make sure that we keep just the same amount of excitement for that last game in the semifinals. We will be going on to a quick break. We'll be back as soon as we get into Big Ben.
Welcome back to a game 3 that I didn't think we'd see. I said at the start of game 2 we were heading into the circus, and Dutch, I was not expecting it to be Cirque du Soleil.
Oh, shame on you! Oh no!
We saw some quality out of the TUD Apes Apex in that game 2, and they brought us to a game 3, and I, for one, am excited to see if they have any more cheese. The Twitch, I think, kind of an expected ban. Zed also banned away. Talkie-Walkie's Kindred gets taken away as well. Do TUD Apes Apex have anything else up their sleeves? Will we see the Wukong run back?
Well, according to Twitch chat, we saw 200 people thinking that they could run it back.
I have a little confession to make on that one, which is that you are allowed to use channel points to vote for that. And TUD Apes Apex AD Carry did spend 2,300 channel points voting for himself to make the comeback. So at least spirits are high for TUDB right now. They're feeling it. And they are we might see the Wukong run back here for Talkie-Walkie. I mean, he had a monster performance on that in the last game.
Yeah, well, I don't know exact score, but at some point in the game it was 5-0-7, which is absolutely ridiculous. Especially because, yeah, he can gank, but he isn't that strong until level 6. But he pulled it off beforehand even. I like the Graves pickup as well. It provides them a lot of team fight, provides them a bit of dueling, keeps their options open. I'm actually really curious what they're going to pair it up with. Because basically what happened last game is that Twitch happened, right? That Twitch just throw a wrench into the works. And we need that surprise factor again, or else I don't feel like it is going to be Apex's game. I think the Apes should be able to take it after that.
And I think the other thing to look at here is Zed and Akali both off the board, both strong champions, both strong assassins for Discount Dano, who will not be able to pick up either of them. And we saw his Echo in game 1 was definitely not as whelming. I'm not going to say over or underwhelming, but it definitely wasn't as exciting as the Akali was in game 2, even if that Akali did get an early first blood to snowball.
So, interestingly enough, we do get the Kai'Sa. It's a standard link Kai'Sa Nautilus with the CC that makes the passive stack up very quickly. But there's also still a lot of assassins left, right? Especially if you're looking at Kai'Sa, there's a lot of options you can take. Talon, for one, is still open. Kiana, if you want to go that, is still open. I'm actually kind of curious why we haven't seen a Victor yet, who is super strong at the moment. Samira, also still open, and a very good pickup.
Yeah, we saw. I mean, Blank nearly managed to turn that game around, even at the very end, went down swinging. And Samira just so strong on this current patch. I mean, yeah, that you could see it, Dutch. I said to you before the series, it was like, yeah, I mean, they've nerfed her healing by a third, but she's still going to heal to full, so does it really matter? And that was basically what Blank was doing anyway in those fights.
Yeah, but like I said, you did need the shield bow, and he was very much ahead in items. And I'm not really sure if Celestion is going to be able to pull that off. Blank, known to be one of the better ADCs in this tournament and in Ireland. So he makes it work, whatever he gets his hands on. I'm actually kind of curious how his Kai'Sa is going to look like. I haven't seen it from it too often, but it is super strong at the moment. She also got taken away as well. Kind of interesting choice. Gragas is going to be the lock-in. That's going to be a top lane Gragas. Finishing Potato likes that champion a lot.
Yeah, top lane Greg is not something we see a huge amount of for a few seasons now, but still a strong champ. Does he play at AP or does he play at tank? I'm assuming AP. Tank Gragas isn't really a thing at the moment.
I think it's AP. He got a little bit of a buff as well with his health regen, so I believe it's a specific question mark. It was either specific or his W that gives him a little bit of health extra now.
His passive heals him every 8 seconds when he uses an ability.
Okay, so it is a specific. It's from 6 to 8%, so it's not like a negligible buff. It's pretty big. The Volibear top lane into the Gragas. I'm not entirely sure how that works out, and then of course Orianna is a very standard mid lane control mage, and it basically just shoehorns yourself into a team fighting called Poké.
Okay. Gragas, Yasuo, and then a Wukong thrown in for good measure with the knockups. Brand available as well for more bursts in the team fight. And hey, just in case there's anyone left over, Samira to mop it all up. This is a team fighting comp from the TED Apes Apex. Not as much surprise, not as much, map shenanigans available to them, but definitely some insane burst available in the team fight if they manage to get it all off.
For sure. Like the amount of setup that they have between them is ridiculous. If they can get it through, if they can get those 5v5s, I think they're gonna be super fine. They need to play around this Orianna ball. That ball can basically stop whatever they're doing, because realistically what Apex wants to do is they want to group up and they want to fight, right? If Orianna is going to be the first person to get their ultimate off, it's going to be very hard to win afterwards. You're going to be bursted down. It's going to be Kai'Sa Nautilus with the AoE afterwards, and then you lose. If they're going to be the one initiating a fight, I think they have a very, very good chance of winning it if those crucial skills land. And it's a little bit more difficult, I'd say, than, say, that Orianna ultimate that can hit somewhere like in the middle of a team fight or at the beginning of a team fight. But yeah, it's going to be very interesting to see how this one gets pulled off. There's a lot of options available for both teams. We could even see the Volibear go towards the side lane and just split push the hell out of this Gragas. Versatile drafts, super fun team fights to look forward to. I'm excited.
I'm excited as well. And I want to look as well at Talkie-Walkie. We'll see. Went Ignite instead of Flash in last game. Was that just part of the stinky cheese strategy? Or is that Talkie-Walkie just saying, no, I don't need Flash on this champion. I'm just going to, run at you invisible anyway, and I don't need a Flash to get in or out.
Oh, no.
Oh, no.
We haven't even talked about the flex opportunity, because I was so sure it's going to be the
Oh, no, you're right. But, you're absolutely right. We were baited by the fact it was Talkie-Walkie. And yeah, no, we're saying this week can see, obviously, the players actually locking in their champions in game. And we were worried for a second there was going to be Vanishing Potato locking in the Wukong, but it was Vanishing Potato locking in the Gragas. It will be Talkie-Walkie on that monkey. I mean, the Apes playing the Ape worked out for them pretty well last game, and I appreciate running it back.
For sure. And, even though we might be able to see the champion picks, what we can't see yet is the gameplay. We're going to have to wait about 3 minutes before we get into that one. And boy, oh boy, do you not want to miss this one. We'll see in about 3 minutes.
Welcome back, everyone, to the game 3 that shouldn't be. TUDB are currently taking it to their, I guess, older brothers on the TUDA squad. And,
Double
you know,
cheese?
yeah, double cheese, both teams going for it. TUDA are sneaking out through the top side. TUDB coming in through the bottom side of this jungle. They're both going to be in this top side jungle. They're going to collide in front of Blue Buff. It looks like TUDB will be in the bush when it happens. No, TUDA are going all the way into the red side jungle. They don't know that the
This
invade
is
is happening.
so awkward.
Are they going to come across each other? If it happens, it'll probably happen near the river. I think TUDB are going to go in through this tri-bush. I don't think they're going to find each other at all. It depends now on TUDA's pathing. Samira is recalling, so if they do come across each other, it will be more members for TUDA. They're going to find at least one person. Yo, they've seen them. They've seen them. Mezzy was seen. Discount Dano will flash the hook. And it was a golden opportunity for TUDA to get revenge for the level 1 first blood in game 2, but at the end of the day, all that comes of it is a blown flash on Discount Dano.
Did he flash through though?
He did. He flashed. That's all I can say.
Alright, fair. No, I think it's a good response. Natural. Bit of an unfortunate starting from the side of TUD Apex, but hey,
A bit unfortunate from TUD, just in general.
Yeah, exactly. True. Actually, yep. Unfortunate start from TUD. I don't think anyone is too fussed about it. Like, he can lose that flash on Yasuo. Just play it a little bit safer. I know that is a paradox, but whatever.
Yasuo don't play safe.
Exactly. Yeah, that could have gone way worse, honestly, for either side. But it didn't matter in the end.
Didn't, and the hook will land now. Mezzy doesn't miss that one. Celestion is now dropped to half health. Will of the pot ticking, so should get back to healthy before too much more happens in this lane. As the brand, I mean, your range on this brand support is, I think, a lot of the time shorter than people realize. You know, you need to walk quite far up to get these, and so this brand is going to be under a lot of pressure from the Nautilus, just landing hooks on him.
Yeah, for sure. The one thing we should look at is that blade roll that can stop any time a hook comes through. Of course, there is that mini wind wall. There's actually 2 wind walls in this game. Celestions and Disco Danos. One is an actual wind wall, and the other one is broken.
Wind donut.
Wind
tunnel. Look, we'll get there. Okay, we'll call them multiple things just to make sure everyone's deeply confused about what abilities we're talking about. That sounds like a good idea.
Honestly, everyone that is inside that circle should be knocked out.
I'm so glad you're not on the right bounce team. As you know, nothing really happening now in this early game. Both junglers are just farming. It is Prism who will pay the first visit to a lane down in the bot side, but unless Mezzy lands a really good hook, there's not going to be much doing. So he'll back off, just getting pressure in this bot lane, getting this Rift Scuttler in the top lane. Talkie-Walkie will look for the top side one, and I think after these Scuttlers, we might see junglers start to look for ganks.
Yeah, it's actually kind of interesting in the position that we're in, because both of these teams don't really want to fall behind. Like, if they're going even, they're completely fine, because they both want a team fight.
Oh, this is a gank, and move force to flash out. Just the threat of the barrel and body slam, enough to force that one.
Yeah, so like I was saying, Moon Slash is now down. That could mean a repeat gank from Talkie-Walkie if everyone wants to go for that. But yeah, neither of these teams particularly looking to make any plays, especially not ones that are risky. Both are fine, just chilling it out, waiting for their item spikes, wait for 2 to 3 items, and then just team fight the other team. The one thing I would like to say that if one lane gets ahead, and by that extension the team gets ahead, it's a lot more difficult for the other team to get back into this game, right? Because you can play around that part, you can team fight around that part.
Oh, flash forward, and that's just the win walk. Oh, that's brutal. Celestion with great reaction time on that one, it has to be said. And that's a blown flash for Mezzy, who won't have that for an escape either if Talkie-Walkie does look on this bottom side of the map at any point.
That is absolutely fantastic. That's exactly what you picked that Samira for. And Nautilus into it is actually not that strong until level 6, so after level 6 we can see maybe some engages. On top of that Samira, you can wind wall that depth charge. So that's always an option, but for now they're basically in a spot where that blade roll only is going to be used for that hook, and an engage should never ever happen.
Oh, Graves with the repeat gank. Celestion is under pressure. The blade whirl one more time, and that is Oh, one of the worst case of blue balls I've ever seen in a bot lane.
That was a blind one, by the way. He got smoked off. He didn't see that hook coming.
Yeah, I mean, you just know. Takiwaki with the invisible gank. We saw the mood died to these a lot in game one, but this time there's no synergy with the Twitch. That's just, it goes in, and the Ignite once again on Takiwaki will find first blood. So much damage out of this Wukong early on. I was questioning champ select, you know, is he going to go for that Ignite again, or was it just kind of for the cheese with Twitch? And yeah, he's gone for it, and it will help him secure first blood.
Yeah, gets that item for Sword Drinker, that Iron Spike Whip already completed for him. It's gonna help him in his clear as well. And bot lane is vibing. This is exactly what you would like. Graves has all his attention towards that bot lane, but it's just not working out for them. Right now, he could decide to respond with the Drake. Could be healthy enough. They have bot prior, so I think... No, they're gonna back. So they're gonna decide to leave that. He doesn't get any camps besides those wolves either, so not a whole lot being given towards this Grace to play around with. And I think bot lane can be very, very happy with how they have been playing up until this point.
Drake now live. There's a play Drake on the bottom of the map, and with the game slowing down a little bit, unless Graves goes for a gank on this mid lane, I just want to take a moment to just say that whatever happens in this final game, Dutch, TUD have produced just a disgusting amount of talent for this tournament. This is two teams in the semi-finals going head-to-head, taking all the way through game 3. We'll pause for a second. That's a big whiffed barrel. And Banshee Potato, it might not even matter. As the Volibear now looking to turn it around. That's a lot of damage. Takiwaki's only level 4. Needs to be careful on that one. Moo will turn. Is the stun there? As it is perfectly kited out. The bear didn't know which way to turn. And the monkey and the fat man take him down.
That was absolutely disgusting by Takiwaki. I don't know how he pulled that off. He went back and forth, and then the Moo didn't know where to go, kind of confused, you know.
Go the mind games, yeah. Do you go for the monkey who's suddenly in a bush and out of a bush, and is he visible? Yep. He's not visible, and yeah, it was really well played. Discount Dano won't follow that one up. And just to go back to what I was saying is, there's obviously these two TUD teams, but you know, TUD had a third team in this tournament, and they split games with TUDB. You know, like they split a series. That's the fact that TUD managed to produce 3 teams of this caliber in this tournament. I think, you know, credit to the guys in that university and how well they're playing.
What a bunch of nerds. We love them for it. Keep giving us these kind of teams, as this blue buff's gonna be stolen by the side of TUD Apes. I'm actually... Oh, Drake already did get secured as well. We kind of missed that, I think. But yeah, Takiwaki is actually punishing this top side very, very well, as the Moo didn't have flash. Immediate response towards it.
A little bit of action in the bot lane. Yeah, it shouldn't happen too much. And of course, that was, you know, the Drake went down, prized them. They went in and got that blue buff as well. And that's just a direct result of Takiwaki punishing that top side of the map. Killing Moo off twice is the price they paid, is giving up Drake and giving blue buff.
It's not the end of the world, especially if they can look towards maybe getting a bot lane gank going. Hex Flash gonna be channeled. Not gonna do too much. Keep in mind, like, that level 6, as soon as that Nautilus hits level 6, lanes are like close to the middle or towards their tower. It is very easy to get on both of these players, right? Samira only has a dash available. This brand can't go anywhere, only has the flash. At that point, you should easily be able to get that going, and Moo again trying for a fight in the top lane, but I don't think, you know, he has the damage yet. See a Sunfire actually being purchased, I believe.
Probably Sunfire. Could be a Frostfire Gauntlet as well for the Volibear here. There's a lot of AD on the other side, and with Volibear going tank, there's not a huge amount of AP threat, as long as that brand doesn't get insanely fed out of nowhere, and not much risk of that happening at the moment. Game has slowed down a little bit here at the 9-minute mark, as these teams are all looking for it. As we say that, though, Takiwaki will go into the mid lane. Well done by CProm. He's done a good job this series, kind of, you know, sniffing out when people are looking towards his lane.
Yeah, playing it safe is exactly what you want to do on the Orianna. You do just want to scale. You have that tier available to yourself. Wait for that to be fully completed. Before that, probably looking towards, I'm guessing, a Ludens in this game. Don't really need to Leandris. Get the movement speed bonus from that as well. Yeah, if this Orianna gets the skill for free, she does a lot of damage, and she has been doing for ages. I don't know why this thinking with that one.
They like not touching Orianna, Dutch Horse, because everyone always talks about, you know, oh, Orianna, she's so well balanced, she's just so well designed, and if Riot actually has to start balancing her, then they're admitting that that might not actually be true. So.
True.
Well, that's a whole argument that we won't get into on this stream. I know there's a lot of people who enjoy that one. As look across the map, we're seeing again. Graves looking bot lane. Mezzi going in. This time starts off with the auto attack. Will follow it up, and that was so well played by Mezzi. That's how you learn from your mistake. That's how you punish a bot lane. And 2 kills go over onto Prizm in the blink of an eye.
Celestian and ZeroGameSmith should know the top thing on their mind should be, well, 2 top things. A, we've been camped. This jungler is not gonna move from bottom, and B, they have level 6. We do not have escape paths. Yeah, they force out a flash. Maybe they didn't expect that.
Oh, Wukong, Yasuo. Wukong's in, will knock up 2 people, but Yasuo not able to get onto the targets he would have wanted. Discount Dano still chasing though. It's a nice hook from Mezzi. Will get the kill back onto Yasuo. Nothing traded back. Takiwaki will take down Mezzi. It's 1-for-1 so far. Prizm has red buff, and so will be taking down Takiwaki. Takiwaki should have the clone available in a little while, so not under a huge amount of threat. And Prizm, they've overstepped his welcome on this one. Will drop down to the Brand, who will get that 1 kill. Blank now under threat. The Q from Brand not quite enough. Won't quite reach far enough to get the 3rd kill. But at the end of the day, that was a 2-for-2 on 2-for-3 on the extended play, as both bot laners for TUDB went down to start it off.
Yeah, I think if Disco Dano waited a little bit longer with his ultimate, that he could have hit.
Oh, Potato, you need to be so careful. Yeah, Bambi Cinder just taking Terror Aggro there, and Potato has to back away. The sustain for this Gragas will be fine. He will heal up in no time.
But yeah, excuse me, Blank didn't get hit by the ultimate, the last breath, so he could just walk away from that one. Had a Killer Instinct not available either, so it's a bit unfortunate. If they could lock him down there, then at that point, you know, it would have been easy pickings, but they decided to go for 2v3 trade, which is better than a 2-0 trade, clearly.
Yeah, yeah.
So I think the response has been very, very well. Again, Apex really kind of being ahead of the curve in most of these plays.
Yeah, they're really forcing the other team, the TUDA squad, to react to what they're doing a lot of the time. The one proactive play that we did see from them just there, where Mezzi, I have to say, great play by Mezzi in that bot lane gank to actually make that work. As, you know, straight to the top lane won't come too much until Takiwaki shows up. He's on his way. The Moon needs to be careful. It's been caught out so many times. Oh, not again, Moo! He's going to be caught out. There is no ultimate. That's a great flash from Moo. We'll get to the other side of the explosive cast and survive.
At the very least, that means that again Moo is flashless. So it could mean that Takiwaki again is gonna look towards that top side. It also means that he has to back. So Takiwaki smartly immediately walks over towards that Bift Herald. That means at the end of the day, and I know it's not gonna sound like a trade, and it probably isn't, but the Dragon and the Herald get traded about. Oh, it did get traded, realistically. Woo!
You managed to do it. Good job, Dutch. You know what you're talking about sometimes. And what this will mean is that, you know, while there is a lot of gold going onto the side of TUDB, while they're starting to pull ahead a little bit. I mean, it's only 200 gold, but this Rift Herald should get them further ahead. The Drakes are starting to stack up for TUDA. That's a win condition for them, especially with Ocean Drake being it. That'll provide a bit more tankiness for them in these big team fights that we're expecting to see later on. So that could be, that's a game-winning situation they could put themselves in. Takiwaki now coming back to top line. They just want to keep bullying the move. It's going to be tough for them to actually get this tower down. Mezzi misses a hook, is now tanking tower. And he's going to die, I think, first in this play. Mezzi will go down. They managed to kill off Blank, the Brand at the same time. Now Celestian's in the middle of 2. Samir ult comes out, but will not do enough damage, will not have enough healing to survive through those 2 strong members. Now tower will be threatened on the bottom side of the map. Rift Herald went down for only a few plates. There's a chance that this tower on the bot side could actually be the first one to fall. Discount Dano, instead of going all the way bot, is waiting for CProm in this bush. Drops the ignite early on. CProm will just run away from this one. Ult goes down. And now Discount Dano is in a rough situation. We'll look for Prizm. Still has the ultimate available, but he might just die before it goes off. A great flash to safety will keep Discount Dano alive after the last breath. Not enough to finish up that kill.
It was so unfortunate that Shield Bow wasn't completed yet. It could have turned that game around. We saw it last game, but Shield Bow is just what you need to keep life stealing through all that damage. However, wasn't available yet, only had that Vampiric Scepter. It's a 1-for-2 trade. Again, not the worst thing in the world, but you do really want that to go a little bit better, especially the way that TUDH played it. It was really, really messy. Mezzi just goes too far forward, immediately gets punished. I don't even think he got his ult off. Oh, he did get his ult off. So at least that went well for him.
And I think at this point, you know, even after all of the early game proactivity we've seen from TUD Apex, you know, the fact that they were looking to make plays on top side, they clearly were saying, okay, bot side is Graves' zone. They're now behind in gold. Just a couple of mistakes, not really respecting Graves on bot side, and good damage from Prizm. has meant that the gold lead has fallen now to TUDA. And with all of that, because the focus was bot side for TUDA, they picked up those 2 Drakes. They're now feeling really comfortable, I think, just scaling towards that late game of, 4 Drakes, get that soul, and force TUDB to do something they'd rather not.
Yeah, like, again, like neither of these teams are very far behind, and both of these teams want to scale into the late game and team fight. So for now, it is very much even. There's a little bit, with those Drakes, headroom for TUD Apes. However, it could also mean, and I know, kind of playing devil's advocate there, but it could also mean that there's going to be 4 Ocean Drakes on the side of TUD Apex. So that is also a possibility, and I think soon they can definitely fight over those breaks if they so desire, especially with the teleport up and available.
Oh, but this dive in the bot lane that they know that the Samira W is down, and Prism is here, will miss the ultimate. Mezzi might just like Terror here, will die. No, he won't. Will manage to survive thanks to a heal from his AD carry. Vanishing Potatoes teleported in though, and will be able to take out Blank. Oh, great ultimate from Blank. Keeps them out of the way of Vanishing Potato, and Mezzi gets the kill. That was a beautiful outplay from the TUDA bot lane. This play isn't over yet. Vanishing, or Takiwaki now on the hunt, chasing people down, will not manage to get in range, and that was just perfectly played by the TUDA bot lane.
Yeah, it was that TP, I'd say, was a little bit late to the party. I think as soon as that dive starts, you immediately press that button and go towards the bot lane, and I think at that point then either they're stuck diving and then getting killed by you, or they have to peel away and nobody is going to die. So nobody did die besides him, I think, so... Well,
nobody did die.
Okay.
Looks like this should be first tower to the TUDB team, not Volibear 1v3 in the turret taking race, but Volibear will probably still get this top tower on this wave. So a lot of gold going over to the Volibear. The move got bullied early by Wukong, but he's right back in this now after a bit of a failed TP play from Vanishing Potato.
Yeah, it was a bit unfortunate. I do like the idea. Again, I think he just was a little bit too far forward, so no real follow-up could happen there. Especially with the rest of his team coming there. Could have been real good, they were just a little bit too far away as seen Mezzi.
That's so cheeky. Walk up and hammer bop onto the head. That could have implications. Samira now won't get to recall, and the tower will go down anyway. Samira now gonna struggle to get back before this Drake. Ocean Drake spawning in 15 seconds. Mezzi, I mean, it was funny, it was comical, but I mean, that was important. He's flashing into 2 people though. Mezzi, that was not the play. That was not the play. He's now 1v1 with Takiwaki. Celestion still there. Blank and Mezzi are now getting chased down. And what looked really good for TUDA has turned into disaster in the blink of an eye. Mezzi, it will go down. Takiwaki will fall to Blank. The Blank gets one back, and it's not enough time for Prism to arrive. Prism will land the ultimate onto Celestion, but Celestion has enough health to survive that one. Who's here now? There are going to be 4 members here for TUDB. Move flashes in on Celestion. Celestion dead. Not 4 members. That's going to be 3v3 on this play. Bot laner and jungler dead for TUDB though. Means that TUDA are going to be comfortable starting up this Drake. At 18 minutes into this game, they've put themselves on soul points. The TUDB have to fight this one. They're going in onto the move. They can kill him off. There won't be a smite available, or there will be because he's not the jungler. The move will just wait a second. That was stolen. Dutch, I didn't even notice it was stolen. 0 ganks mid. That was just the burn.
That is so big, and then people will say like that reaction is overstated. It puts the timer so far behind. It doesn't put them on the pressure. It is so good for them that they got that dragon. Oh, however, and you pulled it.
Oh, Mezzi loves a good hex flash in on someone, and this time it looks like it's going to work out. Vanishing Potato taking a lot of damage here. Will pop the stopwatch. I'm not entirely sure. Oh, he's his team arriving, so he's just trying to buy a little bit of time. Takiwaki will be here. No ultimate available, though. And he's got enough time to survive. No, not like this. Celestion will go down for his top laner's sins as Vanishing Potato uses him as a human shield to get out of that one.
If we all know alchemy, something needs to be traded of equal value, and apparently it is Celestion at the moment. Bit of an unfortunate... He saved them, and then he couldn't save himself.
Ah, Dutch, you might be the first bot lane player I've ever seen say the top laners have equal value to 80 carries.
Hey man, I know what my top laner can do. If he isn't there, I'm gonna die, so...
Takiwaki going for it again on this one. Another hook lands from Mezzi. Ultimate is there for Takiwaki, but he takes so much damage in Blank. I mean, at this point, that's a 4-1-5 Kai'Sa. Just enough damage to finish off Takiwaki. You got a little bit greedy looking for those minions and trying to save the tower.
Yeah, I'm not really sure what's going on here. They stole the dragon. They should have been euphoric, but apparently a bit too euphoric as they are trying to make the plays happen. They've fallen a little bit behind. They need to still work as a team, right? This team only works if there's 5 members available that can do the things you need to do.
This is now Blank going for it. Dara dies immediately. Prism is behind the plane, so is getting so much damage down, but Graves can't follow that one up. As soon as someone steps behind the tower, Graves can no longer hit them.
Good escape from them. Like, I didn't think they would escape, but they managed to get out somehow. Tokiwoki now probably gonna be finding Moo. He's gonna walk towards his red buff.
Okay, so we could have another scrap here around this red buff. Moo will be found out on this one. Who's collapsing first? It looks like TUDB will be first on the play. Moo will be knocked away from the blast cone. Good job. Will he manage to take the blast cone? It looks like he's not able to get on top of it. Will take it over the wall, but he takes Vanishing Potato with him, so Vanishing Potato will pick up the kill in the Baron pit. That is the Moo dead for a 4th time this game. And we'll see. It looks like it'll just be Baron Vision. There's a 21 minutes into the game with only the Moo dead. TUDB not comfortable just trying to force that one down.
He even Vanishing Potato even picked up the red buff on that one. Fun little fact for you, as he now fights Mezzy. Not sure if he wants to fight this. He's all alone. Only 0 ganks mid is close.
Prism here as well, and Prism is very strong at this point. 4 kills on the Grave, has the Eclipse, has another serrated Dirk. This Graves can look to blow people up.
That Eclipse is... I don't like that buy. So... What
Elaborate,
happened,
yeah.
what happened is that they patched Eclipse so that it's only 75% effective. Well, I'm gonna have to wait.
Oh, we've got more fighting. We don't get to actually talk about points. It's this game. Dano's trying to fight everyone in the mid lane at the moment. Tokiwoki's here. Can they get the Astral Ults off? They do. Last Breath comes in onto 2 members at the last second, but he will drop for it anyway. Blank on very low health. Will go down to Celestion, who's diving into the backline. Big shutdown for Samira, who's now on top of the Orianna. Orianna will die as well to Samira. Double kill now. But this be the Penta? It won't be. I mean, I get hype. As soon as I see Samira picking up kills, there's always the chance for a Penta. It was not to be, because the rest of the team pulling their weight, picking up 2 kills on the back of that. I mean, that's just 4 kills out of nowhere for TUDB. They're not done yet. Prism will die as well. Well played by a Vanishing Potato. Has the combos. They'll get at least 1 tower out of this one. They don't have the minion wave to get a second. They're going to walk straight over to Baron. And Dutch, in the blink of an eye, this game has broken wide open for TUDB.
Over aggression from TUD8, man. They walking forward. They don't know where any of them are. That could mean Barrett. This very much should go over to them. The Yandis on the brand, the Samira still, they have the DPS.
They didn't even lose a member.
They did. They lost this guy. No,
doesn't matter.
He went in very far forward, but this Baron could set them up for a victory. This could set them up for an upset. This could mean that the quote-unquote B team is gonna take it.
The B team are looking to book their spot in a grand final. This best of 3, we didn't even expect it to make it to game 3. And Dutch, we are now on the brink. It's only a 2k gold lead, but we're seeing it. The Wombo combo seems to be there for TUDB. Tokiwoki sneaking into the backline on that Wukong. It just has the setup a little bit more at the moment. Drake spawning now, and this could have been the Ocean Soul if Brand hadn't stolen the last one.
But it isn't now, and it all started from that point actually, right? After that, they kind of entered it away, but they won the team fight there. They stole the dragon, they stopped the timer, and now they could very well set up their own timer. They want to do a death push.
Good. And I kind of laughed at you when you were like, there could be 4 Ocean Drakes here for TUDB. I was like, nah, no way we get to that point. But I'm starting to believe this should be their second one. TUDA wants it though. They're going to look for this team fight. These guys came down from Valley Bear. It's just going to go down. They can't find room to engage. Ocean map just putting so many more bushes that TUDA can't walk into now that they know the Wombo combo is there. And I mean, it's not often that we get to talk about maps really playing a big part, but I do think that with the team fight setup, with TUDB denying vision across the map now, Ocean map is playing a big part in them being able to, seize control of this game.
Oh, man, it is beautiful, but let's calm down for a second, right? We are gonna calm down. I'm gonna ruin these plans because we still have Blank, who's 5-2-5, 222 CS. At the moment, he's very, very, very far ahead of the curve right now. Does a lot of damage.
Oh, the move looking for this game. Dano, there's an Orianna here as well. Orianna ball is on the move, so they can look for the shockwave if they want to. This game, Dano is dashing around, but it's just style points. This one will find his down to CP Rom, who could potentially get him. Will not go down. Celestion, why are you there? You've arrived in just to die, and 0 ganks mid now. Throws out an ultimate, could go down as well if they keep pushing onto this one. And out of nowhere, TUDA find a fight that works for them. Oh, Vanishing Potatoes right from the backline out of nowhere. Blank now is going to be under threat. Will not die to that one. Forced to use the ultimate though, and that will dissuade them from actually pushing this any further.
So 2 Barons are gone. Like I was saying, they can still team fight very well. That was the point I was trying to make. The catches are good with the Volibear, so you need to be careful. You cannot be overextended. You definitely cannot be alone. The only reason why TUD Apex is ahead is because they were 5-man stacking and waiting for a team fight to happen. They need to keep that up. But one mistake could throw this game all away. They need to calm down. They have a win condition in those dragons now. They have a win condition in team fighting now. But they need to stick to those. Don't be all alone in mid lane when there's nothing to get. Don't be all alone in a side lane when there's no pressure in other lanes. Stick to the fundamentals, right? I know this is ice, but even in ice, the fundamentals are very important.
Fundamentals are key, and when there's only a 700 gold difference 25 minutes into the game, in a deciding game where one of these teams will head to the grand finals and the other one won't be able to finish in the top two, I mean, that's the time to, as you say, take a deep breath, remember the basics, and just don't get them wrong. Don't walk into the jungle alone. You don't want to be the person that costs your team that chance at first place right now. Is right. Talkie-Walkie might be doing it. He's walked face first into a bush and just dies. Didn't need to be there. Baron isn't up for another 2.5 minutes. You do not need to be walking in to face check that bush. And Mezzi has landed some great hooks. That was probably the easiest one he's had all game.
That was the easiest one all game. And yeah, there's no point in being there. Yeah, vision control, but get your team with you. This is the second time now that they get caught out with the tail between their legs.
Oh, Hex Flash from Mezzi. He's going to look over the wall. He's in on Zero Gang's mid. And this is going to be the tear dive. Celestion already so low. Celestion's probably just going to die this one. Shockwave only lands on one, but it's enough as Disco Dano now is going to drop as well. No, will not, but Zero Gang's mid did drop in the backline. Blank can't follow all the way up, and TUDA have found a run of form in these last few fights. They're finding their picks. See, CProm, I've completely forgotten how to say his name. The hype of this lives on a sliver of health in the backline anyway, and with Baron now in 1:45, the TUDA squad can start to look to set up vision. They are in control of this map totally, and this game is on a knife's edge, but it is leaning TUDA right now.
Yeah, great comeback from them. It is only a K gold ahead again. Both of these teams are fine in these team fights, but they need to get them. And now we see like the skirmish of TUDA is just that little bit better. All TUD Apex want to do is get those team fights going, get those 5-mans going, but they're just not finding them. I don't know why they're not trying to get them.
That was a nice ultimate from the move. Flash blown is big.
God,
Ryzen will just find Discount Dano in the jungle. There's two other members here for CUDA. Discount Dano will not have the damage. The hook missed. I thought he had Prizm for a second there, but one more time it will be a member of TUDV wandering through the jungle alone. Okay, Mezzi will not manage to get that flash off. Does force the flash out of Celestion, so that's a lot less safety for the Samira in the next fight. That could be big. We have an Ocean Drake now spawning in 30 seconds. If anyone else gets caught out, it's huge. Talkie-Walkie will look for Mezzi, but won't find him. As Mezzi will dredge line away to a wall. But this will give space for TUDB to come in and try and get some vision down. Problem being, there's a Rift Scuttler there. Prizm secured it before even finding Discount Dano, and so the vision will be here no matter what TUDB do.
Teleport from Moo is up and available. He's just in base, so he's just waiting for it. Look at that teleport.
It's the deep flank. He's looking deep for it. See if he can do anything. Will not do anything. That's fine. He's just, you know, it was just to get him into the play, and that's okay. It has forced TUDB back out of the pit. There's no teleport on Discount Dano, and so you can't walk in here to contest this. Ocean Drakes and the Ocean Bushes that were doing so much work for TUD Apex earlier in this game, letting them set up vision, letting them, you know, hide in fog of war and scare their opponents. It's working against them now, as they were not even able to come close to contesting that one. TUD Apes 8 now up almost 3,000 gold. It's almost nothing even at this point of the game, but they've just really felt in control for these last 5 minutes.
Yeah, Baron is now up and available as well, and look at that vision control completely lit up. They know exactly what is going on, and TUD Apex do not know anything of what is going on. They could be on Baron for all they know. They expect it's not the case though, as they see the carries in mid lane. But yeah, it all stems from that fact that Discount Dano goes into the Dragon area when there's no one of his team nearby, when Dragon doesn't spawn for another minute, and he doesn't have any vision, and he doesn't know where anyone of the enemy is. Like, there's just no reason to be there.
Yeah.
You can just calm down, wait for your team to show up, just stay in the mid lane for all you care. It doesn't matter as long as you don't get caught out. And speaking of being caught,
that's okay. Vanishing Potato is tanky enough that I'm not too worried about this Gragas getting caught out. I will take a bit of damage from the Orianna, but clears Ward and backs away. That's a-okay. Looks like But the Baron dance now starting in earnest for both of these teams. Both of them trying to get in, get a little bit of vision down, force the opponents back for a little while. As resets come around the map. Dutch, it's now soul point for TUDA. It's about 10 minutes later than it could have been this game. But they have that. They have the chance to try and set up a Baron, get a good team fight there. Are we still looking at one more big fight to decide this, do you think?
Could very well be. If it's not a close fight, then, you know, it will be decided off of that. We're looking at 3 item points now as well, so anyone that gets close to... Oh, that's a nice spot on Tokiwoki. Anyone that gets close to that shockwave will be one-shot potentially. So the Oblivion Orb is slowly going to be completed. A lot of healing is going to be stopped with the healing reduction that we see on the side of TUD Dublin A. TUD Apes A, excuse me, again. And still, like, Blaine can just do so much in these fights. Right? He's 300 CS, he has 4 items completely completed. Sure.
Like, how has he found time to get 8 kills when he's still getting, you know, 110 CS a minute, right? This man's a machine. He's been doing nothing except farming and yet somehow farming champions at the same time in the game.
Yep. So, like, they need to play around him at the moment. Like, if he is alive, if he can do the DPS, then you lose the team fight. Well, if there's a wind wall, that could stop it.
Oh, wind wall could do so much. I mean, I just want to see an Orianna ball hit a wind wall and whiff completely. It'd be fun and exciting, and that's what I'm looking for at this point of the game. This game, Dano now testing himself up against this Volibear, but Prizm's here as well. And this game, Dano may have been caught out for a 3rd time in a row, potentially costing his team this Baron. Wukong is waiting in the jungle, so there's a fight going over there on top of Blank. Blank is going to be under pressure as Blank will not die to Tokiwoki off to the side, and that will 100% be a Baron now as Yasuo and Wukong down for TUDB. Gragas in the bot lane will be pushing down a tower. I mean, is there even a chance for a Miracle Steel? Mood doing janitorial duties, cleaning up on the side, just making sure there's no chance of anyone even getting in, and TUD Apes A just looking more cohesive at the moment.
Yeah, making the right decisions, making sure those fundamentals are, you know, there and well used and abused for the enemy. So we now see a push down the mid lane. Of course, it's only 15 more seconds for Toki and this Dano to be up, but I'm not sure they're gonna be here in time to defend this mid lane inhibitor that should go down to the side of TUD Dublin Apes.
TUD Apes A.
Oh my god, I don't know why I keep saying it as well.
I wouldn't be worrying. They choose wisely not to stick around for that inhib. I was looking, I had eyes on a couple of wards behind them. The teleport on Vanishing Potato. It's exactly how they managed to catch out TUDB in game 1, so recognizing the threat there, and with Ocean Drake spawning in 45 seconds, they'll just back away. They will try to get back in time, spend all the gold they have, set up for this Ocean Drake, and if they get this Ocean Soul, you have to start to feel that it really is game over for TUDB.
Either way, this is game over. Either TUD...
Apes B?
Apes?
Apex?
Apex. Yeah. Oh my god. Wins this fight, gets the Baron off of them, and basically crawls their way back towards that reason, where they lose the fight, they lose Dragon Soul, and they just lose the game. So this is the deciding team fight. Teleport is going to be channeled. Moo has his up as well.
Moo has teleport as well. There's minion wave behind TUD Apes B, so the Moo can get deep behind this if he wants. For Mezzi's walking 5 people on. Mezzi will die to start this fight off. It takes a little while. That's a huge shockwave onto 3. 3 people get chunked to half health, but there's not enough follow-up with them. Members dead. The Moo has arrived, but it is a 5v4 now. Prizm's looking over the wall. He's stolen it. He steals the Ocean Drake. Ocean Soul goes over to TUD Apes A. They lose the fight, but they win the Drake, and now they're just looking to run it down mid lane. There's an open inhib there. Blank will arrive, and they're looking to cut them off. Prizm by himself will try to stop the flank from happening. Blank is just on this inhib. Inhib will 100% fall, but what's going to happen in the fight to follow? It is Vanishing Potato, who is now completely on the flank. 5 members collapsing in on top of all of TUD Apes A, and it looks like they're starting to get away clean. A great ultimate will knock the Moo into the middle of the team. You have to follow up, and this time around it's Disco Dano on top of Moo who's getting it, but Ocean Soul is keeping this Volibear tanky and alive, and somehow TUD Apes A make out like bandits. They lose their support, they get the Drake, they get the inhib, and they get out without losing anyone else.
Prison was angry for that one Dragon Steel, and he wanted his revenge. He gets it at the most crucial moment where he gets the Dragon Soul, and I was setting this up, this is the win condition. No, there wasn't a fight, but there is still a Ocean Soul that got completed on a Volibear, on a Graves, on an Orianna, on a Nautilus. That is ridiculously difficult to get through. I don't think they have the damage to deal with, and this should be going all the way for TUD Apes. Let's just see if they can close it out, if they can make sure that they win it. There's still a lot of teamfight pressure for Apex, but I'm not sure if that's going to be enough.
It's going to, at this point, probably take a bit of a miracle. 5-man Yasuo ult with Wukong and Samir ulting on top of it, or something similar. Either way, it's unlikely, is what we're getting at. And that just means if it does happen, it'll be all the more exciting. We are definitely in the end game now. Prizm and the rest of his squad pushing towards this TUD Apes B base. They've super minions in the mid lane. The Moo is up there against Disco Dano. 1v2, casually just holding them at bay as the rest of his team push in this bot lane. There'll be an inhib siege in this bot lane. Super minions only in the mid lane, so the defense isn't impossible right now for the TUD Apes B.
Yeah, there's no Baron buff either, which is going to be 2 more minutes. It also brings a new win condition on the map, right? In 3 minutes and 40 seconds, we will see that Elder Drake spawning, and that could help cut through those Ocean Soul health bars. But like TUD Apex need to make sure that they survive for another 3 minutes, which is hard enough as it is. Like they are pretty far behind. They have been getting caught out left, right, and center.
Oh, Vanishing Potato could be the latest member to get caught out. He's looking to catch out Prizm, but this is a tank Gragas. There's not enough damage to try and kill that Graves, especially with Orianna, and so both teams will just disengage. Nothing to show for that one. As we settle in, again, we're just back in that situation. Nobody wants to make the mistake. And it feels like we're now just waiting for that Baron spawn.
Only 1 minute left for that Baron spawn to come through, and what an important one that's going to be. The real win call, unless it gets stolen again, will be on that Baron.
On that Elder Drake.
On the Baron. Baron as well, like...
Baron as well, sure. I mean, I'm just saying, I've seen 2 Barons already this game, and neither of them have ended it, so...
True.
I agree, though. I think if there's a big fight, and, you know, it's TUD Apes A now looking to set up in Fog of War, looking to make it... Mezzy is running forward. We've seen how much this man likes to flash in on people. He goes for it again! Windwall will block him off. He will find the ultimate onto Yasuo, but I feel like this discount Dano is too far away for follow-up. And so that will just be flash for flash support for Yasuo. And Yasuo doesn't need to get his to get into a fight. That's Mezzy's pick potential a little bit nerfed for this last fight. But that will allow them to back off, set up for this Drake. Vanishing Potato has teleport back available, but there's really no good teleport flank position for him at the moment. So anywhere he comes will be through the front door. Looking down the board at Summoner Spells, there's flashes available for the Gragas for engage. There's a flash available for Samira for disengage, but there's flashes on almost everywhere. Flashes on the key members on the other side, the Orianna and the Kai'Sa as well. So it's going to be hard to find disengage onto them.
Yeah, Baron now spawned, and that means that there needs to be a response from TU Dublin to TUD Apex. I'm so sorry, I don't know what's going on with me today.
It's getting late at night for you, Dutch Source, and we'll allow it. This Drake is going down. Mezzy once again pairing up with the Moo to stop the other team from coming anywhere nearby. They won't even try to walk into their red side jungle. That is Baron number 3 going over to the TUD Apes A squad, and Discount Dano one more time. He's too far forward. Mezzy will find the route. This should surely be a kill. Discount Dano has survived for a while, will fall to blank, finds his 10th kill of the game. It is Hockey Walk in the back line. He's pairing up. There's a double kill for Graves. Samira goes down as well. Vanishing Potato will be the last one to fall, but that is 4 kills already. Only Mezzy has dropped. Vanishing Potato will try to survive a little while longer. They will find all 5 kills. The ace for TUD Apes A, and just out of nowhere, they felt like it was coming for a little while. They don't have a minion wave. They will wait for this inhib to respawn, take it down one more time. Minion wave marching into the base. TUD Apes A will take down TUD Apes B in a series that, in a lot of ways, was closer than it had any right to be. It will be TUD Apes going to the grand final.
Don't need a
this tournament.
Don't need a Baron fight if you can just force the fight afterwards and win it convincingly. Yeah, it was. I'm gonna be honest. It was a very rocky ride for TUD Dublin. TUD Apes. I'm till the end of time, man. TUD Apes should have, by all means, gotten a clean 2-0. It should have been 2 games, as the first game has been, but instead we got a very close, very exciting series, and all the kudos towards the Apes Apex for playing the way that they did. Unfortunately, they were so close. They were
They
so
came so
close.
so very close. And they did it in style as well. I think there's, it was a great series from them, and they really came to play this evening. You love to see that in any of these tournaments. That is likely, I think, Dutch Source, to be it from you and me for this evening. It's been a pleasure. I believe the second series, we have another semi-finals coming up. Ulster Unicorns facing up against the Trinity Ducks will be here. Neither of us will be casting it, but stick around. That should be a great series. And I think at this point we know that whichever team wins that one, they'll have a tough opponent to face in the finals.
I'm sick of lying here all alone and nearly sleepless at night. I'm honest, it's boring. 1,000,000 demons surrounding me, picking a fight. It's toxic. You were the best I ever had, but every second you were screwing me over, and now I'm done with it. I guess that there was no surprise. Deleting you out of my mind. Isn't it iconic? Standing on the front line, steady going forward without knowing the direction. I need to be honest, it was for the better. Now every day is perfect for a lifetime celebration. Go ahead. Content I am struggling, reminiscing about our good times, the good days, the good days. But good wasn't the only perspective of all the days that we had. We lost it. You were the best I ever had, but every second you were screwing me over, and now I'm done with it. I guess that there was no surprise. Deleting you out of my mind. Isn't it iconic?
Welcome everyone to the last series for the night. Ulster Unicorns taking on the Trinity Ducks. How is everyone doing? And joining me tonight is OBK. How are you doing?
I'm doing well, man. What about yourself? How are you feeling for this big series?
Well, I've been here for 3 hours, so I can't really complain, can I? So I produced the last game, so I'm in for the second series, and I'm really looking forward to it. I've actually casted both of these teams once, and both times both teams stomped. So Rahil's show, I think me and you actually casted the last time for Rahil's show, and then I've also casted Dakin when he went 1v9 on a Kazakhs. So really looking forward to seeing what's going to happen this time around, because both teams have that carry potential deeply rooted into their teams. We have to see who's going to step it up, though.
Yeah, both teams, from what I've checked on the stats, appear to be undefeated. There's one draw for Ulster, but TCD with the 7-0 going into this, so they're probably, from what I've seen anyway, they look incredibly strong as we get into big bands right now.
Yeah, both of them are incredibly strong. Especially we do have some household names that have came through. Like, I think everyone at this stage knows who Dakin is. He's been around for a while, and he has been a big carry here for Ulster Unicorns. And he did show up late and cost him a couple of bans. We're not going to sugarcoat it, but nonetheless, he did come in with that Kazakhs and absolutely just take over the game. So we're going to have a look at the bans here, and Yon and Yasuo being taken away. We said this last time, you need to ban those two. You can't let Rahil get onto those. And the Vlad being taken away from, I believe, Matt's Connoisseur. And then Kazakhs, Shen and Oriana for TCD Ducks. So a bit more of a spread there around the team instead of just focusing so heavily on Rahil.
Yeah, I do like that they did manage to put the third one there. They could have probably opted to take another juggler away, but I like that they went for the Vladimir because he does go really well with a lot of these comps that just want AD carry in the back and just having something get into the backline like an Assassin or a Vladimir. So it kind of makes sense.
Yeah. And a very early there pickup for the ADC role. Jhin and Samira have been the two highest contested we have seen so far into this preseason series as we've had. And Ornn being taken for the Ducks. That's always a very good pick. Matt's Connoisseur has played that a couple of times. He is quite proficient on it, and it's just such a solid pick. Because of those upgrades come in, it's just extra gold for everyone. And the longer the game goes, the stronger your team's going to get if you have an Ornn. So never a bad pickup.
Yeah, I'm interested in they have gone for the Ornn here, because if they do go for the Ornn, they might go for some pretty heavy hyper carry in the bot lane, or just a Samira even would be really nice here. They do go for the Ashe.
Going for more utility. Okay, I like the idea. It means that, because I know the TCD Ducks and how they play, it means that their carry is still going to be that mid laner. So, like, in the past, TCD have always played around. Onyx constantly camps to mid. Intercourse, the ADC, does like to take more utility focused AD carries alongside Kronk, also doing the same, big CC tanks, Alistair, etc. they're ready to help Raheel carry. On the other side, though, a big pickup there into Kane. Kane has been considered one of the most broken champions in preseason. He has like a 70-something win rate at one stage. And Dakin, he has played Kane before. I know he has. I've seen him play it a couple of times. He's very, very good with it. And he likes these carry-style junglers. So we see Rwanda's picking up that Anivia into the mid lane. A nice with the utility. Nice wave clear.
As well.
Yeah, and it buys time for Dakin to get around the map. So very, very nice. And Skarner being picked up. It's been a while since I've seen a Skarner now.
Oh, I actually don't know how this is going to play out, actually. I haven't seen too much of him at all in preseason. I'm not sure if he's picked in any of the games. I do have a memory that... Did someone not pick him before? I'm not actually too sure. But I think it was only just once. And it might actually have been Onyx Goose who played it last time.
If anyone should remember, it should possibly be me, because I produce nearly every single night. But no, I can't remember a Skarner at all. Completely left my mind. But the ban's coming in. Lulu and it looks like Soraka being taken away from Ginger Joe there, from TC, or on the TCD side, and Diana. And I'm expecting another big mid ban. I expect Akali, because that would be the other assassin style, the high mechanics, the Yasuo, Vion, that kind of style. Unless they want to take away something from that support role and help Ginger Joe and Alex P in that bot lane for UU. So, no, it's going to be the Casio. Okay. Interesting ban. Didn't see that one coming.
It does mean that the Akali could get picked up here, and into this comp in particular, I actually quite like it, since they already have some frontline with the Skarner and the Ornn and Ashe just to provide a bit of backline CC. So they could easily just stick an assassin on now and probably just take the Akali, since mid's already shown.
Yeah, it could be. I would like the Akali, but at the same time, they do have the option of waiting, and they chose not to. So they're going to last pick a support. They do pick up the Kassadin, a scaling. I don't think Kassadin is that good. I don't think in the current preseason he does what Kassadin used to do, where it was just once he hit level 16, he would dash around the entire team and one-shot everything. I don't think he has that in him anymore. I think he spikes a little bit earlier and can do decent damage, but how are you going to kill an Anivia? Okay, you can silence the ult, which is something, but I don't think he even has the pressure to do so. And Thresh is picked up then for Ginger Joe. What should be the last pick coming in here? What is going to be counterpicked into that Ornn?
I mean, I'm just a big fanboy here, but I'd like to see the Gnar. I do like the old Gnar. It doesn't particularly fit the comp, but it does just pretty alright into the solo matchup, and it can easily.
You're just
Skarner.
thinking of like the Ornn, what counters Ornn, Google, and then Mobifier comes up and says Gnar, yeah?
No, I love Gnar, but I also think it's pretty good as dodging Skarner ganks, because you can just E out.
Yeah,
But they're going to look for the Maokai, actually, which I actually like, because it gives a bit of tanky front line, helps them a wee bit, and gives them a lot more CC so that Kane can get onto the back, and probably helps Jhin a bit as well for his ult.
And it's a really good zoning ulti as well when you do get that Maokai ult running down, let's say, a lane. Everyone has to either run away or just take it, or they have to get into the small corridor together, clump up a little bit, and there's Leona.
Oh my god, that's such a nice teamfight comp.
But do they have the damage coming from TCD? That's the big question. Like, where is that damage coming from pre-level 16 Kassadin? Is it going to be the Ashe?
Ah, see, that is the thing. I'm not too sure, because I haven't seen Kassadin at all, so I literally can't give any feedback on Kassadin in current preseason. But if this was like season 10 going on to 11, even like a few patches ago, that would have been a top tier team comp.
Yeah, 100%. It would have, absolutely. But in the current preseason, Ashe is just a glorified support. Ornn does have decent damage. Not gonna lie, he can do some damage, but he's not gonna do the same as Kane, Jhin, Anivia. They will outdamage you. So TCD Ducks have drafted a very good comp. If they can survive everything that's coming at them for the first 35 minutes of the game. Once they hit that 35-minute mark, I think then we'll see the Ducks kind of come alive a little bit more. I think that's when their damage starts to come in, but I just don't like the lack of damage they have in the early to mid game. I think Drake's and Rift Herald will be handed over way too easy here into the hands of Dakin.
But the thing is, and the only thing I will say about Trinity's comp right now is TCD's comp is really easy to just execute on. Like, you hit an Ashe ulti, Kassadin could just instantly ult on, Ornn hits ulti, Kassadin goes on, or even Ashe ulti. It's really simple comp as well. So they don't have to worry about, I don't know, Kane overextending the line, Jhin missing his ulti shots, or the Anivia just in general.
Yeah, it's just a very simplified CC it and then kill it comp. Yeah.
So I don't know.
I just, knowing what Raheel has done in the past, I don't think I can count him out on his Kassadin. Because I've seen his Yasuo, I've seen his Yone, I've seen them a lot. And I'm glad to finally see that one team listen to me complaining from the week before, saying just ban the both of them and give up whatever OP there is, because he doesn't lose on these champions. Raheel
Oh,
doesn't
it
lose
was
on them.
completely disrespectful. Like, anyone who just bans the Yasuo and leaves one open, it's not saying that there's such a similar champion that that's the case, but he has shown it in the last 7 games where he gets them, and he just ends up tearing up the game.
Yeah, everything. It's not even like it's like 1 or 2 kills he gets. No, like he's like 17-0 some games. He's running into the side lanes, killing the side laners, killing top laners, killing junglers, running into the jungle to steal blue buffs for no reason whatsoever. He just takes over the entire game with these champions. So not banning them is disrespectful, but significantly disadvantageous to your team. Like, you need to be doing this one thing. Ban these two. We'll work around the rest. So I'm glad one team has finally done it, and this will probably be the time where the Ducks will lose, because Raheel isn't on one of those two. So we are going to go to a quick break. We're going to gather our thoughts and see what the story is for the next 25-30 minutes of League, and we will see you in a few minutes.
Standing on the front line, steady going forward without knowing the direction. I need to be honest, it was for the better. Every day it's perfect for a life of celebration. Go ahead.
And we're finally on to the Rift for game 1 between UU and TCD. OBK, are you there?
Yep, I am here, and I am super excited for this game. Actually, I actually love watching Raheel play, and after seeing Rwandis in a couple of other community tournaments, I really like how he plays as well. So I'm actually interested in how this goes.
Yeah, and a very early invade coming in here from UU. And they could find someone. Ginger Joe does manage to spot someone there. He's gonna.
Ginger Joe's the hook available as well, and Flash Force from Intercourse that early on. They're going on the Orm, that's gonna soar. It just goes down at first blood, and 2 more are super low right now. Kronk is on the retreat, forced to flash. That's 2 summers. Flash out from Dakin. W coming through. The Q's not gonna have enough damage, unfortunately, though, my mistake, and he is gonna get away with a sliver of health and no flash.
That's not the start you wanted. Going into the first game, that's gonna be a big one, and as we finally do see the Skyrim portals appear, and we won't actually see them until they're procced because of spectator bugs. Just a small thing for the future. But we usually Discrack, and he's staying in the enemy jungle, and he's starting on the wolf camp. He was spotted out by Raheel, but Raheel's not going to contest. That's a weird start, nonetheless.
It's greedy, but if it pays off, Dakin just gets an extra couple of camps, and it just puts Skarner further away, considering he probably wants to try and power farm. Because I don't think his gank potential in any of these lanes, bar, I'd argue, maybe bot lane, are going to be in ease. Because, like, Melka's going to keep him away, Rwandis can just stun him, and Thresh and Jhin are kind of immobile, but Thresh can kind of disengage from him, so it's probably top.
Yeah, there's not much of an opportunity for Skarner. I don't think. Maybe he might be able to find the Kayn somewhere. If he's getting near a portal, one of the outspires, he might get something. But other than that, Kayn just has the advantage, and with that free assist, a lot of free damage, and him being spotted on the blue, Kayn, I guess it's just going to be a swap for both sides of the jungle. They're just going to vertical jungle for the game.
Actually, something of note, because I saw the copy passes about a Soup C in the top lane, and I was wondering what was the story, because there wasn't that many copy passes before, and I'm only after realising they've put Ginger Joe bot lane, and Hired isn't playing right now, so they're running a different top laner, because Ginger Joe was playing top in all the Ulster games I've seen.
Has he?
Yeah, Ginger Joe was their top. They were running Hired as AD as their support, and Alex P was the AD, but like they're running their top laner as their support, and I've only ever known Ginger Joe as a top lane tank player.
Yeah, okay. I thought I saw Ginger Joe play support before. Interesting. But with those kind of hooks, we'll know why. I know I'm joking.
Well, they've found an excuse right now, and the Dakin's coming in here. Flash forced out of Onyx used that early already. Matt's Connoisseur might have hovered around there, but I actually think either way he should have probably been on the flash, because I don't think there's an argument for just walking away, because if he got caught and given another kill over, that was really disastrous for early Scuttles and probably the rest of his jungle.
Yeah, like Onyx Goose done well to catch up, taking those taking the vertical jungle path and realizing that if he's going to take all 3 down, he might not be able to contest me here. He does end up losing the flash for it, but he's not fallen too far behind. And as we see, they are going to move towards that bottom one together. He's going to take Raheel with him to make sure he can get that second scuttle. So double scuttle over to Onyx Goose, which is a massive amount of XP and gold. So Dakin kind of falling behind a little bit there, even though he might be up a camp. Interesting starts.
He does have some better gank potential early, though, I would say, because he could easily just around 6 and even up to level 3-4. His ganks are really nice for probably top, where Matt's Connoisseur can't really get too far away, and even bot lane isn't too bad if you just baited the Leone beforehand.
Yeah, there's a lot that they can work with here. Kayn just has that unique gank path style where he can go through walls. It's the same as old Zac, going over the walls, and Rek'Sai with the tunnels. She's the exact same style, whereas like it doesn't matter where you come from, you can find another way in. So looking forward to seeing what Dakin will do with creative gank paths. Will he go through the bottom alongside the wall and uses E to get into the wall? There's a lot of different ways you can get in here, and I'm kind of hoping to see him focus on this bot side a little more, because I feel like Alex P here will be a bigger factor with that lethality Jhin, because Jhin is so big in this patch, and getting him ahead, like he's already up a significant amount of farm. If you can get him to, yeah, if you can get first mythic on him, what are they going to do to stop him? And it's, don't you get bonus attack damage from movement, or is it bonus?
You get bonus. You gain bonus crit from you get attack speed. Attack speed and AD gives you the attack. I think it's crit moves that gives you crit.
Yeah, something like that. Something like that. But Rwanda's getting ganked here from
Yeah,
Kronk.
lane gang from Kronk. The Q is going to connect. The E's going to hit as well, but it doesn't look like a lot of damage. And Rwanda's is going to deal a lot back with that electrocute. My god.
Yeah, the empowered E coming in there. So basically, for those that don't know Anivia, because we haven't seen too much, we'll see it now. The E will crit if hit by any other spell. Obviously, the wall doesn't do damage. That one doesn't count. But if you hit them with the Q and follow up with the E, so stun, E, you will crit them. So Frostbite does a lot of damage, and then you get the ult coming in and you be able to proc it more than once. It just Anivia is a very, very simplistic champion with very minute details of perfection. Like, there's some things that are just perfect by playing Anivia, like taking when as soon as you get to level 6 and you've been having such a hard time in lane with your horrible auto attacks, hard time blasting, you get that ult, just drop it straight into the middle. It's just wonderful. And the size of that wave from Matt's Connoisseur.
Did he miss the knock-up as well onto Super C?
Yeah, Super C just walked forward, just was like, nah, not today. But the size of the wave in itself, and Rwanda's in a bit of trouble there now. That should be
Ignite
egg.
coming down from Raheel, and the passive gets procced. Not sure if he's going to get up in time to actually do something here. He does have the Rift of Walk available to him, but he doesn't opt to use it to try and get the kill. He's still alive. Kronk is going back in here, and Raheel eventually picks up the kill, and the Leona is super low. Now Dak is chasing forward for the kill onto Skarner. Intercourse not being able to move, but he does manage to get Alex P. While no one, I think they kind of split the call there of not ending killing the Ashe while she was stunned and just going for the Skarner. I reckon if Dak could have kept him alive. Call of the Forge God going to come down here onto Super C. Super C is super low, and the Q to knock Matt's Connoisseur back might just be enough, and it does, and Super C stays alive.
Okay, so a lot happened there very, very quickly, right? So, Rwanda's lost life in mid. Raheel solo killed. Matt's Connoisseur was actually forcing Soup C back, because Soup could have teleported to Rwanda's egg to help save him. It was all very messy, and then while all that was happening, TCD did start up the Drake and was then stolen by Dakin, and then the ensuing fight, then Disco down and goes top and kills Matt's Connoisseur. I feel terrible now for trying to explain what happened during that gap. Worst timing.
It was kind of unfortunate. I do think that out of all that, I think Alex P shouldn't have died there. I think if Dakin just stayed with the team, and while Ashe was rooted, I think he could have just killed her with a Q, and I think Alex P would have survived. And I know they would have given away on excuse, but I think they both survived there, and Alex P still went down. Just a bit of an error.
Yeah, no, that's... Damn, he's playing so aggressive, trying to stay and just take everything. He might be able to get out as he does have his flash available.
He's flash, but he's too low. He was too low to actually flash over that, and I think even if he tried, I don't think he wanted to try for a fail flash and miss the wall. Which makes
That's
sense.
one of the hardest walls to flash over as well. I think it was Dyrus that failed it brilliantly. And then his jungler also failed it another time, I think it was. Just the history behind that wall, man. But as we get back in, we're just going to have a quick look at the gold. And it's a slight lead. It's just 1,000 gold, but I feel like it's in the right place. It's in Dakin's hands, so it has to be in the right carry area, I suppose. Like, Dakin is the biggest carry right now for the team. Like, Rwanda's will do consistent damage, but not as much, and a big miss there from Matt's Connoisseur onto the combo.
Yeah, I know. I thought that was gonna knock him up. Is
No,
he
he
just
missed it.
invulnerable to it? Or
He missed it by like a split second. He just mistimed it on the Q.
yeah.
Nearly there. He'll get them soon, but like he still has
He's
this
playing
massive-
himself.
Exactly, he's just 200 IQ in it. But like he already has a massive advantage up in this top side. He has quite an amount of CS. Disco Dakin's coming in again for the second gank. Matt's Connoisseur
Disco
does have
Dakin with the
flash,
gank.
but I don't think...
W came out there. He did root him enough time. The Call of the Forge God is up. He was trying to flash into the Call of the Forge God to knock two people up, but unfortunately didn't have the damage. Meanwhile, a lot of damage going back onto Onyx Goose from Rwandus.
That's safety. That bird does not care. We'll drop just the ult, drop an E. You're going to take all that to the face, and you won't be able to catch up because that slow is... It is really, really bad. Like, it does stop you from doing quite a lot, and you get kind of tilted by it. Is the best way to put it. It's been so long since I've seen Anivia that's like, is this Froggen? Is he the only person left who plays it? Or is it just Rwandus, and I think Arex as well plays it in the Irish scene?
Who?
Arex?
Who? Never.
Arex, no, I played against him he was in his Diamond 2 promos, I think. And he plays really mean Anivia. I think he does play it quite a bit. But there's a few of us that actually play it. But I'm looking around, I don't see anything substantial telling us who is going to win this game so far. Do you see anything?
The only thing I would argue for is first Dragon on Dakin, because they could maybe snowball an early Soul. Dakin has some pretty nice Dragon control and a good bot lane to counter anything.
So you think that the Soul will be the biggest one?
Yeah, although I think their team comp comes a bit more alive in the mid to late game anyway, so if they just get an early Soul, they can probably just snowball it and probably snowball their late game to maybe 25-30 minutes.
Well, the next Drake will be a mountain, which means our Soul could be either Cloud or Ocean. I think with the Cloud would probably be I don't think Cloud would be as good as Ocean. Ocean's always going to be one of the favoured ones, all that extra health regen and everything in between, but Cloud isn't exactly exceptional because Alex P doesn't use the ult that much. The Jhin doesn't really need it, it's the autos that come through that do the damage. Ginger Joe, it'd be nice for Peel. Rwandus, his ult's already on like a 3-second cooldown. All he's going to get is some extra speed.
Trinity really like it though.
Yeah, there's a lot of ults that they would really like, especially Raheel. Raheel with a Cloud Soul, if they can get 4 Clouds, it's going to be a scary Rift Walker. It'll be a Rift Sprint more than anything else.
Or Ashe ulti as well on our super low cooldown.
And then also Kronk on Leona, and then Onyx Goose with the pull, and then Matt's Connoisseur with it's so much better for them if it is a Cloud. But as we talked about it, Soup C is getting harassed here by Matt's Connoisseur.
Call of the Forge God going to come out. He does W through it. Really nice outplay from Soup C. Still probably going to go down, but he doesn't flash available. He might be able to get out here. The W does come out. He doesn't proc the brittle, and he gets away. Soup C with the big outplay top lane, I guess.
You guess. No, very nicely done. Very nicely done. He does dodge the Call of the Forge God, and another Drake picked up there as well. We are going to go to an Ocean Soul, which if you do give that over to Disco Dakin, who we are hoping to see take a form soon. I haven't seen him take a form, have you?
No, not yet anyway.
I
don't know, that's a gore drinker, isn't it?
Yeah. That can go either though, can't it?
Yeah, it can go either, but I think since they're topside and like pretty much the whole team is melee, he's probably going Red Kayn? Yeah, he's Red Kayn.
He is Red Kayn, okay, because just with the new Spectator it doesn't actually tell you. It just shows up the skin that he's using, which is a Soul Hunter, which doesn't really help. But he has gone Red Kayn, so I was thinking with the Conqueror it probably would be Red Kayn instead of Dark Harvest for blue. But his health regen is going to be absolutely insane. And I remember I played against a Kayn there the other night, and it was just, no matter how much grievous wounds you had, he always managed to find some way of getting more health. Whether it was the Gore Drinker or whatever it was just never ending. And you okay there, Dano? Disco Dakin just couldn't get over the wall right there. Would we ignore that, OBK? That's up to you.
We're just gonna put that in the cringe compilation for now.
Cringe compilation? Okay, cool, perfect.
Going in there. Meanwhile,
big trade.
Yeah, there are a lot of damage coming out from both parties there. Meanwhile, he is forced to go to the passive. Ginger Joe is here. He does hook the jungler out of this. Rwanda is gonna go down though, and the Impale going to hit onto the Thresh. Thresh does have the flash available, popping the heal. The Enchanted Crystal Arrow is not going to hit the W. Going to hit 2 people there, procking the curtain call. Jhin is going to try and pick up something back. They do get the kill back, and Dakin's still alive through all this. In comes Kronk on Excuse and Ninja Course 3v1 as Alex P just isn't in range to do anything. Is rooted right now. Leona is around. Doesn't have the W off cooldown just yet. Misses the W. The sweep drive going to knock 2 up. And Dakin is on a tearing spree. Dakin is going straight through Trinity.
How do you even explain the Kayn to people that have never played League? Also, the Gale Force being picked up by Jhin to actually dodge and jump into that fight a little bit quicker. Really, really good pickup. I have seen a few people go for the Gale Force to get a little bit more damage in these fights, but this is... Oh no.
W just come through and Soup C stays alive, rocking his own ulti to bait Matt's Connoisseur in. Dakin is super low right now. Ornn is still alive. Ornn forced to flash. Ornn going to E. And he does proc the Q down backwards to kill Dakin. Oh my god, what? That was a bit overextended.
Yeah.
Big shutdown as well.
And look at all the items coming in for Dakin there as well now. But like Matt's Connoisseur just calculating that one perfectly, flashing out, queuing backwards, finishing off Dakin. Yeah, just staying a little bit too long and just overestimating his own damage and healing, and that's a really nice shutdown going over to Matt's Connoisseur. Nothing else to be said there. Also, the 2 Drakes being picked up, you were saying before, that's a big win condition for him. With the Ocean coming in, you have to see the side of TCD working a little bit better, but the biggest thing is Raheel hasn't had a chance to be the Raheel we've known him to be in the last couple of series we watched. He can't get to those side lanes, he can't move around. Is it Rwanda's being better on the Anivia and holding him in place, or is he just not as comfortable on Kassadin?
I don't know. I think like once you get to a Diamond 1 level, even OTPing a champion, I feel like you just pick up some mechanics of like even just base level mechanics of the role where you can probably play every mid laner to a pretty good level. The only issue I see here is this time like one of the better players on this team is in the mid lane. So
Yeah.
like I would Lorantis is actually like is a good mid laner. So compared to the plats or even the golds he's been playing against, this is a lot of a higher standard.
Yeah. Okay, I can agree with that. I see another wet noodle fight up on the top side, just hitting each other consistently back. Look at the grass proc for grass proc. That's all this is.
Meanwhile, in the bot lane, they are hovering for Dragon. Both they have spotted Red Side, who are already looking pretty eager to try and get on this.
Yeah, so both top laners do have TP. So whoever gets the shove first. So Matt's going to get this in, and Soupsy can either hide behind the tower and go to stop it. That's the Rift Herald gone anyway. That was a bit sad to see, not even a single charge out of it, but this. So Matt's going to head back early, pick it up. Is he going to TP back to top, or is he going to walk and hope to get to that Drake? He's going to TP.
Oh, they're going to TP into the pit. Ornn does have the ulti, no flash though. Trinity are just swap this dragon immediately. Meanwhile, the Impale going to hit onto Dakin, and Enchanted Crystal Arrow again, just to root him for that extra bit longer. Rwanda's gets hit by the Solar Flare, and he is super low. There's no one around. That was a terrible fight to take for Ulster.
Yeah, just not respecting the Skarner at all there, and Dakin just takes the ult directly to the face, and that's a free Drake being handed over now to TCD, and that is a big opening there. It's only about 2,000 gold now in the difference. They can just play relaxed, play easy now. Maybe make a try pick or two, make it easy. Raheel in that bot side is picking up a tower. Ginger Joe is throwing out the hook there. Nothing really going to come of that, but as the lane swaps come in, Raheel does have a massive advantage down his bot side. He has the wave shoved in, he's onto that tower. Dakin just not respecting them at all right there.
Yeah, my thing was as well, to be fair to him, I think he saw what he could have done with the dragon and he was looking for the steal, but he went too early since they had no vision on it, and at the same time he got hit with the Impale from Onyx Goose, and the Enchanted Crystal Arrow hit him straight after it finished. That was probably about 5 or 6 seconds worth of CC total, so he wasn't going anywhere.
No, he wasn't going to get a chance to get out of that one. As you see, another wet noodle fight in the top side. This has been the story for this game, hasn't it? It's just been slap for slap. Ginger Joe walks up. He goes for a slap as well, just a quick one. And Raheel working his way through this jungle, trying to pick up whatever gold he can to try and get to that mid stage. But I was saying in the pre-game and the champ select that I didn't like the fact that there wasn't much damage available to the side of TCD. They've kind of proven me wrong here because it's even in kills, but then again, Dakin is just in the enemy jungle.
He's picking up like the CS, to be fair, is evening out now, but at one stage he was nearly 40 CS up on Onyx Goose.
Yeah, he did have a big advantage, but it's been slipping slowly, and now Onyx Goose is starting to come back 4-1 on the Skarner. As I do say that, he does go into that top side and is going for the gank onto Connoisseur. They should be able to trade the aggro here pretty nicely.
Ulti going to hit, and the Ashe Enchanted Crystal Arrow is not going to connect onto anyone, making it just a clear 1-for-0. Dakin did ulti though, which it's a pretty short enough cooldown, but they do probably get the tier 1 turret and maybe the Rift Herald.
I'm very surprised not to see no lethality on Jhin. No?
See, the thing is, this is actually, I'm not sure if it's live, I'm pretty sure it is, but, oh, speaking of live, we did see the flash hook onto Onyx Goose, but the Impale Going down to Disco Dakin again. No Ashe ult this time. Solar Flare not going to hit as the curtain call coming out for Jhin. The own ulti didn't connect onto anyone. The Flay going through, trying to knock him back. Failed flash from Kronk, going to mean that he is going to go down. And Alex P, 3-1-4.
Yeah, that could be Baron right now for the side of UU. That was just so aggressive from UU. They were just in the enemy jungle. They had already killed Mats Concert. Like, alright, we're just going to go straight for it. And now just a 20-minute Baron. They've just taken control of this game very, very quickly with one good rotation. And we barely got to speak about the fact that Jhin isn't lethality, which you were saying there was something about live. Was it nerfed?
Yeah, what I was saying was, well, actually in live they buffed crit items. They buffed the mythics. So Gale Force got buffed, I'm pretty sure. Kraken Slayer, I'm not sure if it's 10.25 now, because I was patching earlier and I haven't played the game in a couple of days, but the patch that's coming, they were buffing all of the mythics that were going to be on all AD carries and nerfing lethality on ADs. So
Okay.
I know the ones that were nerfing specific was Eclipse got nerfed damage-wise, and I think Dustblade had something to do with the proc, but that's why I was just curious, and I wanted to actually check the patch before I said it, because I'm not too sure.
We'll get someone in the chat to confirm
Oh,
that.
it is. It's 10.25.
There we go.
Champion. So it is the nerf. So lethality has actually been nerfed at the moment.
Okay, so that's why we're seeing the Gale Force. I have seen one or two, and I think I played Gale Force Lucian not too long ago. So I do like the item. I don't like the idea of immobile ADCs suddenly having dashes. It doesn't make much sense to my brain. Like, as a Jinx player, I can't ever imagine having a dash apart from Flash itself. But obviously Ginger Joe is going to get caught out in the jungle.
Maybe a bit overeager to put the Impale down, because that probably should have been saved. Oh my god, maybe a bit of an overcommit. Look, they got the kill, which, that's alright, but they blew 2 ults for it, and meanwhile, the fight's gonna go down, and there's no Ashe arrow to stop Onyx from going down here. Forced to flash, W, going to just barely miss, and he barely gets away with his life.
Yeah, they're not forcing hard enough with this Baron, I don't think, but Disco Dakin is running straight into... All the Disco people have started to confuse me. It's for all of my friends, it's Disco everyone. Disco Stew just taking over. But yeah, Dakin just running straight over to that mid lane, getting a free tower. They're going to set up a Fnatic Death Bush. This could spell disaster for Kronk.
They missed, though, but the wall does come out. Kronk is here. Solar Flare does connect onto Dakin, and Ashe ulti not available. Only on half of the cooldown left. Mats Counter knock out 3 people with the Call of the Forge God and the return proc somehow. Ashe is going to be standing in that backline, but I don't think she'll be doing much. Raheel gets away. Barely, but the flash from Dakin into the W is going to mean he picks it up.
Yeah, very nicely done there. Another very good team fight coming in, and they just know how to make these picks work, and the mobility coming in on this Kayn, on Disco Dakin, he just knows how to get to them, and then flashing on to get the final one. They could end the game right here. They still have time.
Yeah, I'm thinking that. The only person up right now is Kronk, and Kronk on excuse isn't up for 10. They Baron apart minions. The hook does connect, and the W doesn't connect from the Jhin, but Dakin's going to go in on it. Dakin's going to press ulti. Dakin might just die under the enemy Nexus. Is going to take that lantern, but the E is going to connect onto Ginger Joe. Ginger Joe is super low here, and this might be a turnaround here for Trinity. Soup C, forced to flash, trying to stay alive. Does get hit by the Impale, though, to mean that's probably going to be 2 kills. Yeah, 2 kills, 3 kills, potentially?
Yeah.
3 kills going over to GCD.
That's 3 kills, possibly a Drake. They could pick up their second Ocean. Dakin is sticking around, does not have vision of it though, so I'm probably just going to take Raptors, recall, reset. But that should have been the end of the game. They just went a little bit too far into the enemy fountain.
Yeah, I think it was a bit unfortunate that Dakin was kind of decided to ult that close to the enemy Nexus, because that just forced it a lot, because Lantern was immediately just forced on a Dakin to keep him alive, and even then they had the Leone, just the tip of it connected with Ginger Joe, which then caused him to get taken out, because I don't think Kronk knew he was going to be able to take out Dakin, because he didn't have the Solar Flare anymore. So, but they still ended up getting 3 kills back over for them, which I wouldn't say brings them back, but they do have 2 Ocean Dragons, and an Ocean Soul is pretty nice to have on a big heavy team fight comp.
It is, if they can last for another 10 minutes. Because it's going to be another 10 minutes for that last Drake if they get the next one on spawn. I'm thinking Raheel needs to be getting to that stage where he can one-shot carries, and I don't know if Cassidy can reach that stage until level 16. I don't think Cassidy was the correct choice for Raheel to go for. considering his history of Yone and Yasuo. I would have much rather seen the Akali, like we spoke about. I just don't think this is it. I don't think this is the pick that he needs to carry this team, especially with such a nice comp around him. All that CC and Akali being able to dash in and out using the smoke to disappear, that would have been a lovely comp. And maybe Rahil's finally being exposed for the size of his champion pool.
Oh, the Q is going to connect onto the Leona as the call of the Forge God going to hit Ginger Joe only there. And that's an ulti down, a pretty huge one. Meanwhile, Rwandis going to pick up the kill, and Jin ulti going to just mark some of the enemies, but they just have one kill, and it's a 4v5. They could probably just siege this turret now.
Yeah, we do have the Kayn in the mid just forcing wave after wave in, and they have to go and contest that at some point, or supers will just take their base. But as soon as they step off, the next wave crashes in, and there we go.
The Impale hits as well, though. And we do
Oh
see
my God.
Dakin trying to stay alive. Dakin procs the ulti onto Rahil, who is super low in the back. Meanwhile, the fight is going down with the main. Onyx Goose is probably going to go down here. Nice double knockup, though, from Mats Connoisseur. Trying to keep the team alive. It's not going to be enough. Ulster pick themselves up the first game.
Yeah, it looks like the game just crashed, but more than likely 100% that is a win over to UU. So we'll just make sure that gets confirmed. I'd say more than likely that was an FF vote, but a great game coming in already from UU there, and I don't think Rahil had the answers, because we were looking for him to be the big carry once again.
Yeah, it was a bit unfortunate. Ah, jeepers. Okay, so Seder, just a quick post-game note there. The reason Gale Force was picked by both players, not just the fact that it gives you flash, was they buffed it this patch, but the buff is a 30-second less on the active and an extra 5 AD. So that's up in every 60 seconds now.
Deadly.
That is what you want.
Brilliant. Okay, yeah. So we'll be back in a couple of minutes with game 2. I hope to see you all there, and I hope the game goes a little bit better this time around for TCD and we get to have a series on our hands. Back in a few. Welcome back, everyone, to what should be a cracking game 2. OBK, are you ready for this?
Yep, I am ready for this.
You didn't sound too ready. We're going to go again. Are you ready for this?
Yeah, ready for this!
There we go. Jesus. That's very hype. Anyway, we're going into the second pick and ban phase here between TCD and UU. With UU coming out straight away, very same. They know exactly what to do. Goodbye to Yon.
Yep, they know the drill. Now, if they'll also probably ban Yasuo, since that worked for them well in the first game. Although, if they really want to be a little bit cheekier on it, they could probably even opt to give a reheal that's probably a bit more tilted, the Yasuo, and then ban away probably something else. Like, I don't know, Onyx's jump.
So what I'd do, I'd ban the Yasuo and Vladimir and change nothing.
Yeah, that sounds about right as well. Yes, that's fair. Like, why would you play around with what worked the first game?
Exactly. So now, on the other side, TCD have changed up their bans a little bit. They have banned away the Kayn. They're not going to give that one over to Dakin. They're not going to let Dakin take that one for another swing around. Which worked out really well for them, but I feel like a little bit of over-aggression sometimes might have put them in a worse position, but they were that far ahead at some points, it really didn't matter. So, no change in the bans from UU. Going to take away that Vladimir once again. Looking forward to seeing what the first few picks are going to be from TCD Lux. They've got to find something for a heal to carry on.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what he's thinking this time, because the Kassadin, you know, he didn't lose lane, he didn't feed on it, but he just didn't have the same carry potential he would have. And I do think there were better picks where he could have probably picked some, like an Akali. And he does take the Diana first, but I don't know, that could be somewhere else, but yeah, I don't know. First pick Diana.
It is Rahil's Diana because they banned it against him in the last game in the second phase. So it is Rahil's Diana. I am looking forward to seeing him playing something with that kind of bruiser carry potential that Yon and Yasuo now have with the new preseason. Just with all the lifesteal, Diana has that extra bit of tankiness to her. So I am looking forward to that one. And UU picking up two of the very highly contested picks in Jhin and Ornn.
Yeah, I can't wait to see what they're going to pick right now, because Ulster gonna take the Ornn and the Jhin away, and Samira got hit again in the new patch, so I actually haven't seen what she's like so far, but they're pretty tough. The biggest change that I saw was being tested around on PPE is that the knockup, it doesn't actually apply to her little knockup and passive doesn't apply to immobilizing effects anymore, and only works to targets that are airborne. So that really hits her synergy with some of the supports like Leona, who immobilize.
It does work nicely with a set though, because his E is a knockup.
Yeah, that's true. Actually, it's actually pretty right into the Jhin as well. I kind of want to see it just to see what it's like.
Yeah, so I would like to see the Ducks pick up Samira here, but on the other side of things, I don't think that's where their carry potential is. I still don't feel like that's their style to play. I feel like they need to work around Rahil, and even then work around Matt's kind of circus. Both of them have been exceptional throughout the season. And then we have Kai'Sa coming in, which I do prefer. It is good mixed damage, especially with a set. A lot of CC.
Yeah, they do provide a lot of mixed damage. Diana as well, doing a lot of it. They actually might look to pick. I don't know. I haven't seen Matt's Connoisseur picking an AD aggressive top laner. Because I don't know where the set's going. That could be set bot.
Ooh.
Could be set top. But either way, if it sets support, they might look for maybe a bit more AD.
The Fizz coming out from UU. Okay.
Strong pick. He's a very strong pick this preseason. He's needed a few nerfs.
He has. Fizz is actually Lissandra. Okay.
Lissandra.
Lissandra.
Exactly.
That makes more sense. I was like, Fizz into Diana when Diana does everything an assassin does but stays healthier. Weird one. But no, Lissandra, much better. You can keep yourself safe. She ults. Diana goes in with the ult. You're just going to ult yourself and survive the damage anyway. Very, very good pick. A lot of CC as well. Good roaming potential. Yeah, I really like that pick actually. I'm just wondering what Dakin is going to pick up, because we still haven't seen the jungler yet for UU, and I feel like he's one of the more contested junglers. They like to ban stuff away from him, because we've already seen Leona banned away UU. They don't want to give that pack over to Kronk, but Graves taken away. We're expecting to see more carry junglers taken away. So is Kindred going to be taken? Is Skarner going to be picked up again?
Yeah, I actually don't know what he's gonna pick this game. I did like the Skarner. I think early game it did a bit more, and even some of the ults that on a couple of the ulster targets that just got really caught out of position. It did a good job, and it did its job well. I just think in this case they either need to go fully on the get a couple more tanks in, or they need probably a tank jungler and an AD top laner.
Yeah, and that last ban was actually Sejuani.
Sejuani.
Yeah, so that was the last ban, and then Lulu taken away. So Soraka is actually left up. TCD doesn't like handing that over usually, so Soraka could be taken here by UU. And then on the other side, okay, another trash being picked up. It's given over to Ginger Joe, and Alex is going to be happily on that Jhin. So Fizz and Orin. So the last one will be Dakin. He will be counter picking for the entire team. It's all going to be on his shoulders once again. And then the other side, we're expecting Set to be either support to pair up with that Kai'Sa, or will it be actually Matt's going to start going for the Set in the top side?
It's good flex, and they do put it top lane.
Okay.
Nice bit of CC for the Braum. Does proc the Killer Instinct on the ultimate.
Yeah. I think I would have preferred a Set in the bot side, just because in land that double stun, it can just stand up to the likes of Jhin. Big shields. I don't know, this is the jungle pick now for TCD, and it's going to be the Hecarim. I completely forgot the champion existed.
Yeah, I don't know if he's still doing so hot. I haven't heard much about the champion lately, but I would assume he's super strong still. I mean, it goes really well with their comp. They really want a team fight, and Hecarim gives that fear if he lands it on multiple people. He has the knockback potential for the Kai'Sa ulti, and he's pretty good pre-6.
Yeah, no, that's a really nice pickup, but I wonder what Dakin's good. Yeah, the Kindred, I said it earlier. It's the last kind of big carry jungler that you can have left, and
or Graves. Oh no, it's banned.
Banned, yeah. So like the Kha'Zix, the Kayn, and the Graves are banned, and then it's pretty much just Kindred left. So I do like the Kindred. I do have a Kindred tattoo, so I really like Kindred, and I really like Jinx. So they're my two. But yeah, Kindred, really nice pickup, really good into tanks. Should be able to get through the Hecarim pretty quickly.
Yeah,
so,
I think I like their comp, but the only thing I'm worried about now is, well, actually no, it's probably nullified. I was thinking more the Ulster's comp is really squishy, but minus the Orin, but that's probably the same as TCD. They do just have, although maybe a bit beefier with the Hecarim, but yeah, I think either way they have pretty nice team fight. I think it's more on probably individual play this game, like whether Orin lands his ults, whether Kindred does time the ulti in time to keep him alive, and pretty much whether Hecarim Fear or maybe a Braum can just stop that from happening, because if they can stop Kindred ulti and blow him up with the comp before he can even pop his ulti, that's just going to be a huge advantage for Trinity.
Yeah, there's always a chance that TCD could push a very valuable target out of that Kindred ult using the Hecarim E, or even the Fear from the ult from the Hecarim. So Onyx and Disco Dakin, really, really big roles to play once again in this game. So my vote in itself will go for UU. They've taken Connoisseur off of the Ornn. They've given it over to Soup C here, who played exceptionally well in the first game with some nice outplays. A big carry jungle. Lissandra made a lot of CC. And a very strong bot lane. So that's where my vote is going. Where do you think it's going?
I think I'm going to stick with Ulster on this one. I like their play last game. I like the way they're doing it at the moment. And honestly, I'm a big fan of the Soup C, you know?
The Soup C. Get those memes in. Yeah, anyway, we're going to go to a quick break. We will be back as soon as the game starts. Please don't go anywhere. Welcome back, ladies, gentlemen, and everything in between. We are getting back into game 2, where we will see, hopefully, TCD come back with a much stronger start to the game.
Yeah, TCD have opted for a different start, unless that's intercourse with a name change.
No, that's actually been a sub. King Irishman was subbed in there because it is quite late, and intercourse did actually have to go to bed, I believe. I'm going to say that even though I can't confirm, but he did have to go, but we're just going to say he had to go to bed. Intercourse had to go to bed early.
Maybe he went for some intercourse.
We're not allowed to say that. Oh, BK, man.
Oh, sorry.
You gotta be chill on that one, but nonetheless.
Sorry.
Jesus Christ. As we do come to a pause in the game, it's no worries. We do have 2 invades coming in from the teams, though. How do you feel about that? Do you think there anything will come from this, considering they're on complete opposite sides of the map?
I'd imagine it'll probably just end in both just deciding they're not going to stick to it any further. Although, I could see an argument for maybe, I don't know, just a clear sweep, and they think, okay, they're not on their blue buff, and they can just turn it for just a straight invade to red.
Vertical jungle again, is it?
Yeah, I don't know.
It could be. I am wondering, though, like, who's going to be the first person to walk over and check the opposite side of the jungle? Who's going to make the risk? Because Alex P and Ginger Joe both have to walk all the way to bot side, while on the other side, Matt's Connoisseur is the only one that has to go top side. So will we see, let's say, Soup C, Disco Dakin, and Rwanda stay in that top side and hopefully catch out Matt's Connoisseur? Or will everyone just recall and go back to normal?
I think it'll go back to normal, but I'm interested to see these matchups happen.
We will get back into the game almost immediately. There was no such thing as a pause there, everything was fine. OBK didn't make comments that we didn't want to hear. But we are getting...
It was paused.
We're getting back in, and as we're looking, it's just going to be a simple, both teams are very, very scared of what's going to happen next. We see 2 wards immediately used by TCD to see any attempt at an invade. Well, we do now see Matt's Connoisseur walking with Raheel, and they're both pinging that they're on their way to the blue buff. So what's going to happen now? Am I right?
Oh, well, what's going to happen now is Matt's Connoisseur might just be looking to go to the Mordekaiser Death Realm pretty early. He is not going to check it fully. I don't know if he knows they're there right now, but Supsy and Dakin are probably strong enough to kill him. He's walking in range. They know he's there. They opt not to commit for it, though, just to give him the illusion that they're not actually on the blue buff. That was pretty smart.
Yeah, very, very nicely done, and I think I was right about it. But the pings are coming out from the blue side there to ping out that maybe Disco Dakin is on it. So we're not 100% sure if they have the information or not, but that was really, really nicely done on the side of UU to stay on that buff, and I guess just have the gonads to stay there. That could have been dangerous for them.
Yeah, because if the ward went down there, maybe they would have forced the fight, but with Set Flash down, they knew exactly where he's passed.
Meanwhile, straight to this though? There's going to be a fight in the jungle?
I was going to say there's a fight in the jungle. As Onyx Q's does find Disco Dakin, they're both level 2. He's gone for the QW, doesn't have the E available. Dakin is kind of super low here, and Raheel's coming to try and clean her a bit more. He does get the assist on it as well. Meanwhile, on the top lane, Soup C forced onto the retreat from the set right now, but he doesn't bop to flash, and I think he's just going to get away a wee bit.
Yeah, he just walks away nice and easy. No problems there whatsoever. Doesn't lose half of his health bar, but this is the Oren matchup. You'll go low, you'll regenerate, it'll be fine. That's how Oren goes, but I think Dakin there just making a really big mistake there and staying and going for the second camp on the enemy side jungle, and a nice trade coming in. Ginger Joe getting a little bit better with the hooks. The first game, he was hit or miss. This game he seems to be hitting more than missing, so that's always a good start. But Dakin making a big mistake there and staying for that Gromp, but I think that's going to really hurt his clear, and but he still will get 3 buffs.
Oh, into the flag from Ginger Joe. The W does connect, and that's a heal flourish from Alex P. Meanwhile, Disco Dakin again getting forced out of lane. Flash force from Dakin back, and they're going really aggressive, but Raheel picks the kill out of all of that. Does have to blow the flash for it though, and Rwandis walks away.
Yeah, and Raheel getting that first kill, going super aggressive there with the flash forward. And Dakin, again, giving over another buff. That's the 2 buffs he picked up have both been given over. 1 to Onyx and 1 to Raheel. So he will go pick up a 3rd buff. And will that one go over? We're yet to find out. He could go down to the bot side and just give it all away again. But falling really, really far behind now on this Kindred. And I was saying that was the last true carry jungler left, but this does not look like a game he's able to carry if he keeps going this way.
Yeah, and it's just a bit unfortunate that Kindred just, I don't know, he's not that strong early. He's not nearly as strong levels 1 to 5 as Hecarim is in Unit 6. So like, I don't know, I feel like Dakins might just want to play a lot safer, and even then I think he probably is going to just keep getting invaded from Onyx and Goose, because that Hecarim, if it works, just keep doing it. Like,
yeah, just keep sprinting at him. There's no harm in it, but he's on the safest of the camps now. So for anyone who doesn't know, when you're on your blue side, that is the safest you'll ever be, because if you're getting invaded on wolves, you have a lot of paths you can take to just jump towards towers or into awkward positions, and Hecarim can't follow you over walls unless he has ult. So right now Dakin is super safe in his jungle. He's fine to just farm up and then move to the top side. They do have an idea in their head of where Onyx Goose would be, because the top side was taken by Dakin. He knows the timings for those, he knows when they're going to be back up, and he knows that Wolf camp wasn't cleared fully, and there's no point in Onyx Goose going back to finish that until he has both camps available. So he knows right now he's safe enough. Rwandis is also covering him, standing a little bit closer to that Raptor side wall. He's going to get some farm into him at least, and he's not falling too far behind in levels, but he is down quite a significant amount in gold. So I'm looking forward to seeing what his plan is from now, because it's going to be very hard for him to gank any of these lanes because they're all quite defensive.
yeah, I don't know. He's gonna be. I think right now Dakin's whole goal is just to scale and probably just farm up, because he is quite a bit behind, and Onyx Goose is just gonna put that extra gold he's gotten probably into the laners and just try to get a lot more aggressive ganks. Mid lane's gonna be a bit rougher though, because Rwandis did hit 6, and you know the whole Lissandra ulti's just gonna absolutely chain root him. So I don't really think.
Or
he
ult
can
yourself,
there.
get all your health back.
Yeah, it's a bit rough. Meanwhile, the Call of the Forge God going to come out here. Dakin looking for the gank. Matt's Connoisseur forced to flash out. Doesn't have the ulti available just yet.
Oh, he does
And
have
now
the mark
Excuses here.
there. Oh
He's
no.
coming. He's going in aggressively here onto Dakin, who is running away, trying to escape. Doesn't have the flash up just yet, and he's not going to have a bit enough damage to get it. And Soup C barely going to get around. The W going to come in, and that's going to be a TP from Rwandis, who does have the ulti available. He is going to put it down immediately. We don't know who yet. It's going to be on Onyx Goose. Matt's going to soar as well. Rwandis is here, and he has mana, but he doesn't have that much HP anymore. Again, another flash, but the knock-up from the Ornn going to ensure that they get the kill onto Matt's Connoisseur. But a lot of summoners used.
Yeah, everything using the top side, but the kill does go over to Dakin, which is a massive one. Also, he did have set marked at that time, so Raheel 1v3 top side. TP coming back in.
He's coming in aggressively. I don't know. I'm assuming he's just trying to stop the wave so he can just proxy it, but they're hovering around. They actually are looking for the tower dive. The Q does connect, and he is level 6 right now. So he can look for the collapse thing where he does a load of damage back over. So it'd be pretty nice for his tower dive. That's Connoisseur's here. Goose is low. Onslaught of Shadows comes out to pick up 1 kill, looking for 2. Dakin goes down. That's going to be 3. And the hook this time also connects onto Kronk. But wow, really, really nice dive from Trinity, knowing exactly when to go in there.
Yeah, and everyone escaping on less than 100 HP as well. Just very, very nicely done. And that one's like, they just got a little something back. They just got like an inch, but then TCD just took a mile and takes the triple kill up there. But Ginger Joe with nice sidestep. Just no fear in that one whatsoever. He just knew he had that one immediately. Very nice, but no Drakes taken yet. We're 8 minutes into this game. I don't think teams want to be down around that area forcing fights when it looks like King Irishman here, the sub coming in instead of Intercourse, is doing a lot better this time around into the lane. Him and Kronk seem to be working better as a team. They're up a good amount of CS and they're forcing them away. But Ginger Joe is landing some very nice hooks.
Wow, his hooks are nuts this game. Like a lot better than last game.
It only takes one game to learn Thresh. You know that, right?
Oh yeah, you have
100%
one game
right.
where you're trying to get the angles, and then game 2 you just hit the hook.
Game 2, you're playing Rocket League with the angles. You're that good. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
But no, we're gonna have a little look into a trade into the mid lane. Rwanda's just
Nice time W.
using the aftershock. I think he was watching my A to Z on my stream there and learning how to play Lissandra from my 6 losses in a row, and deciding to take the aftershock to make sure the win comes true. You know.
Yeah, it's pretty tough. I have to
It's
admit.
it makes you so incredibly tanky, and considering you're being used as utility, you're never going to do much damage as Lissandra. Most of your damage actually comes from your passive, which is when someone dies around you on the enemy team, you get a frozen zombie of them, and that will do a lot of damage if in a massive team fight and manage to hit some people. So why would you risk the chance of dying when you can just take aftershock and not die? But
Oh.
the TP coming through from Soupsy, this is the
Speaking of team fights,
advantage.
curtain call coming out. Onyx Goose trying to force out of the pit. The hook does connect for Ginger Joe. Flay trying to get him
Oh.
out. But when you see the Glacial Fissure coming up the
Drake,
door,
the kill.
Dakin picks up the dragon and all that. Dakin picks up 2 kills. Third kill going over to Ulster. And they're back in the game.
Yeah, that could not have went better for them. Rwanda's, just as I said it, goes into the back, ults himself, so tanky when he goes in, so tanky when he comes out, and just takes absolutely no damage. Goes straight back to farming that mid lane. Dakin gets a free smite, jumps in, because Rwanda's did go down, or Onyx Goose went down in that fight, and Raheel also goes down, a double kill. Very, very nicely done overall, and that's just the strength of this comp. So much utility and so much damage coming through so quickly, and there was just never a chance there for Onyx Goose to survive, was there?
No, there really wasn't.
The chain CC was just there, and very, very well done by UU to bring this game back, and that goal lead is shrinking considerably, and
And they have a dragon.
they have a dragon. Mountain is Mountain that oh no.
Oh no, Dakin is halved off the E alone. In comes the onslaught of shadows to just pick it up at the end there. But my god, that Trinity Force doing insane damage.
Yeah, Onyx just screaming, you can take my Drake, but you can't take my Crab, and goes over and cleans that one up. Just Dakin just staying a little bit too long there. He did have the ult available as well. It's just so scary trying to drop that while a Hecarim is charging at you, because you don't know how far you're actually going to go, because it's dependent on your speed, which a lot of people don't know. But Rwanda's clearing these waves out now. Didn't even have a chance to get down and help out Dakin there. That was very, very quick. Honestly, it's just showing the strength of a Hecarim there.
Yeah, Hecarim is just very strong, especially into a champion that really needs to just get its feet off the ground with souls and damage items, whereas Hecarim just, you get a Triforce and you're pretty much full build.
Yeah, and if you have Ghost alongside it, you're just you're full build with pots, you know, with a Lulu ult even. It's just Hecarim's such a good champion that, like, you've seen some of the madness builds where you get like U-moves and rapid fire cannon.
Oh, he's nuts. He's such a fun champion, and I think even in competitive kind of stuff like this, he just fits so well because he's such high gank potential, and he just counters these late game hyper carry junglers.
And even top lane, we did have a famous Irish player who got the challenger playing Hecarim top. Boosh himself. I think.
Oh, I thought you were gonna say. Oh wait, I was thinking of someone else there. No, yeah, fair.
No, Boosh got it. I managed to play against his Hecarim once, and I got to kill it as Rengar top, playing the old Ryan Choi build with 4 Doran's blades. But then again, he completely smashed everyone else in my team. It was just that he was really low health one time, and I ulted him. But nonetheless, that was the best moment I've ever had against Boosh. The rest of it was just him running everyone down on his Hecarim. But Hecarim has always been just that one champion where when you see him, he just looks incredibly strong. Like Licorice playing it in Worlds. That's just a free tower being taken by that Rift Herald there, and we see Dakin getting pinged out by the blue side. They know he's in that enemy jungle. Raheel.
That might be a second hit as well. He's trying to clear it, but right now Matt's Connoisseur is doing enough damage to stop him getting that last auto in and getting behind the Rift Herald. It looks like it's going to hit the turret.
Yeah, it looks like it's going to step up. Soupsy Oh, he's gonna get it. He got it.
Oh,
He got it.
there you go. Big outplay from Soup C.
Yeah, that's the play we're looking for. Oh, there we go.
Oh, the Lissandra ulti does come down. Disco Dakin going in really aggressive here. Does have the ulti, does pop the Lamb's respite to keep himself alive there. Really nice.
Uh-oh.
Oh, but meanwhile, top lane coming down with the TP and the flash. Rwanda's gets hit with the E that pulled in. W not going to do enough damage, and he's on the retreat, and that's 2 summoners forced out of Matt's Connoisseur. Soup C's gotta be happy with that.
Yeah, that's everything you wanted. You got to drop the rift, you got the extra 25 gold, gets to shove one wave in. Rwanda's gets out using the claw. Disco Dakin also gets to pick up a kill. Very, very nice. I'm just going to have a quick check and see how many stacks Dakin is actually on. He does have 2 stacks.
2!
Whole
No.
2. Okay, so for people that don't play Kindred and are wondering how many stacks are important, once you hit 4 stacks, that is your min-max. That is where you need to be to do decently well on Kindred. Before that, you're not really a champion. Once you hit 4, you do decently well. Everything else past that is just like an added bonus. It's not too important until you hit like 16, 17 stacks when your auto-attack range is insane. But you need to be at 4 stacks to really become a champion. That would be your spike. So him being so far behind right now and not being able to get into the enemy jungle is massive. So we are going to see the Drake will be started up immediately by the side of TCD, and it does look like there's going to be any contest coming in now from UU.
Yeah, that was nice. You done not snucken. Sneaked the dragon. That's the word.
Good job, OBK. It's late. It's
we
okay.
get there.
We
We
forgive you.
get there. I'm tired. All right.
We're all tired. Don't worry
It's
about
a
it.
late game.
A late game. It's been for 4
Hey, we're in the
hours.
late game already.
Yeah, no, we are. Especially with Onyx Goose doing this much damage. But this game is looking very heavily favoured to TCD. They look like they are actually playing this one a lot better. Onyx Goose nearly walked past that ward. Maybe he's getting tired as well.
Onyx Goose is going down for the red buff, and I think really it's just going to be a little bit of a lull up till maybe the next 4 minutes when Baron and the next Infernal Dragon, which it will be the Infernal Soul, spawn.
Yeah, we will have an Infernal Soul, which is nice. It's nice to have something nice and aggressive. We're fed up getting Clouds and Ocean Drakes where it's just regen. I want to see more damage. I want to see someone blow up. And then again, we do have Raheel in a game, so we will see eventually someone just get completely one-shot. Especially with this Diana. I haven't seen a competitive Diana in a while, so it's refreshing. But we do see Dakin is sitting on the side here. Rwanda's constantly pushing those waves in. Not going to give the opportunity for any sort of gank to come in. I'm kind of hoping to see like maybe a rotation coming in now from you. They need to move that Jhin into another lane. He's picked up his mythic. He should be able to stay alive in that mid lane now. But what I want is I want to see Rwanda's in that side lane with that TP, forcing those waves in onto the likes of King Irishman on this Kai'Sa and constantly putting this pressure down, because that bot lane is not looking too hot right now for Alex P and Ginger Joe. They're down a considerable amount of farm.
Yeah, and Kai'Sa has just been silently farming up. Did opt to go for the Kraken Slayer, which is the more popular build that I've heard of anyway.
Oh
Meanwhile,
my
the
God.
top lane, Matt's Connoisseur, actually a lot of damage back off Dakin. He does have the completed boots as well as the Kraken Slayer, so he is going to be doing a bit more damage, I have to say.
Oh, his damage is massive with those items, and the TP coming in to try and protect the bot lane here. Double TP. Rwanda's coming over that wall as well. The flash coming in. Soup C's
Onyx
going in.
Goose
The
is
hook's
low.
coming in.
He's on his own. He's taking the turret shot. He goes down. They get Onyx Goose. That's a shutdown going straight over to Alex P.
Yeah, that does change that lane just a little bit. King Irishman will make his way out, but will Kronk as well. He does
Oh.
flash away Rwanda's with the
Double
follow.
hits though.
Oh,
You got the kill.
we suddenly changed roles right there for absolutely no reason. I became the
I
play
can't believe that they got it though. And
So clean.
Raheel was nowhere near.
Yeah, Raheel never even had a chance to come down there. That was very, very clean. The double TP coming in. And that's, I have to say it again, that is just the utility coming in from this Lissandra. Just every single time you see it come in, it's just CC after slow. Those big frozen zombies coming in doing all the extra damage. And that last hit from Alex P, getting that shutdown onto Onyx Goose, was just nasty. And that is a massive amount of gold being handed over. Very, very nicely done, and just that cross-map play from Onyx Goose doesn't quite hit the mark. Dakin gets a nice gank up on the top side. Onyx Goose goes, okay, we'll go bot. We'll try get something, forgetting completely that's a double TP on the side of UU. And now the goal lead is shrinked to 1k. Very, very close now.
Yeah, and I just think at the moment it seems to be one team sided, and then it just flips on its head again. I feel like fights are just going very stretchy. Speaking of which, Ginger Joe just overextending a wee bit there. The E comes in, the ulti from Raheel does go down, and like it's very back and forth. There really just doesn't seem to be any solid state of one team getting a big advantage over the other. It just seems to be misposition for one team after the other.
Yeah, it's like one team makes a play, then the other team makes a play, and this keeps going back and forth. The only difference being that one last big one for UU where they countered the play. But as you see, the Drake is coming up now in the next 45 seconds. Dakin's getting in position. Onyx Goose is also in position. Dakin not in the greatest position though, because Raheel will be looking for him. Lancer Q, Lancer E, there should be no ult available, but just gets the lead. It doesn't even use the Lamb's Respite.
He did in there to try and get onto Alex P, but unfortunately it doesn't hit. But the hook does connect from the onto the Braum, but he doesn't actually take it.
Yeah, so Dakin won't be up in time for this Drake, and they have full vision control. They're fully safe walking up here. They have all the information they need. That should be a free Drake heading over to the side of TCD, and that might have been a big mistake coming in there because Dakin had both flash and ult available.
Yeah, it's a bit unfortunate to be honest, because what are they really supposed to do right now? They've just given the dragon away. It's the second dragon, and they're right now. I feel like Baron's up right now. TCD look like the team that can just get first control. Set's already hovering around this. They look to probably just get some prio, and then they could probably have a pretty nice Baron fight.
Yeah, I think the big fight will come at Baron, or I don't know. There might be a nice pick coming up soon, and they might just snowball it from there. But that death from Dakin, I'm still questioning that in my mind. He had the ult available, and he had backup. He had all the options and everything he needed there. So as you see, he's just going to reset now. He's going to try get some levels into him, try get his jungle cleared. I'm looking forward to seeing how these lane phases are going to go now, knowing that they know who to focus, and Rwanda's doing a lot of damage there to Raheel. Onyx Goose isn't at bot side though, and now without the ult, Rwanda's is in deep trouble.
He ulted into the E to get onto Rwandis. Rwandis trying to get away with his own, but that didn't matter. Dakin flashes onto him though. Meanwhile, Onyx Goose just hovering on the retreat. The Q over the wall. Diana is going to get a clean recall out, and it looks like Ulster get nothing back in response.
Yeah, Dakin just, I don't know what he was thinking there with that flash. That was not the right call, but Soupsy is just getting collapsed on right now by Tree, and that's not what you need when you're playing Ornn. You can't 1v3. Well,
you can try. The Q does connect. Meanwhile, the Lamb's Respite going to bot lane, and Raheel and Onyx Goose just decimating Dakin.
Yeah, Dakin taken down, trying to steal away the enemy Raptors there. I'm not sure if he got them or not. We will check that now in a few minutes. I'll see if I can get up the stacks. I can't actually check while Dakin is dead, but the Baron being started now immediately by the side of TC, and this is what I was saying, this is maybe just one pick and they can try get something done on the map, but Ginger Joe is here to check that one.
We're here. Maybe a bit late. The hook!
Goes straight over to TCD, and that's such a big swing in their favor. That could spell the end of this game, and that could bring us to a game 3 if you're still awake at that time, OBK, if you don't fall asleep on me. But Dakin did pick up that other stack, so he is on 3 stacks. One more and we will see a different Kindred, a much stronger Kindred. Also with the changes to Kindred, she is incredibly strong right now because she can remark people, everything's faster, all of her stats are better. A really, really nice set of buffs for Kindred, so looking forward to seeing her more and more in competitive play. But I'm looking forward to seeing Alex P kind of step up into this game now. He's now got a second item, and we need him to be playing more like an actual ADC and not just sitting and farming, because King Irishman is doing the exact same thing. We need these ADCs to be in these fights and doing a lot more, and especially for the side of UU, Alex P has to be stepping up. This is his chance to show us not just a Dakin show.
I mean, he does have both items completed now, and as well as that, he can actually tear up a lot of the members of Trinity. He could one-shot probably Kaisa, Diana, even if she overextends, and Ekram has opted to go for the Death Stand, so he's probably a bit more resistant to it, but he does do a really good job of shredding the squishies.
Yeah, I feel like he can get through a lot of these. I don't think he'll be getting through Matt's Connoisseur anytime soon. That is, although he has mostly on hit and lifesteal, he will be a tanky set, and that is
my
so
god.
much damage.
Onslaught of Shadows doing so much damage with the Q from Kaisa going to pick up the damage back in response. Flash coming out from King Irishman.
Yeah, that was very, very fast, and maybe that swap from Intercourse to King Irishman might be the difference maker here, because he's after picking up another nice kill, and Raheel flashes in.
Raheel fails the flash, goes golden. Lissandra doesn't have the ulti up though, trying to get the W down. The Glacial Fish are going to come out. Raheel goes in onto Alex P, who is ignited. Meanwhile, Rwandus is barely alive. Double kill for Raheel. And they're super low.
They're all really low, but they've killed 3 of them. And that's just it for that. Soupsy's still stuck in that top side trying to contest Matt's Connoisseur, and this might be a trade back in the Drakes, because I feel like Dakin might have the advantage running to that first with the health he is on compared to the likes of Onyx Goose. But King Irishman could very easily contest this one, and they still have that Baron buff as well to recall and reset even faster, so this Drake could be the fight that changes the game, or it could be the one that ends the game, because I feel like if TCD win this fight, they could just walk it down that mid lane or walk it down that bot side. So the Drake being started, there is actually going to be no contest Dakin opting to go towards the top side.
It is worth note, Ornn is level 14 now, so ornaments will start coming in.
Ornaments. Love that.
Yeah, Christmas, the most festive champion.
He doesn't even have a Christmas skin.
That is true. Riot Games, get on that.
Yeah, like it's like Santa's sleigh for his ult. Come on.
Oh, that would be really good. Yeah, Krampus Ornn.
Perfect. Nothing better than that.
Nothing scares kids more than Ornn, you know?
Well, Fiddlesticks is
He is a champion,
BGU
that is
was,
true.
and he has a Christmas skin, to be honest.
He does. It's a pretty good one as well, I have to say.
Dark Candy as well is pretty good.
Yeah, it's a pretty good skin.
Ornn did actually just get a new skin though, didn't he? Didn't he just like this
Yeah,
patch get one?
I'm not sure if it's out. I think it's coming out. Elderwood Ornn.
So he's
And
out
it
of
is
the
a
1000 day
gorgeous
club,
skin.
yeah.
Yeah, he finally got it, and I'm glad too, because it's a gorgeous looking skin.
So is it just Skarner left in that club?
No, he got his skin. He got the cosmic shard Skarner, like 2 patches ago.
Did he? Oh,
like
I'm trying to remember who's in that, but a nice hook on Onyx Goose.
Oh,
This could be a
Hook
big
does
one.
hit. This could be a big, huge thing. He does pop the ulti onto the shadows coming out. Rwanda's flashing forward, ulting himself to do a lot of damage there. Meanwhile, Raheel just come at the W just in time, and the Lamb's Respite. Hook does connect. Raheel's still alive though, and he's golden. Lissandra forced to run away. Onyx Goose picks up the kill to clean this up. Alex P still alive. W does connect, but he can't do anything.
Yeah,
What
this
is-
is
Give
why you
us
ban
no
Raheel's
damage.
Diana. Oh my god.
He had
10, 2
no
and 4.
chance to do anything.
We've went back to the Raheel show though. So it's round 2 of the Raheel show. We've now played Diana, so now you get to ban. Okay, right. That could just be the end of the game right there. They have 8 seconds for Ginger Joe is back on this trash, but the damage coming through from Kaisa and Diana should be enough to just end this game outright. Brilliant, brilliant game coming in there from TCD, and we are going to a game 3. What are your thoughts here, OBK? What are we expecting in game 3?
Honestly, I wasn't expecting a game 3, to be honest.
Me neither.
I was kind of having the whim that Ulster would just, whip it out again and just say, all right, guys, we'll just clean it up, put it away, and we'll be done and dushed. But as it turns out, Trinity, nope, they wanted to claw their way back into this, and they actually managed to do it.
Yeah, okay. We're going to go to a quick break. We'll come back with more on stats for you after that, but we will talk to you in a few minutes. Welcome back to Game 3 between UU and TCD. And OBK, I know it's been a long day for both of us, but are you ready for the last one?
I am.
You sure?
In my heart, man.
In your heart?
I am here.
Okay, perfect. As we are getting in, bans coming out nice and quick. Yone, Yasuo, please ban the Diana. You have first pick. Don't let them play that one. Raheel was the carry once again. You got to stop him doing what he keeps doing and just winning these games while his team just enables him so well.
Yeah, I mean, they're going to go with the same bans again. No change-ups this time, which is pretty interesting. I do think this time I would like to see Dakin on his Graves.
They take away the Ornn though. They take the Ornn first pick. It didn't work out incredibly well for Soup C. We didn't see Matt's Connoisseur win on it. We didn't see Soup C on win on it. So maybe Ornn is the losing champion now. Maybe it's like NA Jace. It's like Ice Ornn. Is that a thing? We'll make that a thing. It's Ice Ornn if Ornn loses this one again. Okay.
Yeah, that's fair, man. I mean, I hope they take it first. So I don't know. They do go for the Diana. Raheel is back on something he feels comfortable on again, and after his performance last game, I couldn't really argue against it. Like, the first pick Diana didn't get punished enough, I think, and I guess it just means you could just first pick mid to give, I don't know, another counter pick, so a bit unlucky.
Yeah, this... What is there to say? Like, this is how we expected the draft to go if you were coming in as TCD. They want these champions again. The Hecarim was massive. So they'll want that, and once again they're going to want to come in with that Diana, but we do see Graves being hovered, and I hope Dakin takes it, because Dakin has proven time and time again he is insanely good on this champion.
Yeah, I was kind of hoping to see this from the start. I mean, they banned it second rotation in game 2. I actually think he could have probably taken it and then given something else away to be banned, because I really like his Graves, so I'm kind of glad he finally plays this in the game that matters most, really.
Yeah, this is the one and all. This is to get to the finals. This is the important game, and it'd be weird not having one of the original kind of teams in the finals with, like, let's say Kevin Mann, Dakin, Dano, those kind of players. They've always been like finals. These guys are here, like, So it'd be weird not having Dak in there, but then again, maybe it is time for the new blood in Raheel and Onyx Goose and Mats to come through and take those spots away. So we do see the Oriana come in for Rwanda's. That could be a very, very good answer to Raheel's Diana. As we see the Lulu ban coming in once again, taking away those supports. So we should see maybe another Soraka ban, and maybe a couple of ADCs. ADCs don't seem to be as high priority this time around, do they?
No, they really don't. I'm actually a bit shocked over that. I kind of thought they'd probably look for something a bit more, but I don't know. So it's a bit weird to see it not really, because right now they're like, I guess with the 80 carry nerfs that have happened so far, it doesn't matter, because taking away the like some of the lethality ADs just seems to make 80 carry. I don't know if it seems to be more balanced or people just haven't gotten around to what they're building anymore because they can't abuse lethality, but I do think it's probably just a pretty alright time to be an 80 carry for like once. Yeah, true. We're team players. Yeah, I mean, she could fit in her niche application. I'm not sure though if any of these comps are the right comp for Jinx though, to be honest. I think if you're going for a Jinx comp, you need at least 2 tanks. And I think Morgana doesn't synergize well enough. I think if you're going for this, maybe we see the Caitlyn. I mean, it hasn't been picked in a while, but
Is Caitlyn decent enough into the Alistar though, honestly?
I don't know. I'm just interested. Like right now, I don't know. If it's just usually Samira, Jhin, and then everything else was how I usually evaluated it. Like I know lethality, misfortune was a thing, but I'm not sure what that's like. And it's gonna be the Varus. Wow, that is a weird one.
Yeah. Okay.
I like Varus as much as the next guy. I actually really like the champ, but he can't go lethality because lethality is probably really bad in him, and even worse now that they nerfed it. So I'll imagine
on
he's
hit
going
is still
on
strong
hit.
though. It has to be on hit. On hit is
Yeah,
strong.
but, yep. So what? You go Kraken Slayer, Blade of the Rune King, Guinzoo's, and they changed Guinzoo's, so now it's your critical strike is 0%, so you can't just get the on hit stuff. I think it was to stop certain things, but yeah, I don't know. I actually played a lot of on hit Varus in a few seasons, and I had to learn it for collegiate a couple of years ago, but I don't know about its state right now. It's a good champion, don't get me wrong, but I feel like you need to know your stuff if you're gonna play it.
Yeah,
But
100%.
to be fair, Alex P, I haven't seen him play it. He could be a really good Varus player, so I'm looking forward to it.
I'm loving all the Soup C in the chat. All the
There's
memes.
never enough Soup C's, you know?
We
There's
need more
never-
Soup C copy pastas.
That is true. We need more Soup C's. Copy.
Yeah, it's a big carry coming in, the 1v9. But overall, like, this team comp, I think TCD Ducks might have it, because Raheel is once again on one of these champions that can just annihilate your backline. But I do like that Dakin's on Graves. I do like that he's actually gotten a chance to play it, so I'm hoping that this game will be the deciding factor, and you can show that Raheel can be taken down when he's not on these champions, because I don't want to see Raheel go into another series where people don't ban Yasuo Orion. Ulster are the first team to come in and actually ban those champions away from him. I want to see it work, you know?
Yeah. I mean, to be fair, either way, we're going to see some team win, and if Trinity win here, then it just proves Raheel isn't just limited to the 2 champs that everyone thinks he's limited to. And if Ulster win here, they've pretty much just said, well, Trinity seem to stomp everyone else, but they've not stomped us. So
Are we the best in the league then?
Get on your horse, TUD Apes Banana.
Exactly, so really looking forward to seeing what TUD are going to bring to either of those teams tomorrow. But we are going to go to a quick break. We promise we will be back. We won't fall asleep. Me and OBK will keep the energy levels high and get you through this at 20 to 11 at night. But we will be back in a couple of minutes. Don't go anywhere.
No. No. Yeah, man. We'll take a quick coffee break into a quick, I don't know, maybe a break to give Dakin some relaxation for a minute there. He might need it, but you know, we're all here. We're all here. We're good. We're ready to go. I'm excited.
30 seconds until minions spawn.
Yeah, it's coming in for the invade. The flash going in, 3-man knockup. Ulster on the retreat. They're all super low. Dakin's on the other side of the wall. Morgana binding connects, but Dakin can't do much since he started the queue. And all in all, that's what? Ginger Joe's flash, Dakin's flash for Kronk's flash ignite, and Matt's Conister's flash and Onyx Guska. So 3 summoners for 4. Oh, 3 summoners for 1, 2. No, 2 summoners for 3. So Ulster actually came in favourable in that, actually.
We say that, but will this bot lane get punished for not having a flash on the Morgana, who has a very low movement speed? And we do remember it's Onyx Goose on this Hecarim, aggressive, ready to get in there.
Doesn't have a ghost though, and Kronk doesn't have his neither.
Oh no, but the E speed alone, that charge.
Ah, but you just hit him with the binding, because you're obviously Giga Smurf, because Ginger Joe is incredible at hitting hooks or bindings.
Fair, okay. This is the first time we've seen him off Thresh.
Yeah, actually true. I actually quite like this Thresh in game 2.
In game 2, the one that they lost, strangely. He played better.
Yeah,
he
the
played
game that
better in
they
the game they lost. Yeah, very, very strange. But this is the lane I think that has the most importance. Let's say we have Lorandis on the Orianna versus Rahil's Diana. So Rahil with the run it back, coming for Diana once again. A big trade into that top side. Matt's Connoisseur and Soupsy once again playing Set and Ornn. So a couple of repeat champions, we'll say.
I'm a bit interested in bot lane because Alex P has started Tear the Goddess on Miss Fortune.
Mana?
Well, I mean, you can proc it easily because it does the abilities. So I imagine your E and your Q just insta procs it. But
yeah,
I don't know. I've played a lot of Miss Fortune. Like she's my most champion by I think I have 100 something games as a champion. But it's
amateur numbers, rookie numbers. Get those numbers up
from last season alone. But I've never seen this build of Miss Fortune. It looks like support Miss Fortune with the used to run
Dark Harvest.
Oh, was it? Oh, yeah.
There's a Dark Harvest support build right now for Miss Fortune when you go full AP. But
oh yeah, actually, what happened to the virus? That was a virus.
Yeah, I think they picked Miss Fortune by accident, and they picked virus back and it was meant to be Miss Fortune. But
yeah, so I was like, what was weird about this? Because I was thinking there's some champion I'm missing here.
Yeah, there's something weird. No, but they decide not to tell us these things. But if no one's complained about it in the all chat in the game, which I'm actually able to see, it should be fine. But Ginger Joe getting aggressed on heavily here by Kronk. Doesn't have the ignite though, so can't get anything else onto that one. And Alex P stepping it up there.
Overcommit for it.
Yeah. Oh, that's a nice bit of damage, and the comet as well. And Ginger Joe looked like he might be in a little bit of trouble.
A flash forward from King Irishman and the ignite. First blood going over to him, and Onyx Goose forced to E away. Meanwhile, the bot lane for Trinity, they blew both their summoners, but they got away somehow. And overall, it was a pretty net gain for them, because I think Ginger Joe just needed to get the binding on King Irishman there, because if it actually hit just before King Irishman flashed forward, he would have just been dead, because Alex P was in range.
Yeah, 100%. Very, very unlucky there, but Ginger Joe does go down. The first kill of the game does go over to King Irishman, who had a stellar game last time on Kai'Sa. So looking forward to seeing if he can step it up once again. It doesn't become the ADCs get 1 or 2 kills each and then farm for the rest of the game. Rahil trading heavily into Rwandus here. There's no mana available for Rwandus, but he does have enough for that. The Q's come through. The Conqueror has been proc. The Ignite is on. The flash and Rwandus wins.
And he gets it.
Does he die to the Ignite? The last tick?
No,
he stays alive. He stays alive. Okay, stays alive. That's a big win there for Rwandus. Both summoners used by Rahil and only one used by Rwandus. Great stuff. Just can't complain. Phase rush OP, I guess.
Yeah, and it's pretty insane. Onyx Goose is hovering bot side, so is Dakin for the counter gank, it looks like. And Dragon will be up in 16. It's going to be the Mountain, which means we might be looking at a second Infernal Soul game.
I hope so. We haven't actually seen a single soul picked up. We've got to soul point, but not full. So, but that's just how the games are going. I think it's just very team fight heavy games, and this time I am more looking forward to the combo from UU. They have the big Ornhorn coming in, then Rwandus with that shockwave, and then Alex P to layer that ult on top of it. This could be big, but once again, Raheel with the Diana ult, we've already seen it. He'll flash walls, he will E in, and he will annihilate your backline if he can get to it. So he can definitely cancel somebody's ults. But I am cautiously optimistic of how well TCD will do this time around, because that CS lead in top alone is absolutely insane.
Yeah, Soupsy really pushed in the backline this game. Although I think this is the first time we've seen Max Connoisseur play an aggressive Rosary laner in the series, isn't it?
He played
Thank
set
you.
last game.
Did he?
Yeah, it's the mirror matchup now. They've done it twice now.
Wait, what? This is a completely different than what happened last game then. He seems to be playing it a lot more aggressive.
Yeah, I believe he was set last game.
Oh.
Almost positive. It's
Well,
been a
that's why I
long
want-
day.
It's been a bit too much. Too
Yeah.
much sleep, man. But meanwhile, anyway, bot's pretty even. Mid's pretty even with maybe a kill per Wandis, so a bit of a lead, but not much. And jungle seems to be pretty even, so I imagine the next big play will be to probably get kill top still, which Soupsy already on the retreat.
Oh, the
Ulti coming down, and Matt's
cancel.
Connoisseur with the lovely solo kill onto the showstopper.
Yeah, the solo bolo there in the top side. He's chilling up there. Cancels the dash away from Soupsy with that ult. Very, very nicely done. Soupsy with that without a flash as well. That was very easy pickings there for Matt's Connoisseur. And what else can you say but thanks, I suppose.
Yeah, I don't know. It's a weird game right now. I'm kind of interested in where they're gonna go for Dragons, because Dada's bot, she's trying to catch up to Ginger Joe and the boys, and she is over Dragon Pit, so she did just leave Rwandis to free farm up.
Yeah, Rwandis does have a decent lead in the mid lane, especially with that solo kill coming in. I'm sure Raheel is feeling that, and it's like, I have to try and get something, but Orianna being incredibly hard to kill in that mid lane. Onyxus leveling up to 6 now. Dakin will... Oh, Ginger Joe getting caught.
Pulverize going to knock him up there. Meanwhile, MF just going to proc the combat as Onyx Goose does hit the bot lane, does have the Onslaught of Shadows available to him, and he is going to use it. The binding connects, he does use it back. Alex P stays alive. Bullet time, maybe a bit overeager, but the TP does come through for Rwandis. Does ulti 2, hits Matt's Connoisseur and Onyx Goose, who are both on the retreat right now, but Dakin and Soupsy are nowhere to be seen.
Yeah, so Soupsy can't follow, did have to use that TP to get back to that top side, and Dakin was himself taking his top side jungle, so he wasn't able to get there either. So a big collapse coming in, but it was cancelled very nicely by Rwandis landing that ult onto 2 people. Alex P and Ginger Joe definitely outplaying that. Oh, that's another one.
Oh, Binding does hit. He's super low right now. But they do pick it up, and they don't actually commit for this. Dakin's probably just thinking he's going to recall, so he is looking to get his red buff, which is up.
Yeah, he's going to take the Raptors as well, but I think Matt's Connoisseur is going to catch him out on the way here. Yeah, Matt's Connoisseur knew that was happening, and they've just decided to go in and contest it. He's got spotted, but a couple of plates there for Soupsy. He's making his way back into that lane, so it's still not a bad one overall.
Yeah, not a bad trade, and they both survived, only forcing an ult tier 2 out after like Tower Dive. And now a flash coming out there from Matt's Connoisseur.
Yeah, Soupsy getting a nice knock up there and getting the call in. Dakin, get up here, we're going to try to burn something here or kill him, and they do get the flash out of him, so very nicely done. Dakin going back in now to finish off taking his own jungle. And Onyx Goose going to Krugs first or gank. It looks like it's going to be Krugs, and then he's going to clear the rest of his jungle. The jungler's very, very close in XP, and just a slight level lead there for Dakin, probably from picking up a couple of minions during one of the failed ganks where he didn't burn anything, but maybe a summoner, no kills picked up. But as we do see, both of them now level 7. First Drake did go over to TCD though, and the next Drake will be Infernal, so we won't see another Infernal Soul sadly, but we will see the likes of a Cloud or Ocean. And
Both teams want the Cloud, I have to say.
yeah, I think the ults are a little bit bigger for the side of UU though, because that Misfortune and Orianna, they're the big ones.
And Ornult as well.
And Ornn, yeah. And then on the other side, Raheel. But then again, Cloud is really good for Onyx Goose because Hecarim, in general, just wants speed. It's the equivalent of Rocket League. Just more speed, more boost, getting in there quicker. So there's a lot to be said on which Drake it's going to be. I think what I like to do when I'm not sure about what Drake I want, and if the soul won't be in my favor, let's say, I'll just not take Drakes. I'll just stay away from them and just go for steals or team fights around it. I'll just leave it. Yous can start it. I'll take a Herald if I can and trade and try force wins through that side, because if you're not sure what it's going to be and it's disadvantageous to you, maybe just leave it. Just let it go. Contest to 4, leave the second one. Just try to get other stuff on the map down. So we'll see what the teams decide to do. I'm looking forward to seeing what they're going to actually bring out here, though.
Yeah, they're trying to all scale up. I think both teams really get a lot better in the mid to late game stage, and I think UU's is pretty good mid, but has a lot of late game potential as well with the Ornn in the game.
Yeah, that Ornn is always going to be a key factor. Onyx down to that bot side, trying to get something to work. A little bit forced there. Maybe if they clear this ward, they can just sit around and bait another one, because there's not much to take in the jungle. But it looks like Dakin's going to go and start out that Rift Herald, knowing that Onyx is in that bot side.
Yeah, that's worse. At worst, they come towards mid lane and they probably just trade one and they still get Rift Herald. Wow, that's a lot of damage back from Misfortune. Does have full completed Mirror Man, I believe. Didn't go for boots or anything.
Yeah, just straight up going for that, and Disco Dakin coming in for that re-gank in the top side, knowing that Flash is down.
Does have the ulti. He's gonna try and just use the pop. Oh, he should have held that. That's unfortunate.
He should have held it, but nonetheless, they catch it nice and easy. They do need to leave this lane immediately, though, because Raheel is hanging in the wings with Onyx Goose not too far behind.
Meanwhile, bot lane just seems to be just relatively even. None of them really seem to want to fight right now.
Yeah, the first couple of kills that were picked up by Alex P and King Irishman, I think were like surprise factors here. A flash burn, they really do not want to get caught by that. Okay.
Maybe a bit too overpredictive, because I don't think that was going to hit him either way if he just walked a bit more, because I think the way he was pathing, I don't think we actually would have hit him.
Oh, Onyx Goose with the ghost.
Yeah, he's going in. Rwandus has Shockwave available. Not sure if he's going to opt to use it though. He does pull him in, and he does get the move speed back off the phase rush to get away.
Yeah, very cleanly done there. And Dakin was even waiting at the tower in case that went any further. Honestly, he's burning a summoner there for not much really. Just
He's
some
really
pressure.
forcing it this game.
Yeah, honestly, it hasn't had the same effect as he had in the first game, where it was like gank after gank, kill after kill. This is the first game where he's been forcing hard, trying to get his advantages because he can't pick them up naturally through his ganks. So this might spell a bad kind of start or a bad trend for Onyx Goose in this game if they can't pick up anything. But Raheel has picked up the first item there, so there is the Nashor's Tooth available now. That's a lot of damage and a lot of on-hit available, as we do see the rest of the team working their way towards this Drake. TP available for Soup C, but not available for Matt's Connoisseur. We should see Soup walking back into a favourable position, but Dakin is going in hard.
Flash forward from Ginger Joe. Dakin wants this badly. They're super low. They're all walking across the Morgana pool. The ulti does come out and the chains are going down. A lot of damage come out here. The back of the shot isn't going to hit on excuse. Dakin is going to stay alive with the Immortal Shield Bow, and that's going to keep him alive again. And Orianna picks up both of those. But what a life steal.
Triple kill coming in there for Rwandus, just cleaning that fight up while Dakin just tanks it all.
Survives.
Yeah, but he tanked it all with an Immortal Shield Bow. That item is insane. So we used to see a lot of lethality grades, and you were saying that it got nerfed on a lot of ranged champions and marksmen, etc. So maybe now Immortal Shield Bow is the new best item on Graves. But
It might be. Like what their nerfing was very important to Graves though. Like they nerfed the shield that Dustblade gave you, and they nerfed off clips, and they nerfed Dustblade's damage that you got off it. I don't know. It was pretty I'd imagine that even though it was intended for like ranged users like ADs, it probably, you could imagine it trickled over into Graves. Meanwhile, Rwandus is fighting flash from both carries, and the ignite going out from Raheel there.
yeah, that's a big shutdown going over to the one person you don't really want getting gold. It goes over to Raheel, maybe just an overstay there by Rwandus. But as we do see Dakin running into that mid, not going to pick anything up there, and it looks like Onyx Goose and Raheel are going to go straight for this blue buff, pick this one up nice and easy. There shouldn't be a contest coming in there. Ginger Joe not going to land the Q. It could be a follow by King Irishman. The ult is not available though, so it could be dangerous. And Ginger Joe,
spotted.
yeah, he is on a ward. And they're actually going to go for this Rift Herald as well. That's a big objective now going over to the side of TCD.
Dakin won't be there in time, and he didn't know it was happening, so that's just going to be a clean Rift Herald for TCD.
I think they expected Raheel to recall after the solo kill in the mid lane. I'm not expected to go straight over to that Rift Herald, and they had no idea about where Onyx Goose was. So it's a nice little stealthy play. You can't complain when they get something right. All the TCD supporters should be proud of them right now. But as we do go in further in depth, where are they going to use it? Are they going to crack the top or the mid? What is their plan with it? Because we saw a couple of times in the last couple of games Rift Herald not being utilized correctly and just being dead weight in a lane, just being dropped and giving gold over. So looking forward to seeing what's going to happen next, especially with Alex P picking up a lethality second item. So does that mean Misfortune is still going Eclipse?
I was more thinking he was going for Collector, because Collector you can just reap the bounties, and Collector's nerf wasn't that big. It just meant that when you get... Oh, speaking of this, they're going to have a fight between the Onslaught of Shadows coming out there and the Shockwave Force, but TP gets stopped from Super C. Maybe should have stood a wee bit further back, but I don't know. It's a really nice cancel from Mats Connoisseur. He is going aggressive here, does proc them extra move speed, is going to pop the Showstopper to stop him from getting the Call of the Forge God, forcing the flash out of Soup C, and Soup C is going to go down after all that. Meanwhile, the bot lane Dakin is ignited, and they're all quite low, but so's Dakin. Immortal Shield Bow does get procced. He's alive for now, has no ulti, and he does go down.
Yeah, 3 members there needed to come over and stop Dakin from wreaking havoc, and Rift Herald was popped during all that and wasted once again. But a solo kill from Mats Connoisseur means they might be able to get this top tower. That TP, even if I think that went through, I think Soupsy would have died considering there was 3 members surrounding where he had TP to. So I think maybe let it go next time. Maybe there wasn't enough communication between the team there. Not 100% sure, but that is a big upswing now, knowing that Dakin was down and they managed to get the kill onto him. So TCD, very nicely done. They get the first tower, they get a nice kill. They're making their way back in, and that shutdown as well going over to Raheel, that could be the spell for disaster for the side of UU.
Going back to what I was saying earlier about what MF's probably building now, was Collector is still good, because the way they actually nerfed it wasn't anything huge. It basically meant Collector passive, which kills any auto-executes champions that are 5% HP. It used to do it to minions and towers as well, but they actually just removed that part of it and just have it as it'll kill champions. So still a good item for like MF who wants to get people low with the ulti, and then they probably reap it off the Collector or even off the Q with the lethality procs.
Yeah, that should work really nicely for her. I'm just... Is she still... I think she's still going for the Eclipse though. Like, now Manamune has been upgraded. It's now completed, so she will get enough damage. Does that proc on her ult?
The Eclipse?
The Manamune. Muramana.
Manamune proc... I'm actually not sure. I haven't actually seen this build before with MF. I've seen the lethality, but I don't think I've seen Manamune first item.
So I think on hits are procced on her ult, if I do remember correctly. So...
I should know this, but for some reason I'm drawing a blank.
Yeah. Right, okay. I'm trying to think of my brain. I think it does. A while ago it did, because you used to be able to proc Grievous Wounds from Executioner's Calling, and that's an on-hit effect. I'm sure it does, I'm sure that Alex P knows more than we do. But as we get set up for the next Drake, it will be the Ocean for the Soul. Soup C is down here in anticipation for it. Disco Dakin setting up the wards. They don't spot the ward.
TP comes in. He could have just stayed splitting. That was really early for the TP, and I'm not too sure about that one. Mats Connoisseur just going in, trying to take out Ginger Joe before anything happens. Onyx Goose pops the Onslaught of Shadows. Doesn't have the ghost up just yet. MF ulti going to do a lot of damage, going to pick up the kill onto Raheel. Meanwhile, Rwandis goes down to Mats Connoisseur, who does get hit by the binding, and Dakin's going to pick up that kill. 2 for 1 in favor of Ulster, and they get a dragon out of it.
Yeah, and they will get their second dragon of the game. Very, very nice turnaround there, but they still haven't spotted that pink in the back of the pit. Soupsy is now standing on it. And yeah, he will take it. Thank God. Thank God. Finally. That would just OCD annoy me. But Dakin picking up a kill there onto Mats Connoisseur, and Rwandis and Raheel both go down there as well. So a big upswing though in the favour of UU. They do bring the gold back. They have now taken a slight lead. They do pick up that bot tower as well off the back. I think Alex P is going to be a bigger threat than I originally imagined on this MF. I think this Muramana Eclipse build that he's going for, it is actually the Eclipse, is just going to completely shred the enemy team because there's
They're
not
not
really a
too
true
tanky.
tank.
Yeah, they just basically this is the reason lethality was invented.
If there's no true tank, you can just completely obliterate them, and it's going to take Alistair a while to become what a top lane tank would be at 20 minutes because he hasn't actually finished an item yet.
But I don't know. Right now it seems good. Alex P is about 20 CS up on King Irishman, and from the items he's got, if it does proc off it, I actually think he can do a lot of damage in these fights. I think one of the big threats to him though is if Kai'Sa lands the W on where MF's standing, she Killer Instincts and just blows him up. Same thing for Raheel, who has opted to flash a bit aggressively here. He does pot the ulti though. Ginger Joe does go down, and maybe a bit overeager MF ulti from Alex P, but they remain being on top lane. Soupsy is fighting Mats Connoisseur, and Mats Connoisseur is taking a lot of damage back.
Yeah, this is where we're going to see the damage coming in now. Alex P with the return, the Eclipse, it procs, and it does a decent amount of damage to Kronk.
Kronk flash for that as well.
Yeah, I think this is where the tiredness will come in, because this has been a long series and it's getting close to midnight. The guys are probably getting tired and they're trying to overforce plays, and I think it's coming out slightly in favour of UU nearly every time, because we've seen so many forced plays, including just in this game, from Onyx, Goose and Kronk trying to get some sort of advantage for the team. And right now Dakin's just running away with it compared to Onyx Goose, who has been so solid in the last two games. Like the Skarner in the first game was like nearly a win condition for TCD, and in the second game his Hecarim was massive. So let's see what happens here though, because Dakin's going to be first on the top.
Oh, the ulti doesn't get proc this time, and Soupsy's on the defensive. Meanwhile, Mats Connoisseur gets hit with the binding and goes down to Dakin, so that's a free kill going right over to UU.
Yeah, and that's what I was saying, just a little bit quicker off the mark. Dakin's just getting around, and Onyx Goose was in the top side jungle, just wasn't able to get up to that top. And as you see, the ward's being cleared out now. Kronk going in to grab a few. There's much better vision control coming in from the side of U or TCD, but how much of it is actually mattering when they're still losing members on the map? And we're just gonna have a quick look at the gold here. The biggest advantage obviously being in that top lane right now with nearly 1,000 gold in favour for Mats Connoisseur, but on the other end it's nearly all UU with advantages, especially in that jungle, and the mid is so close. Like, that's very surprising.
Yeah, I don't know. I felt like Raheel was overcommitting a lot more, but he stayed up in CS, even though he's rotated a fair bit more than Rwanda does.
Yeah, and I guess his kills had bigger shutdowns because he picked up a nice shutdown from Rwanda's in that 1v1. But here we go again.
He killed Lance Minion. The Killer Instinct's going to come in. He does pop the ulti. Maybe he should have gone away, but I think he was just dead either way. Meanwhile, Ginger Joe is going to go down to Onyx Goose, and that's 3v5 now.
Yeah, that's a nice
Baron's
pickup.
up.
Oh, they could go for the pings are going down for the Baron, and a nice kill under the tower, a nice pickup onto Ginger Joe. That could be a big play coming in right now for
Rwanda
TCD.
should keep splitting. I don't think Rwanda should recall at all here. Oh,
The TP is available. Maybe a
I don't
TP
know.
to... Yeah, okay, the TP, the ping's coming out that he can TP there. This is going to be a contest from UU.
I still think they could have pushed for another one, but the fight's about the onslaught.
Oh my
Shadow
God.
Zipper. Oh my god, what a shockwave from Rwandis onto 4
Good
people.
night, sweet prince,
And
look at that.
Connoisseur goes down. The ulti comes out, but it's not enough because he hits the wall, so he slows down. The ulti from the set. Raheel is the only one left, and he's not got much HP. In comes Ginger Joe. Maybe they pick up the kill here. Orin is around. The W isn't enough kill now, but the E is here. If he gets the W, he is dead. The EW comes down.
Pentakill.
Pentakill for Rwandis in the last game.
Rwanda's the big carry, the one we always believed in. That Orianna is just so clean, and that shockwave was so nasty. And oh, that was gorgeous.
That was
gorgeous
dirty.
stuff. Yeah,
That was dirty.
yeah. Raheel trying his hardest not to give that over, but that's going to be another Drake given over there as well. And that upgraded Ludens from Soupsy really showing how important ornaments are, and Merry Christmas, I guess, for Rwanda's, because that has to be a clippable moment. And the big carry there from Soupsy, of course. Soupsy coming in with the clutch slows, and making sure to confirm that one for his mid laner. All praise Lord
Wow.
Soupsy.
That was pretty insane, I have to say. Now that the fight is over, they've swung the goal back 2k in their favor. Dragon is up another 4 minutes, and Baron is up right now. I reckon, well, right now, UU need to get vision control of the Baron, because even though they did get the pentakill, they're still not out of the woods yet, because TCD have a really quick Baron.
They do. It's still not over. I just want to remind everyone in chat that OBK said Rwanda should have kept split pushing.
Look, if he split pushed, he would have gotten away with an inhibitor turret there, I reckon, at least. But yeah, they have to be fair. I didn't think he'd actually would TP in for that, and that they had the numbers for that. But my mistake, because Rwanda's is just a genius, apparently.
Hey, I called it too. Do I not get any credit? Oh, never mind. It's fine. It's grand. But no, so the setup's going to come in here once again. They're just going to keep... Oh my god, that damage is actually... For such a tanky character as Diana, just getting those extra hits and bursting through the shields. The 10 stack Magi's, the 3 stack right now on Baron. This game is slowed. Actually, the game overall has been very slow tempo, but once the fight starts to go so fast, Ginger Joe does survive. The ult coming in
Killer
from...
Instinct coming in, really aggressive, but the Q came in before he died. Ginger Joe is on form with these bindings.
Yeah, very, very nicely done, but is that worth trading a support for King Irishman? Ulting a little bit too aggressive there maybe, but Soupsy with the flash, with the horn.
Oh, he got the order, it actually connects. He didn't stop it, and Soupsy with the huge outplay.
Yeah, Soupsy just showing who the better top laner is right there and just smashing him with the Ornhorn. Very well played, and just gonna happily walk up that lane.
I think Soupsy's gameplay of this game is at least 5 of the 10 clips from this week for top highlights, to be fair. Like,
yeah, 100%. Like, Rondis will get 1 and Soup will get 4. And we'll also have a bonus Soupsy clip of just him taking
More
a ward or
Soupness.
something for the crack.
they're pushing it in now, meanwhile, because they don't really need the Baron. They could probably just have a strong siege and pushing the wave, and if they get an inhibitor, they can just immediately turn for Baron. I think right now TCD are really on the back foot, and now that you have this vision control and have already pushed towards the pit, I think they could easily death brush them, and if Trinity come, they can just bait them into it and get a pick for Baron.
Like, we have to remember, it's Rwandis on Oriana and Alex P on Misfortune. Their 2 ults together alone will shred an entire team, and what looks like it could be maybe a Collector coming through. I'm not exactly sure on the build path right now in my head for Collector, but I think it could be...
It's a full Collector.
Yeah, okay, yeah, so Collector has been picked up.
Oh, meanwhile, the onslaught of Shadow. Radis is a 2-man ulti. He's doing a lot of damage. Who's going to take the shutdown? Onyx Cutes wants it, and he, I guess, takes it over the Kai'Sa. I think he might have gotten away if he didn't take it himself.
Maybe.
But that's a huge pick, and that's a potential Baron.
Yeah, and TP will be available for Rondis, but he won't be up for another 40 seconds. But he is pinging out what has been used, so the 2 ults have been used for the death. This has to be the fight for them to take, and Soupsy does have TP available. He's using that TP now. They've seen that it's on 5k, they need to go.
Oh, the ulti is available. MF puts down. She's doing huge damage. Rahil's not stopping him. Rahil
Soupsy?
didn't stop him at all. Soupsy, he can do this. 1v5. Come on, Soup. Soup goes forward. W come out here. He's gonna W forward. He does have what's it called, Brittle up right now, and Rahil's trying to run away, but the Q does come in. He does hit the E, and he's putting the W down. Doesn't have enough damage. Does he have the flash? No, but he's gonna get his Q up. His E is up in a second now. And he goes
Gets
forward.
it.
Soupsy gets the kill.
1v1, Rahil, no one else was there, had nothing to do with him. His fortunately shredding an entire team, all Soupsy. But once again, like, a really good play coming out from TCD, and then UU just play the fight better. They have better utility in those moments, and Rahil could not stop Alex P in time. That bullet, the bullet time just came across everyone and just shredded the entire team, and then from there it was easy enough for the guys to clean up. This Odakin and Soupsy just cleaning up at the end of it, and just what do you do as TCD? What do you do?
It was a bit unfortunate as well, because Alex P, if Rahil didn't stop him, because I know Rahil was late to stop him, but if Rahil even waited a second longer, Collector would have picked all 3 of those up.
Yeah, 100%.
Meanwhile, Dakin's a bit aggressive here. The Killer Instinct does come out. The Orn Horn does come down onto 3 people. 2 of them are getting hit by it anyway. And Dakin picks up the kill back onto Kaisa. Dakin's a full HP already. Kronk forced to flash. Meanwhile, Matt's Connoisseur going down. Alistair is on the retreat here, and I don't think he's going to survive.
Triple kill going over for Disco Dakin there, and that should be the soul getting picked up as well. This game went from a back and forth game to just UU just putting the foot down and saying, no, we've got this game.
They can go for Baron.
They can take whatever they want at this stage, I think. This could be the game-ending play. That one catch and Dakin going so aggressive into that bot site to pick up King Irishman through ults, through everything, that black shield coming in from Ginger Joe, keeping him from getting CC'd and taken out. Really, really big turnaround, and I think this is their game to lose now. They just have to confirm this one Baron.
But MF is ulti, so what some MF players do now is, if he angles it right, he can ulti the Baron and then any teammates that are over the wall as well, just to deter them from going over that wall. He's not going to opt to do it, which is pretty
Smite's
alright.
at 9 HP, we won't forget that. Dakin.
W is up as well. That W could have actually probably stolen it.
Yeah, 100%, like 9 HP, wow. It's the lowest I've ever seen it smite at, I think, in my entire career of playing League of Legends. Would you call it a career? No, you wouldn't call it a career, would you? When you're as bad as me, you wouldn't call it a career, you just call it a hobby. No? It's like
League of Legends is my hobby.
being a gamer.
League of Legends
is my hobby.
is my life. OBK will be immortalized in the Irish League of Legends boards.
Yeah, vote for OBK will be ever ingrained in my eyes.
Exactly.
Never forget. But as we get back to the real gamers, UU coming down to this mid side, looking to just maybe end this game right now, run it straight down mid with that Ocean Soul and Baron. It's going to be incredibly hard to stop these guys. And what would be going through the heads of TCD right now? What did they say? What do we do? How do we play this one? They are being fairly cautious though, nonetheless. Ginger Joe does manage to land a Q onto Onyx.
Onyx, he hit it, and the ulti was forced out. Oh, but meanwhile, Dakin's going really aggressive.
God.
A lot of damage. The ulti doing insane amount. Alex P just stands there with the ulti, and meanwhile, a double kill off that Eclipse proc. King Irishman on the retreat, trying to lifesteal his way forward. Not going to be enough. And Dakin, 9-2, picked himself up a Bloodthirster as well as the knife thing. I don't know what it is, but he's just doing damage with it. Matt's Connoisseur is going to probably go down here. He does, and that, after a long series, might actually be the game.
That should be the game-ending fight there for UU. Very well played overall. Just those scorelines coming in right at the end. The pentakill coming in from Rwandus. And Dakin showing why Graves is banned against him. 9-2 and 10, playing a very, very clean game. 9-3 and 10, sorry. He just wants to caster curse me there right at the end. But just the turnaround fights there from UU were exceptional. And I have to say, very, very well played.
Yeah, really well played. Ulster. I wouldn't have pegged them as the team to go to Trinity. I know people probably wouldn't have pegged them as that team, but when I first cast the game, I said really that team was a really strong team that could probably go pretty far. And I mean, they're in the finals versus TUD Apes Banana, so I'm not expecting anything less.
Yeah, no, 100%. Very, very well played by Ulster, but commiserations there to the guys at TCD. They played a cracking series, and Raheel and the guys. Raheel really showed up as an MVP for that team throughout the whole thing, so they can hold their heads up high knowing they got to their semis. They done exceptionally well, every single one of them. But that will be me and OBK for the night. I've been Sader, and it was great having you all here, and we will talk to you again next Thursday for the finals. Good night.